The story begins with the baby turning to his older brother. He asked the guy if he could refuse and not leave him. The guy asked Taeho what he meant. The boy shared that he heard that the Mirim Alliance was calling the guy. Taeho also said that Taran Hunim said that the guy would go to war. The boy was very worried because people die in war. The guy was surprised and realized that Taeho had already grown so much that he even worried about his older brother. He asked the boy not to worry, assuring that they would not trust such a simpleton like him with anything serious. Most likely, they will simply appoint a guard or something like that. Holding out his little finger to Taeho, the guy suggested making promises to each other. He promised to return unharmed, so he asked the boy to be brave and wait for him. Laughing joyfully and holding his little fingers together, Taeho made his brother a promise to definitely return. And now, being in the thick of things, along with the bodies of his fallen comrades, wounded and almost exhausted, the guy could only mentally ask Taeho for forgiveness for not keeping his promise. About 30 years ago, he destroyed the southern Shaolin in Fujian. He left no stone unturned, as if nothing had happened. There he found this small box and could not understand how this insignificant wooden box withstood the strongest blow of his blood wave, without a single scratch. Since then, the head of the Demon Union, the invincible Bloody Emperor, was only interested in this invulnerable locked thing. He could not even think that some little man would surprise him again. The guy didn't understand what kind of absurd key suppression this was. Feeling hundreds of needles piercing his body and an invisible hand squeezing his throat, he was surprised that telekinesis could be used at such a distance. Although the Bloody Emperor's knowledge was very different from the highest form of skill, and the blow was very simple, the guy still survived. The head of the Demon Union was surprised that the guy was able to find a fleeting gap in his attacks. He couldn't help but notice such incredible talent. Squeezing his hand harder, causing the shackles surrounding the guy to tighten around his body even tighter, the man invited him to become his. The Emperor promised the guy that new opportunities awaited him if he joined him, or death if he refused. The man warned that he was not patient and ordered him to choose wisely. Somehow managing to croak out an answer, the guy said that he would never betray his teacher, so let the Emperor just kill him. Throwing the guy forcefully into the distance, causing him to roll across the ground, the man noted that he liked not only the fighting skills of this warrior, but also the fighting spirit. Unexpectedly, the Bloody Emperor took off, covering the distance separating them in a second. A moment and his hand pierces the guy's body right through. The man said that he hates refusals, and noted that the guy had the great honor of falling by his hand. Before closing his eyes forever, the guy thought that he never could have imagined that his death would be so pitiful. The last thought that crossed his mind was about Taeho. The guy suddenly came to his senses, not understanding where he was. There was nothing around, and only bright light filled the empty space. The guy looked around in fear. The guy looked around his body in alarm. The gaping hole from someone else's hand never happened. Suddenly, a deafening voice was heard. He called the guy the Chosen One. The voice said that the guy was blessed, so he would give everything he had. The Bloody Emperor looked with fear at the small box he held in his hand. Suddenly, a soft glow poured out of it, and the box itself began to tremble, lifting it up. The body of the fallen warrior also rose above the ground. Rays of light, the same as that coming from the box, came out of his chest. Like a magnet, the box was drawn to the guy's body, no matter how hard the Bloody Emperor tried to restrain it. Having received this box, the Emperor tried everything, but did not achieve results, but a guy like him was able to awaken it. The man was furious and decided that he had to destroy the guy. The man directed his power at the guy, but he did not react to it. The box connected with the warrior's body, flooding the entire space around it with light. Years passed, and the fierce battle flared up more and more. The war continued. The mountains of corpses grew, blood flowed like a river. But suddenly the unexpected happened. The world's greatest head of the Demon Alliance, the invincible Bloody Emperor, was killed. Doubts gripped all of Murim, but the identity of the mysterious killer remained unknown. When the Murim Alliance announced the end of the war, the Demon Alliance disintegrated. 2 years after the end of the war, Yangzhou County, Gansu Province, Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. The 5th student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, the second son of the head of the academy, Young Ji-woon, Young Taeho weakly watched as his elder was beaten. The leader of a gang of thugs, a half-ghost gang, Doc Gukman, bent over the man. He wondered why the man didn't listen to him when he spoke well. Gukman reminded them that he owed their gang money and had not yet paid off his debt. The second student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, Kang Won-hyun, who was beaten half to death, noted that they only borrowed 5 gold bars. but gave back at least 20. The man did not understand what else they wanted from him. Gukman ordered the guy to listen to him carefully. The man noted that if Won-hyun thought it was unfair, then he should have paid on time. Won-hyun considered them all worthless brats. Even after taking all their money, they continued to beat them. All this happened because they took money from this gang, but they could not leave the teacher in trouble. Clenching his hands into fists, Won-hyun asked for one more week. He understood how humiliating he looked, but he couldn't do anything about it. Gukman pointed his finger at Taeho, who had been kept aside all this time, and ordered him to be brought here and laid on the ground. The guy immediately began to struggle, but he was harshly ordered to go in an amicable way. Won-hyun immediately asked furiously what these bastards were doing. But before he could finish the word, "Stop," a savory blow from his fist landed in his face. Gukman called Won-hyun a moron if he actually thought he could get another week just by asking. Turning around, he asked if the guy had been laid on the ground. Gukman admitted that he could fulfill the man's request, but not for free. For this, he will take away Taeho's hand. Grabbing hold of Gukman, Won-hyun immediately admitted that he was wrong. He promised that he would pay everything early. 3 days? No, 2 days. The man even promised that he would somehow get the money before midnight. Gukman called this behavior disgusting and forcefully kicked the man away. Then Won-hyun offered his hand in return. He just asked not to touch Taeho, but Gukman did not agree to such conditions. He noted that Won-hyun should get the money. The man ordered his guys to make sure there was one straight cut. The man ordered Taeho not to move so that he would not cut off his head by mistake. The guy asked them to stop, but no one paid attention to his pleas. The sword began to descend rapidly. At such moments, Taeho could only think about what if his big brother was alive. Before the sword could land on his hand, a piece of metal hit the blade, deflecting the sword's blow to the side. The man did not understand what happened. The stranger admitted that he had been gone for a long time, but he could not have imagined that people in Yangzhou County would ask who he was. The stranger's voice seemed familiar to Won-hyun, but he could not believe that it was really him. Taking off his hat, the guy admitted that he was the older brother of these guys. Gukman asked a member of his gang if there was anyone like him here. He admitted that he really was the eldest student, but he disappeared 7 years ago during the Great Ominous War. According to rumors, he died during the battle with the Murim Alliance. But the man noted that apparently he survived. Before the men had time to blink an eye, the guy simply disappeared into thin air right before their eyes. Bending over Taeho, the guy asked for his forgiveness, admitting that he seemed to be a little late. Gukman did not understand when this guy managed to take those two. The guy asked Taeho if he was injured. Pointing a finger at his bruised face, Won-hyun noted that he had gotten hurt. Gukman couldn't believe that this bastard had decided to pull a cheap trick. He didn't believe that this guy was a martial artist. Gukman decided that even if it was related to the Murim Alliance, he was still just a student at the village academy. He didn't care how strong he might be. In an angry tone, the guy asked if they had caused enough chaos in this sacred academy, since they dared to injure their precious little brother. The guy promised the gang that they would not leave with impunity. He was consumed with the desire to kill. Having coped with the fear that paralyzed him, Gukman ordered his guys to immediately grab the guy. They immediately rushed into battle. Won-hyun and Taeho immediately fearfully ordered the guy to be careful, but instead of the intended target, the men's swords hit each other. The guy was no longer in that place. An instant, and a flurry of blows simultaneously fell on their faces. Gukman didn't understand what the hell was going on here. The man believed that this was simply impossible. Suddenly the guy was a step away from him, causing Gukman to shake in fear. The guy admitted that he could kill Gukman right now, but he did not want to desecrate this sacred place, so now he will spare him. But the guy noted that it is not free, and in exchange for this he will take Gukman's hand. An instant, and the sword in his hand cut the air with a whistle. The guy immediately rushed to Taeho, examining him from all sides. Turning to the second brother, he admitted it was a great relief that their younger brother was not seriously injured. Won-hyun was upset because he was injured. The elder sat next to the teacher, carefully studying his condition. The guy was shocked when he realized that the man had internal injuries. The guy decided that whoever did this was at least a first-class warrior to defeat the head of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, Young Ji-woon. As soon as the eldest left the teacher's chambers, the third student of the academy, young Seokjin, immediately rushed to him with tears in his eyes. Throwing a hug at the elder, Seokjin asked why he had been away for so long. The guy laughed, noting that since the eldest had returned, he should rejoice and not cry. Pulling away sharply, the elder looked around and suddenly asked where the fourth was. The guys immediately hesitated. The elder did not understand where this doubt came from. He decided that since Taeho is Taran's younger brother, he should answer him. In the end, Taeho admitted that brother Taran joined the guard to earn money for his father's treatment. But 6 months ago, he suddenly lost contact with him. They even sent people to find out where he was, but found no trace. The eldest was last home 7 long years ago, and now a lot has changed here. Not only was a bunch of moneylenders hanging around the academy, and the teacher was down with internal injuries, but the 4th brother was also missing. The guy asked what the hell happened in his absence. The guys were afraid that the older brother was furious. 3 years ago, a strange man visited the academy. None of the students had seen him before. He demanded a duel with the teacher. Of course, the teacher politely refused. Won Hyun added that despite this, sitting at the main gate, this bastard would pick fights with ordinary students. In the end, it turned out that they were not the only victims. The head of the 5 Dragons Academy died. The head of Gansu was still being treated and forced to close the school. Martial arts academies were closed one after another, so Yeongjo County became the center of a cluster of scoundrels. As expected, they began to interfere in the affairs of their academy. The guys admitted that they needed to get medicine for the teacher, so they went into debt. But the place where they took the money turned out to be under the control of a semi-ghost gang. The elder understood that something was not clean here. A tramp walking outside a traditional martial arts academy asks for a fight. Immediately after this, scammers appear under the protection of the gang and offer money at the most needed moment. The elder understood that these scoundrels were striving for only one goal. They wanted to absorb Yeongjo County. The guy ordered everyone to get ready immediately. The disciples did not understand what was going on. The elder decided that it didn't matter if these bastards wanted to expand their influence, they would beat this brat to a pulp. At the base of the half-ghost gang, the head of Bangi was unhappy. He sent this useless idiot to take their money. Instead, he left his hand there. Bangi was unhappy with what people would think of them now. Gukman had no choice but to apologize. The leader asked who this guy was and how he dared to contact the great half-ghost gang. Gukman admitted that the guy introduced himself as the first student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Bangi was shocked. It was not even a sect, but just a simple academy. Bangi immediately thought carefully, Dragon and Tiger Combat Academy. He had heard this name somewhere before. The man had a strange feeling that he should not have forgotten this. He had definitely heard this name before, a combat academy that a backwoodsman like him should remember. Suddenly Bangi remembered that same guy, but before he had time to really grasp onto this thought, the doors to their base were blown away with a crash. The men did not understand who dared to do this. The guy who came in just smiled wryly. He was wondering who the infamous Bangi from the semi-ghost gang was, but it turned out that it was just the freak Banjo who changed his name. Bangi was horrified when he realized that it was Hyek Musang. The guy asked Banjo if he had forgotten his promise made 10 years ago. The other students were surprised that they knew each other. Musang recalled that he promised Banjo that if he ever set foot on the lands of Yeongjo again, he would make the man a eunuch. The gang members immediately jumped on such words, not understanding who the guy thought he was. Musang warned his boys that they could just enjoy the show today. After all, you can learn a lot from the outside, too. A crowd of robbers altogether rushed towards Musang overnight. The other students immediately became worried about their older brother, but the guy didn't even flinch in fear. Musang threw the gang members in different directions, raining down countless blows on them. The disciples could not watch this because the elder brother was so cruel. They understood that these were their enemies, but they still felt sorry for them. Looking at the gang members lying around, beaten half to death, Gukman was glad that this guy had only cut off his hand. Musang asked who else among those present wanted to become a eunuch. Banjo ordered everyone to stand down, who knew that these guys were just useless trash and he would have to come out on his own. The man noted that in the time that they had not seen each other, Hyek Musang had become stronger again, as expected from his old enemy. Banjo admitted that he never stopped thinking about what happened 10 years ago, about the humiliation and fear that the guy showed him that day, and about that hellish pain. Therefore, suddenly falling to his knees, Banjo said that today he wanted to apologize for everything. He just asked Musang not to make him a eunuch. Musang admitted that he intended to beat the man and make him a eunuch before he died, but he couldn't help but notice how touching it was to watch Banjo kneel in front of his subordinates. Throwing his sword aside, Musang decided that he would give the man a chance. He offered him 2 options. Either he would beat the crap out of Banjo, or he would make a eunuch out of him. The man chose to be beaten. Musang threw a piece of paper in front of the man, ordering him to sign it. It said that Banjo was obliged to return 150 gold bars that he had illegally taken from the students of the academy. The man was shocked by this statement. He claimed that they only took 20 gold bars. Hitting the man again, Musang stated that considering that Banjo was intimidating the students at their academy, then perhaps they should demand all 300. The guy noted that the man should be grateful that he invited him to repent. Banjo thanked the guy, but he only replied that there was nothing for now and ordered the man to immediately bring him the money. The man was surprised. He stated that he first needed to check the supplies as well. Threatening the leader with his fist, Musang asked him what he said. Banjo immediately ordered his boys to bring the money. Taiho was delighted. His big brother dealt with 30 himself. Musang replied that although they had numerical superiority, they did not even reach the 3rd rank. He noted that there are stronger people outside Marim. Taiho noted that his brother is still amazing to him. Musang noticed that Brother Kang looked bad and asked him what was bothering him. The guy admitted that the well-known group Great Power was behind the semi-ghostly gang. He was afraid that there would be consequences for their actions today. Musang assured them that they had nothing to worry about because he had a plan. The guys were very inspired by this. Musang shared that it's simple. If a strong enemy threatens him, he must become stronger than him. In the end, power is everything. Won Yun admitted that the elder brother was strong, but he did not understand how the guy was going to cope with them alone, because they could have hundreds of masters. However, Musang replied that it was not about him. Musang replied that no matter how strong he is, if they attack in his absence, it will be the end of the academy. Therefore, he noted that students should be able to defend the academy on their own. In other words, they are the ones who must become stronger. And for this it was necessary to continue training, gain experience in battle. By practicing, students will improve their skills faster. They will study and understand how to use weapons and develop fighting instincts. Without practice in real combat, the body will become rigid, unable to move, and eventually they will not be able to apply what they have learned. In the end, it will end in death for them. Musang called the next student. The guys were already at their limit. They felt that everything was happening too quickly and asked for a break from these hellish trainings. Musang warned that the latter would go for another lap. The guys immediately rushed forward, each wanting to be the first. At the end of the day, Musang concluded that the guys did a good job today. He noted that it was his first day, so he thought it would be best to start with an easy workout. But the guy promised that starting tomorrow he would take the guys seriously, so he advised them to have a good rest. The exhausted guys could barely get up from the ground. They were extremely surprised that it was an easy training, and tomorrow they would take them seriously. Seokjin noticed during training that his older brother had become incredibly strong. He beat them even when they united. Taiho wondered if he was like this from the very beginning. Won-Yun noted that he used to be famous for his strength, but now everything is different. 10 years ago, there was a time when he single-handedly defeated 20 swordsmen, but was severely injured and nearly died. Seokjin noted that back then it was far from a one-sided battle like it is today. He was very strong then. Taiho noted that Musang didn't even sweat today, let alone have wounds. The guys thought it was strange. Had he learned some secret tactics? Looking around the teacher, Musang frowned. He knew it. Deep internal injuries left his organs weakened without proper treatment. If the teacher had been weaker, he would have died on the spot. Thanks to the sincere concern of his students, the teacher managed to survive. But now he has reached his limit. The teacher needed immediate treatment. Having hit the teacher in the back with all his strength, Musang was able to get rid of the blood clot. Now he could begin real treatment. Musang noticed that the teacher's meridians were damaged. It took time to carefully introduce your ki. Musang was afraid because the teacher's inner ki was too resistant. He was losing control. He didn't understand why the teacher's body was rejecting his ki, but the guy wasn't going to give up. If this continues, the teacher will not be able to stand it. But Musang couldn't do anything about it. It would be safer to finish everything quickly. The guy had to subdue his internal ki and cleanse the meridians, all at once. After some time, the teacher finally opened his eyes. The man could not believe that Hek Musang was actually sitting in front of him. The guy immediately bowed to the ground, greeting the teacher. He said that he, Hek Musang's disciple, had finally returned. He admitted that he was late and asked the teacher to scold him. The teacher asked the guy to come over. Gently stroking his face, he thanked Musang for returning unharmed. The guy couldn't hold back his tears. The outside head of the great power group, Menghuban, was surprised when he heard that the half-ghost gang had been robbed. He asked the local commander Ochisam why the Dragon and Tiger Academy was still open. The man admitted that they could not openly deal with him because they were associated with the Murim Alliance. He admitted that he injured the head of the academy under the pretext of a duel, but it seems that the head student of the academy, Hek Musang, has returned. Huban was surprised that it was just a student and not an academy teacher. Chisholm said that they say that it was Musang who beat up all the members of the semi-ghost gang. Huban could not close his eyes to this. He could not leave alive the man who had robbed them. The man ordered Chisholm to send the Iron Demon commander Gok Chigol to take care of him. Huban ordered to use the old method and challenge the guy to a duel. Then, when this scoundrel died, he ordered the half-ghost gang to be sent to get rid of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. He noted that Chisholm should ensure that the Murim Alliance had no reason to interfere. The man thought that this was so stupid because Hek Musang survived the Great Evil War. He shouldn't have returned to die empty. After putting down all the gang members, Musang approached the man, wondering if he was the leader of the local scoundrels. The man was furious. He didn't understand how the guy dared to behave like that. He asked if Musang knew who was behind this. He couldn't just leave. Musang asked the man to convey his message to them. Yangzhou County is under the jurisdiction of the Dragon and Tiger Academy. If they go after them again, something unfortunate will happen. Rumors quickly spread throughout the area. The two men at dinner were already discussing the events of the previous night, when they defeated those scoundrels. The man noted that it seemed that the Dragon and Tiger Combat Academy had tried again. Apparently their leader was crippled. His comrade noted that they had recently expelled a semi-ghost gang. He noticed that the academy only had 5 masters, while those scoundrels had at least 50 of them. The man admitted that Master Hek had returned. For a long time, he was known for his incredible fighting abilities. It was really reassuring because they had already hurt so many. The man noted that this is not all. Looks like they gave the money to the extortion victims of those scoundrels. His comrade immediately shouted about why he did not tell him about this earlier. He said that these scoundrels took a lot from him too. The man immediately rushed to the Dragon and Tiger Academy, reporting that they had one more victim left. His comrade noted that it seemed that peace had finally returned to Yangzhou County. A whole crowd of people gathered near the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Each of them claimed that a semi-ghost gang had robbed them. 10 silver bars were taken from someone. The bars were taken from someone and the territory was destroyed. A gold bar and even a memorable gift from his father were taken from another. They all asked to return the loot to them, at least half. No matter how the students tried to calm them down, nothing worked. The disciples did not understand. What should they do? They couldn't control the crowd. Unexpectedly, Hek Musang appeared. He quietly asked everyone to calm down. People immediately fell silent. The students were shocked that the guy spoke quietly, but they heard him even through the crowd. They thought it was incredibly cool. Musang said that he was well aware that these people suffered at the hands of those scum, that they undermined their business and labor, robbed them, and demanded payment for protection, that because of the threats they got into huge debts. He was sure that many of those gathered had fallen into debt. Alone now he, Hek Musang, has returned. He promised that he would make sure that they would never be harmed by such evil people again, which will protect Yangzhou and bring back the old days when they lived in peace. Therefore, Musang asked to forget all previous sorrows and listen to their diligent students. He promised that if everyone waited their turn and went out one by one, then they would try to repay them as they should. Elder O suddenly appeared and scolded those present for not being ashamed of behaving like that. He noted that the students helped them without any payment, and they made such a fuss here. The elder admitted that he was very sorry for such behavior. Taking Musang by the hands, the elder thanked the guy from the bottom of his heart, because all this became possible thanks to him. They should have started with this. Musang humbly noted that this was just their job. Unexpectedly, the old man noted that it seemed that he was the first in line, because the guy said to come up one at a time. The elder was very happy that he would be the first to receive his money. A stranger suddenly appeared and asked if this was the Dragon and Tiger Combat Academy. Musang confirmed that this was true and asked who the man was. The old man at this time was unhappy that someone was trying to jump in line, declaring that he was still first. The man noted that it seemed that this was the same Hek Musang he had heard about. Taran confirmed this. The man introduced himself as just a wanderer. He said that he had come to challenge the senior student of the acclaimed Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Hearing the stranger's voice, the disciples immediately recognized him. Taeho said that he was the man who injured the teacher. Musang admitted that he did not think that he would be challenged so soon, since he had just dealt with 2 gangs. The guy admitted that this was a very obvious tactic. He invited the wanderer to go inside. There was a commotion in the crowd again. The old man continued to shout that he was first in line. People whispered among themselves, not understanding what was happening. They asked if they would fight. The other replied that it would be a combat match. The stranger noted that this was an ordinary rural academy. There was nothing he had to come all this way for. Bowing politely, the guy introduced himself as a senior student at the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, Hek Musang. The wanderer also introduced himself, calling himself Gok Chigol. He didn't understand what was so special about this guy. Unexpectedly, Musang turned to Brother Yang, saying that the enemy was his. Chigol noted that since they had already started, shouldn't the eldest disciple be fighting? The man decided that this bastard had decided to play a joke on him. Musang retorted, "How can the senior student of the famous Dragon and Tiger Academy immediately accept the challenge of a simple wanderer?" The man was furious at this. He didn't understand how the guy dared to behave like that. Musang asked who the man was. Maybe he has a high rank or something. He really wondered who he was. Beginning to boil with anger, Chigol said that he was an ordinary wanderer. Musang told Brother Yang that it seemed that this man was a bit of what he warned, that he actually heard him. The stranger did not answer anything else, so Musang assumed that everything was decided. He ordered Ian to get into position, although he was not enthusiastic about this idea and did not understand why he was chosen. Chigol was furious with this whole situation. It seemed to him that the guy was looking down on him. In the end, he decided that he would first kill his student, and then himself. Seokjin was scared to death. He asked not to do this, but the wanderer had already gone on the attack. Seokjin barely had time to parry the wanderer's blow with his sword. He couldn't help but admit how strong the man was. Taeho and Wonin immediately became afraid for their brother. Chigol noted that fortunately the guy managed to block the blow, but he believed that that was all that Seokjin was capable of. The guy assumed that the man was probably a first-rank wrestler. Chigol noticed that the guy could blame his older brother, because he was the one who put him up for battle. Musang stood calmly on the side, seemingly not showing any concern. Taeho was very worried about Seokjin. He noted that the enemy looked too strong and asked his elder brother whether the third brother could cope with him. Musang asked his younger brother Yang if he wanted to give up. After thinking for a second, he replied that he did not intend to give up and would handle everything. Musang advised the guy to do everything the same as in their training. Chigol considered them all fucking bastards who dared to be arrogant in front of him. Chigol promised to give the guy hell and rushed into battle like a bullet. Seokjin understood that the enemy was definitely stronger than him, but his older brother's sword was much stronger and sharper. The crowd continued to watch the fight, whispering among themselves. One of them asked the others who they thought would win. Another noted that Master Yang was being pushed aside. The man suggested stopping the fight in this case. Chigol did not understand how the guy repelled all his attacks. Obviously, he was barely superior to a rank 3 fighter. The man thought that this was all he could do. The stranger promised to chop the guy into pieces. Watching the angry man rush towards him, Seokjin realized that the matter was rubbish. Noticing this, Musang immediately began giving orders. He told the guy to take 2 dragon and tiger steps to the left and use the 4th move with the dragon and tiger sword. Seokjin immediately began to apply his brother's advice. Having made a sweep, he ended up behind the man's back, which surprised Chigol and other students of the academy. Seeing the wound on his chest, Chigol decided that this was impossible. Seokjin was shocked that he managed to hit a first-rank fighter. Is he really weaker than the guy thought? But he decided that this was impossible. Because Seokjin really had a hard time fending off his blows, he just followed his brother's advice. Chigol was furious that the guy dared to do this. He promised that now Seokjin can't even dream of an easy death. Musang again gave advice. 1 step dragon and tiger back, a 2nd strike with the dragon and tiger sword, then a 3rd. Seokjin immediately followed orders, and Musang continued to guide him with advice. 3 steps forward, 1st dragon and tiger sword move, then half a step to the right. 6th dragon and tiger move, dragon and tiger fist, turn, 1st sword strike. Dragon and tiger, step to the right. It worked. Seokjin's sword reached the enemy. Musang again ordered the dragon and tiger strike, the 4th technique. Yang noted that his elder brother's instructions were so precise He just needed to trust him and follow his instructions. Seokjin's sword caught up with his opponent, entering the flesh near his right shoulder. Musang concluded that this was probably the end of the fight. He noted that it would probably be difficult for a man to fight him at his level. Musang was furious. He thought it was some kind of trick, otherwise how could this crappy academy do such a thing? Before Chigol could even finish his sentence, Musang suddenly appeared in front of him. Without saying a word, the guy threw the wanderer away with a powerful shockwave. Musang noted that he would simply let the wanderer go if he didn't talk too much. He was furious that the man dared to look down on their academy. Looking at the guy's furious face, Chigol decided that he would definitely kill him. Stepping over himself, the man rested his forehead on the ground in a low bow, asking Musang for forgiveness. Musang took pity, deciding to let the man go this time, but ordered him to leave immediately. The crowd roared with delight. The crowd admired Master Heck, considering him incredibly tough and strong. Some promised that they would also send their son to the academy. Others asked to accept them. Chigol ran as fast as he could. He had to tell them that they couldn't get rid of the guy with a regular fight. He was at least of the highest rank, or even stronger. This bastard was incredibly dangerous. An unexpected blow from behind knocked Chigol down, causing him to fall exhausted to the ground. Musang couldn't let the man come back and report him. The guy could not let go of someone who could bring trouble to their academy in the future. However, he promised that if the man answered his question, he would do it painlessly. The man screamed heartrendingly when the hot metal touched his stomach. The executioner asked if he was ready to talk. The man did not understand what they wanted to hear from him. The executioner asked who the scoundrel was who sent him to spy on them. The man repeated once again that he didn't know what they were talking about. He came to Yunhei County as an escort to earn some money. He didn't even have any acquaintances here, not counting his employer. Taking the sword out of its sheath, the executioner said that if this was true, then he was very unlucky. The man promised that they would regret it. The fourth student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, the first child of the head of Jung Ji-woon, young Taran promised that his older brother would never forgive them for this. Laughing evilly, the man told Taran not to worry because he would send his brother after him. Having taken the wanderer's head from his shoulders with one precise swing of his sword, Musang wondered if the Great Bloody Emperor was involved in all of this. Great Iron Blood Emperor is one of the top 10 Murim masters, also known as one of the 4 Great Devil Emperors, the late head of the Demon Alliance, the Invincible Blood Emperor. Does this mean that the Bloody Iron platoon he leads has subdued a great force? It must be going to devour not only Yangzhou County, but also the entire Gansu province. There was no way a broken Demon Alliance would anger the Murim Alliance at a time like this. The Great Iron Bloody Emperor is not so stupid. Moreover, they left the Kongtong sect, which was forced to close down after the Great War. How did the 8 emperors in the Murim Alliance lose power, it seems? Yangzhou County is in a difficult situation. The teacher went to the big tree in the backyard, asking the gentleman if he was doing well there. He thought that by this time he would have joined him, but he could not. The teacher asked the master for forgiveness. He admitted that he didn't know how, but Musang returned and cured him. The teacher hoped that in the future the master would be happy to see him. The man said that this skinny boy, who didn't really eat anything, had grown a lot and noted that the master would be proud of him. Musang is back. The academy and the whole village became animated. It seems that thanks to this morning's speech, the academy received more than 20 applications for admission. Musang's success led the teacher to believe that the academy was returning to its old days. The smile abruptly disappeared from the man's face, and he himself began to unconsciously tremble. The teacher admitted that despite the good news, one boy was missing. The teacher said that his eldest son left to earn money to save his weak father and never returned. The man did not know whether he was starving or might be injured. He didn't understand why he couldn't contact him and really missed his Taran. Musang remembered how, when they were still small children, they sat by the bed of their dying mother. He remembered how Taiho had cried bitterly, asking her not to leave. Before her death, the woman admitted that she tried to love all 3 disciples as her own sons, so she asked Musang to take care of her Taran and Taiho as if they were his brothers, just like the poor lady who would have to leave first would do. With tears in his eyes, Musang made this promise to her. The woman was grateful to him because now she could calmly close her eyes. Musang sat down to write a letter. After the Great Evil War, he promised himself countless times that he would never contact them again. But the scammers targeting Yangzhou County and the missing 4th brother. Now was not the time to worry about accidents. An inscription appeared on a piece of paper that read, "This is a request. Please keep it a secret," and the signature White Tiger. A man walked down the street dancing and singing some songs at the top of his lungs. People turned away from it and wrinkled their noses because of the unpleasant smell. After pouring a basin of water on a passerby, the enraged woman ordered him to shut up, noting that this poor idiot would ruin her business. A man standing nearby warned her that there could be trouble if this beggar was from a gang of beggars. The woman responded to this by saying that if he was from a gang of beggars, then she was a princess. The beggar smiled, noting that thanks to the woman he got some water and now his face is clean. He also invited her to throw a cup of rice wine directly into his mouth, which he opened wide, showering everyone present with a nasty smell. Suddenly, a man passing by pushed the beggar, causing him to fall to the ground. A moment and then he did a somersault in the air, getting into the desired position, but there was no one around. Being a fifth group beggar, the man figured it must be a great martial artist since he didn't feel his presence until he touched his back. Suddenly the man felt something attached to his back. Taking a piece of paper, he was surprised, not understanding how it got there. Noticing a sign in the corner, the beggar realized that it was a mysterious master who knew the code. The man decided that he should immediately report this to the elder. The woman was shocked to realize that the beggar she had poured water on was indeed the master of a gang of beggars. The man squeezed the glass so hard in anger that it burst in his hand. He did not believe that even the wanderer was defeated, but the commander confirmed it. The commander also reported that this news had already captured all of Yangzhou. The whole nation is talking about the fight, and the popularity of the martial arts academy is only growing. The leader asked what about Gok Chigol. The commander reported that after the fight he suddenly disappeared. The man suggested that he may have run away for fear of punishment. Having wiped his hand with a napkin, shaking off all the remaining fragments from it, the leader ordered to find the wanderer and bring him to him, noting that he could not have gone far. The commander asked what about the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. The leader immediately called Yang Sote, the ghost killer of Guangdong province. His stealth techniques were simply terrifying. The leader asked what he thought about this. Sote was confident that Gong Chigol, a second-rank fighter, had been defeated. He noted that they were dealing with a serious master, even if the rumors were exaggerated. However, the man noted that everything would change if they set up an ambush. The leader ordered to take advantage of Hek Musang's absence and destroy the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Sote asked what about Musang himself then. The leader decided that first they should scare him, so that when he returned, he would cry tears of blood. Then Sote will strike from behind and end his life. Mr. Gam happily greeted the students, noting that, as usual, they were cleaning the street themselves. The man suggested that they entrust this to someone else. Musang objected that he had been doing this since he was young and was happy with everything. Mr. Gam replied that the guys are really hard-working. The man laughed cheerfully, noting that Musang looked so much like him in his youth. The girl carefully watched the conversation from the window of the house. The woman noted that the lady had been sitting here for 2 days, and asked what she was waiting for. The girl asked Papak if she believed that people can change. The woman didn't quite understand what he meant. The girl turned her gaze back to Musang, noting how much his character had changed. Previously, he was so quiet, cold like ice, but now he smiles widely, greets everyone and talks nicely like a different person. Papak noted that this usually happens when a person is on the verge of death. The girl looked at the woman with a dissatisfied look. She immediately fearfully raised her hands, making excuses that many people say that people change before they die. The men looked in surprise at the kite that suddenly appeared. Mr. Gum noted that the kite flies very high. Noticing the pattern on the snake, Musang became happy. This was finally a sign. Musang took his leave, saying that he still had things to do, so he needed to go. He asked the man to give a sign if he suddenly had any problems. Musang told the other students that he would be back soon and assigned them to guard the academy. The girl immediately ducked down, forcing the woman to do the same. Papak asked if the girl was waiting for him. The woman was surprised that this was an ordinary student of a simple combat academy. Papa did not understand why the precious treasure of Murun, the greatest Murim family, would have to keep an eye on him. The girl objected that she was not following anyone, she was simply not prepared yet. Noticing a man approaching the academy, the girl immediately jumped up from her seat. The stranger smiled wryly, surprised at how worthless this academy was. Seokjin immediately tensed, wondering who he was. The guy noted that the stranger looked dangerous, and besides, he appeared as soon as his older brother left. The man came closer, noting that it was immediately clear from the guy that he was barely above the 3rd rank. He was surprised that the guy was able to defeat Gokchagol at all. Gripping the broom tighter in his hands, Seokjin asked the man to leave immediately if he was looking for a fight. He said that their academy does not accept any challenges. He smiled wryly. The man assured that there was nothing to worry about, that's not what he was here for. A moment, and he rushed at the guy like a bullet. The guy flew into the yard with a crash. The rest of the students ran out into the street trying to figure out what the noise was. The disciples only had time to notice how, on his knees, the second brother spat out the blood that had collected in his mouth. The man drawing his sword noted that they must be of the same level for this to be called a duel, and they are all just crawling insects. The disciples immediately drew their swords, calling the man an arrogant bastard. The teacher abruptly ordered everyone to stop. The teacher noted that although the strength level of the Dragon and Tiger Academy may be low, they are still part of the Murim Alliance. He advised the man to leave immediately if he did not want to create problems for himself. Feigning fear, the man admitted how scared he was. Since they are part of the Murim Alliance, then he simply has no choice. Jumping sharply from his seat and rushing forward, the man said that he had to kill them all. Lying on the branch of a large tree, the man pretended to be snoring peacefully, but as soon as the guy approached, sleep was gone. The man noted that Musang arrived later than he expected. Musang noted that the man was late. 10 days have passed since the guy sent the letter. He was sure that the man already knew about this. The leader of the beggar gang, the divine beggar Ghost Mask, deftly jumped from the tree, noting that judging by his bad manners, this is the White Tiger. The man grinned contentedly, admitting that even this old man believed that the guy was still alive. The leader asked Musang where he had been for the last 2 years after the war. He admitted that he could not find any trace of him. Musang wondered if they had any special reason for looking for him. He is sure that they no longer have common affairs. Musang noted that the man, moreover, did not come alone. The leader admitted that he wanted to keep it a secret, but he received the letter before him. The man who appeared admitted that he wanted to surprise the White Tiger, but he noted that his feelings were as sharp as before, and maybe even sharper. It was a special forces unit of a gang of beggars. Frowning, Musang was surprised to see number 8 here. The man, taking a fighting stance and preparing to strike, decided to see if the guy's skills had improved. Number 8 rushed forward, holding his fist outstretched in front of him. Musang didn't even blink an eye, stopping his hand with her palm. The blow was so strong that clouds of dust rose around, but Musang did not even budge. The man frowned into Musang's eyes for a few moments, and then abruptly grabbed him into his arms, glad that he was indeed alive. He was so happy to see the White Tiger. Musang awkwardly pulled away from the hug, noting that men don't hug, and if anyone saw them, they would think they were close. Number 8 was a little upset by this statement. He was sure that he was the closest to the guy out of the 4 guards. Musang seemed to only now remember the 4 guards. He noted that he could not at first call someone his friend. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the leader. Jumping high into the air, the man stuck his foot out in front, landing it on number 8's head. The leader scolded number 8 for daring to create a gust of wind in front of his teacher. He noted that he was no longer at the age where he should be covered in dust. Almost with tears in his eyes, number 8 admitted that he was simply very happy. His old friend, whom he thought was dead, returned. He didn't understand why the greatest master of the beggar gang had to be so stingy. After giving the man a few more slaps, the leader admitted that because of him, the clean clothes that he had not worn for 2 years were covered with dust. And how dare he still call him stingy? The man noted that perhaps he should kill the student he had cared about for 20 years. Musang was very surprised when he heard that number 8 was the leader's student. The leader was a little embarrassed to admit that number 8 was his only student. The man believed that his student would become more reasonable after several lessons, but alas. Brushing away some blood from his nose, number 8 laughed at how surprised Musang was to learn that he was a beggar. The man noted that he just looks good, so no one will say that he is a beggar. Without paying any attention to the man's words, which immediately angered him, Musang admitted that he had questions for the leader. The guy recalled that the leader promised to come to his rescue 3 times and asked whether this promise was still valid. The leader was surprised that the guy still remembered this. Musang replied that the man need not worry, and if he wants, he can forget. The leader immediately became furious. He didn't say he wanted this. He was outraged that he might seem like a person who took back his words. The leader promised that no matter what, Musang just had to say it and the man would take care of it. Musang asked if the man was sure of his words. recalling that he said he would completely take care of it, no matter what. The leader agreed, a little scared. Meanwhile, at the Dragon and Tiger Academy, Sot was engaged in a fierce battle with the teacher. Their swords sparked from their furious blows. Sot was surprised that the man managed to block his blow. He noted that apparently the teacher would be better than the students, and suggested that perhaps he should speed up. The teacher was a little scared because this technique was inferior only to a warrior of the highest rank. He just couldn't keep track of his opponent. Sot laughed maliciously, noticing the confused expression on the teacher's face. Once behind the man, he noted that this was a great disappointment. The teacher tried to parry the blow, but Sot noted that he was reacting too slowly. Raising his sword, Taeho ordered the man to immediately move away from the teacher. Seokjin also rushed after his brother into battle, but none of their blades reached the enemy. Saote noted that this was very touching. Sot noted that even if they united, the three would not be able to stop one dog. Wonhan admitted that he did not see the enemy. There was such a gap between them. Wonhyun remembered the words of his older brother, who predicted that they would attack in his absence, and this would be the end for the academy. The guy felt pathetic for not even being able to hit his attacker back. They were so powerless. This infuriated him. Suddenly, Wonhyun felt a touch on his back. Reflexively stepping back, he noticed a beautiful girl behind him. She asked him not to worry and explained that she had only improved the circulation of his ki. Circling around the opponents, Sot with a malicious smile asked who he should kill first. The old man, the younger one, or the older one. He suggested that they discuss this among themselves. Unable to bear it, Taeho rushed forward, ordering the man not to play with them because you wouldn't scare them like that. The guy suggested that he attack if he was not afraid, despite the fact that the teacher advised him not to do this. Sot decided that this was his lucky guy and rushed forward with a running start, intending to plunge the sword into the guy's back. A girl who suddenly appeared easily stopped his blade, placing him between his middle and index fingers. She inquired whether the man was brave or foolish as she twisted his dagger, causing the blade to shatter into small pieces. Holding a fragment of his sword clutched in her fingers, the girl asked how a man dared to attack an academy associated with the Murim alliance right in front of her eyes. Sot was lying on the ground screaming throughout the yard. Instead of his right hand, he had only scraps in a pool of blood that continued to grow. Drawing her sword from its sheath, the girl ordered the Guangdong ghost killer Yang Sote to give at least one reason why she should not cut off his head right now. Hissing angrily in response, the man asked who the girl thought she was. She decided that this was a bad answer and was already raising her hand to strike, but the teacher's shout managed to stop her. Taeho was surprised that his father stopped the girl's massacre, but nevertheless the teacher asked the girl to save the life of the ghostly killer. The girl was extremely surprised by such a request. Taeho was also shocked. He reminded his father that it was Soth who actually tried to kill them all, and he would have succeeded if not for the girl. The teacher, of course, remembered all this. The teacher noted that it is not a matter of pity at all. The girl suggested that the man was simply afraid of the consequences, because there might be more than one ghostly killer. The teacher had nothing to say to this. The girl wondered if this was a good enough reason. After thinking for a couple of moments, she decided that since this was the case, it would be wiser to leave the man alive for now. The girl ordered Sot to stop making noise and noted that in order to find the one who sent him, he would have to conduct an interrogation. Before the man had time to really comprehend this thought, the girl stomped on his chest with all her might, tearing the skin until it bled and forcing Sot to emit an inarticulate wheeze. Turning to the students, the girl, with a beaming smile on her lips, apologized for not introducing herself yet. She called herself Murong Gomwa, senior patrolman of the Northern Command of the Murim Alliance, the goddess of the heavenly sword. The leader was very surprised when he learned that Musang called him only so that he could find some child named Jong Taran. Musang noted that even a small hint would be enough. The guy promised that if they found him, he would consider that they had fulfilled all their promises. Number 8 was outraged by this. He asked if Musang knew how valuable a teacher help card was. He didn't understand how the guy dared to use all 3 to find some person, and asked to give him the remaining 2, because he would use them correctly. Musang sternly corrected that this was not just a person. Having knocked out his student, the leader noted that this man must be very important to the guy, since he asks to make every effort to find him. He agreed, but noted that it was too much to equate one request with 3. He decided that he would only count one promise. The leader of the beggar gang also had pride. Getting ready to leave, Musang noted that he would then wait for news. The leader asked him to stop. The man asked if the guy really believed that the war was over. Noticing the angry number 8 standing behind him, the leader advised him to lower his fists if he did not want to be beaten. In a bored tone, Musang replied that this no longer concerned him, and asked not to involve him in the affairs of the Murim alliance anymore, after which he disappeared from sight. Seeing this, the leader was very surprised. He didn't think that the white tiger was so strong he didn't even notice its movement. Patting the student on the shoulder, the man said that he would be responsible for this, instructing him to find the child that Musang asked for. And for now he will take care of them. Turning to the teacher, number 8, in the manner of Musang, replied that this did not concern him, and asked not to involve him in these matters anymore, for which he immediately received a savory blow to the face from the leader. Returning to the academy, Musang noticed Taiho with a bucket of water, washing away bloodstains from the path. Immediately rushing to his younger brother, the guy asked with excitement what had happened. Taiho tried to explain that after his older brother left, that lady appeared, but Musang interrupted him, grabbing his brother's face in his hands and beginning to carefully examine him. Musang asked if Taiho was in any pain, what happened to the teacher, to the others, and to the lady herself. Taiho barely managed to mutter that he was fine. Musang was angry with himself for being too careless. He believed that if he left for a short time, no problems would arise. Taiho said that the second older brother was wounded. The others were also in danger until the senior patrolman showed up. The guy said that the gentleman identified themselves as the chief patrol officer of the Murim alliance. She defeated the enemy and locked him up for interrogation. Musang was surprised by the appearance of the Murim alliance senior patroller. He didn't understand why a high-ranking official would come into a rural combat academy. Taiho said that the girl said she was just passing by. Musang didn't think that the Murim alliance commissioner was noble enough to do all this out of concern for Gansu. However, the guy decided that he should thank her first, and asked Taiho where the senior patrolman was. The guy answered happily that she was now drinking tea with her father. He also shared that he was waiting for his older brother to return so he could tell him everything. Musang immediately went to the teacher's chambers, ordering Taiho to finish everything here and go to rest. The teacher could not believe that the same Papa Somimi, warrior of the dragon staff, one of the best masters of Murim, was sitting in front of him. The man never thought that members of Murim's upper circle would help them. He decided that their academy was blessed. The woman smugly noted that the teacher was right, because her mistress personally offered them help, and now they should be forever grateful to her. But her face immediately twisted into a grimace of pain when Papa felt her mistress's leg digging into her foot. Laughing cheerfully, Murong noted that she was only doing her job as a senior patrol officer. The girl noticed that in any case the tea was simply magical. The teacher admitted that Papa was right and he was obliged to repay her mercy. With folded hands and a courteous bow, the man expressed his gratitude to Lady Murong for saving them. The awkward atmosphere was broken by a knock on the door. Musang warned that he was the one back before going inside. The teacher noted that it was very good that the guy came and introduced Musanga Papa Somimi, the dragon staff warrior, and Murong Gomwa, the senior patrolman of the north. The man said that they saved their academy. Musang stared at the girl in surprise. She slowly approached the guy. Unexpectedly, tears flowed from Murong's eyes, and she couldn't help but smile. The girl was very happy to meet the white tiger. The girl threw herself into the guy's arms, but Musang abruptly pulled her away. He noted that it might seem rude, but Murong had clearly confused him with someone else. Musang noted that he did not know important people like the senior patrolman. Murong didn't understand why the white tiger was behaving this way. It was her after all. Musang admitted that he heard that the girl saved their academy from a great threat. Folding his hands and bowing like the teacher before, Hek Musang thanked Murong for her kindness. The girl got angry, thinking that the guy was joking with her. Murong reminded that she is number 5. The girl did not understand how Musang could not remember her. How could he pretend to be a stranger after 5 years in hell? Musang slammed the girl's hand away, asking her to stop and noting that he had already made himself clear. He asked whether all important people imposed their opinions so vehemently. The guy repeated again that he didn't know Murong. Murong could hardly hold back her tears. The teacher was shocked by the guy's behavior. He didn't understand how he dared to behave so disrespectfully. The teacher noted that even the animals recognized the help they received, and the guy still dared to expose himself so brazenly to their saviors. This is not what the man taught him. He ordered Musang to immediately apologize and get out of here. Musang humbly apologized for losing his temper. Bowing deeply, the guy noted that he very much regretted his disrespect for the senior patrolman and humbly asked to forget the inconvenience caused to him. Morong asked if the guy thought she would suggest just forgetting about it all. Unable to contain her emotions, the girl charged Musanga with her fist in the face with all her might, calling him a scumbag. The blow was so strong that Musang flew out into the street. Morong followed him. She noted that she was worried to death when Musang suddenly disappeared. And now, 2 years later, when she finally found him and came to visit, the guy greeted her like this. He insisted that they didn't know each other. Morong feigned an apology, admitting that she was a fool and had confused Musang with another person. She asked if these were the words this fucking bastard was waiting for. Papak asked the lady to think about her honor, but the girl was too angry for that. Morong suggested that perhaps the white tiger had lost his mind during this time. The guy repeated again that he is not a white tiger. Morong noted that she could easily distinguish Musang's lies. She did not forget what he was like in anger, what he was like in joy or sadness, his speech, habits. She didn't forget anything. Therefore, she did not understand why Musang continued to say that he did not know her, even if his face showed pain. In the end, Morong decided to let it be so. Turning to the teacher, the girl asked whether his presence on the academy's territory for a few days would make it difficult for him. The teacher was surprised that the lady wanted to live at the academy, Papak too, because they have already paid for an expensive inn. Musang did not understand what the girl was up to, but she replied that Mr. Heck could do anything. She won't give up until she figures out the whole situation. The teacher admitted that the mistress leaves him no choice. Dragon and Tiger Academy is part of the Murim Alliance. According to their vow, any high-ranking representative of the alliance can find shelter within their walls. The man noted that if this place does not bother them, they can stay as long as they wish. Morong was very happy about this news, unlike Musang, and immediately thanked the teacher. The man offered to follow him, saying that he would personally escort the guests. Sighing bitterly, Musang asked number 8 if it was necessary to tell Morong about this. The man immediately apologized. He didn't know it would turn out like this. In truth, he just wanted the 3 of them to drink. But he noted that there was no way he could hide it from the girl. After all, she scoured the world for 2 years in search of Musang. Everyone thought he was dead and advised him to give up the search, but she became furious and fought back. Number 8 noted that he had never seen number 5 so unhappy before. The man asked why Musang behaved this way. He noted that it didn't look like the guy had changed much. Number 8 suggested that maybe it had something to do with meeting that guy. Musang immediately closed his mouth sharply. The man didn't understand what was going on. He couldn't say anything. The guy advised him to watch his words and beware of their consequences. Number 8 noted that Musang was stronger than him. He didn't understand how the guy did it because just 2 years ago he was at the bottom of the top class. Musang shared that number 8 is the only one in the whole world who knows that the guy dated him. He warned that if number 5 found out about this, the man would be to blame. Removing his hand, Musang apologized, admitting that he had gotten a little carried away. He decided that he should probably rest a little, cool his head. Snatching the jug from number 8's hands, Musang thanked him for the drink, noting that he could not ignore his friend's generosity. The man was shocked because it was his Chinese wine. Number 8 admitted that he had to go through a lot to steal this wine from the teacher, but Musang had already gone cold. Sot was sitting in the basement, tied to a column. His severed hand was still bleeding, even though the academy students had carefully bandaged the wound. The man jerked when he heard someone's steps. He was surprised how someone managed to enter silently if the door had been closed all this time. The man decided that they had come to threaten him. He immediately said that he had nothing to tell them. He advised them to save themselves the trouble and just cut off his head. He admitted that he had already lost his right arm and his key center, so it could be said that he already had one foot in the grave. However, instead of the intended torture, the stranger cut the ropes restraining Sot in one easy movement. The man asked what he was doing, but the stranger only showed him to remain silent. Sot didn't understand who it was. At first he thought it was a murderer, but then changed his mind, deciding that then he would not release him. The stranger pointed his finger towards the exit, and Saute guessed that he was inviting him to leave. The man did not believe that the stranger would really allow him to do this. He wanted to ask if Master Men had sent him, but the trace of the unknown had already disappeared. Sot couldn't believe that he survived. Morong sat in her room, shedding bitter tears and continuing to hurl insults at the white tiger. She called him a son of a bitch and a fucking scumbag, wishing him to burn in hell. She didn't understand how a guy could pretend he didn't know her without even blinking an eye. Papa cautiously noticed that he seemed to tremble a little, having decided that there was a lot of dust here and starting to clean up. Papak admitted that she did not like Musang, and she believed that the lady should not be killed by him. She noted that crowds of officials are ready to pretend to be dead if the girl so desires, and this guy dared to talk to her so rudely. Papak noted that nothing else should have been expected from some simpleton from a rural combat academy. Murong abruptly interrupted the woman, scaring her half to death. Murong ordered the woman to watch her words and not underestimate Musang. She promised that if the woman insulted the guy again, she would never see her again. Papak noticed that Murong herself had just hurled insults at the guy, but the girl angrily replied that this was different. The woman immediately raised her hands in a conciliatory gesture, promising that she would already shut up. What else could an old woman like her do? The woman noted that before, the young mistress often repeated that she loved Papa more than anyone, but of course, compared to some guy, she was just a worthless old woman. She did not understand what had happened to her dear mistress, her dear little one. Murong suddenly perked up. She reported that she no longer felt the presence of the Guangdong phantom killer. Immediately going to the basement, the girl noticed a stunned student near the door. Mergen immediately began to bother the guy, assuring him that he could not die because his older brother valued him very much. Mergen began slapping the guy in the face, thus trying to bring him to his senses. She kept asking the student to come to his senses and not die, somehow forcing the lady to stop. Papak reported that the guy's deep sleep point had simply been activated. Murong asked why he didn't wake up then, to which the woman suggested that perhaps he was just fast asleep. Murong was very happy that the guy was not injured. She would not forgive herself if her prisoner injured someone from the academy. Papak decided that she definitely couldn't tell her the truth. The girl was absolutely sure that the ghostly killer's key center was broken, so she didn't understand how he was able to get out and activate the student's deep sleep point. Murong assumed that someone helped him, but she didn't feel the stranger. The girl thought about which master could get around her. Papak called the lady over, showing that on the bottom of the pillar there was a light mark from the blade, tiny, barely noticeable. The woman did not understand what kind of sword was capable of this. Murong thought of the heavenly sword in surprise. Murong was sure of this because, judging by the angle of the impact and this unique sharpness, there could be no mistake. But she didn't understand why. Sot sat in the Great Power Group, reporting to the master everything he managed to learn. The man was very surprised to hear about the heavenly sword goddess. The man confirmed this again. He said he was confident that she introduced herself as Northern Senior Patrolman Murong Gomwa. Furiously throwing a cup at Saute's forehead, the man asked why. He asked the Phantom Killer what the Northern Senior Patrolman forgot at the Southern Rural Combat Academy. The leader noted that if the Murim Alliance discovered that they were involved in this, things would get out of control. If the invincible Bloody Emperor found out about their deal with them, they would all die. The commander suggested getting rid of the senior patrolman before the situation escalated, but the leader only called him a fool. The leader noted that although the girl is young, she is already a master of martial arts and surpasses even him in strength. Moreover, she is accompanied by one of the top 100 masters, the Dragonstaff warrior. And most importantly, the girl is connected with the sword god Murong Songjai. The man asked if the commander believed that he would remain unharmed by attacking one of the 10 strongest in the world. Sot decided that everything would be okay. He admitted that few people know that he worked for a great power. Saute noted that although the bitch recognized him, there was no evidence linking him to the group. Fortunately, the leader's man saved him before the interrogation began. The man was surprised when Saute mentioned his man. The Phantom Killer didn't understand. If it wasn't the teacher's person, then whose? Just a moment, and that same stranger deftly passed the needle through Sotha's head, causing his lifeless body to fall to the floor. The leader was very surprised that he did not feel the stranger's energy, and did not understand how he got here. The leader was afraid to imagine what would have happened if this needle had aimed at him first. The man asked the stranger if he was an assassin, and for what purpose he came here. Taking off his mask, Musang replied that he was simply a wanderer who had come here to challenge a great power. The commander immediately recognized the guy as Hek Musang. The leader was surprised by this, that this is the same student he was told about. The commander noticed that the guy's appearance was the same as in the sketch, but nowhere was it mentioned that he was an assassin. The man noted that then it was not at all surprising that a simple student of the combat academy was so rebellious. He assumed that the guy wanted to return something, but he could not even think that the guy would come here alone. And what kind of assassin emerges from the shadows? The man decided that Musang must be looking down on them, sending towards him the whip that he had been holding in his hand all this time. The guy just managed to rub his eye and then deftly caught the whip in flight. The leader was shocked that Musang grabbed the whip with his bare hands. He didn't understand why he suddenly couldn't move. The guy assumed that the man had finally finished with unnecessary chatter, and when he didn't answer, he took it as an agreement to the challenge. But before that, Musang shared that today he was in a terrible mood, and therefore asked not to be offended if he suddenly hurt a man. The commander suddenly jumped into action, calling Hek Musang an arrogant bastard and ordering the man to be released immediately. Musang did not object, agreeing and directed the end of the whip, which was previously in his hand, towards the commander. The man was hit by a powerful blast wave. The man was furious. He didn't understand how Musang dared to pull such petty tricks. The commander tried to attack the guy, but he only deftly dodged, immediately delivering a crushing blow in response. The leader was extremely surprised by what happened. He noted that Oh Chisholm had defeated dozens of high-ranking fighters, and this guy dealt with him with only one blow. Looks like one has already dropped out. Musang didn't understand what to do. After all, he hasn't even taken out half of his anger yet. The leader admitted that he underestimated Musang. He never thought that there would be such a master in the rural martial academy. The man was now going to show Musang what real strength was. Musang didn't seem to mind this. The leader promised that he would knock this arrogance off the guy. The man used the dragon's blood secret technique, the thunder strike of the demonic crimson whip. The man was sure that even a high-ranking experienced warrior would not be able to block the dragon's thunder strike. No matter what, he was sure that Musang would not get out unscathed. The leader decided that Hek Musang had already lost. Suddenly, the guy quickly moved forward. A couple of precise, clear movements, and all that was left of the whip were small pieces that turned into useless trash. The man didn't have time to ask who the hell he was when the game pierced his neck, removing his head from his shoulders. However, Musang replied that he was a senior student at Dragon and Tiger Academy. The silence of the night was broken by the roar of the crowd and general panic. The outer hall was burning. One of the assembled men ordered the chief to be immediately warned. The head of the great power, the devilish lord, the iron-leg Kwakjun, did not understand what the men were talking about and where the fire could come from. The man didn't understand what the hell Meng Huban was doing. The head of the inner hall, Wang Chisan, was sure that Huban was in his chambers, but he noted that the fire was so strong that they could not get inside. Kwakjun ordered everyone to hold fire and then report their losses to him. He also gave orders to send Men Huban to him if anyone found him. Shuyong was just thinking about that sudden fire in the middle of the night, and how the hell they were keeping an eye on the palace when, unexpectedly, a severed head fell at his feet. Frightened, the man asked who was there. A stranger in bloody clothes who suddenly appeared on his sofa replied that he was the one who would save the man today. Juyon was surprised that he did not sense the stranger's presence, but now the guy was right in front of him, but the man still couldn't sense him, which meant that he was a professional assassin. The man assumed that he was one in 4 commanders. The guy was surprised that the leader of the demonic Wild Wind Squad, Kwak Juen, knew about them. The man understood that he could not cope with this stranger alone. Junin understood that he needed to stall for time. He said it was a great honor that one of the 4 commanders remembered his name from the war. The man asked what brought the secret sword of the Murim Alliance to this humble place. Stealthily taking the sword out of his sleeve, Junin asked if the guy wanted to break the treaty and start a war. He understood that he needed to give a signal and gather everyone here. To begin with, the guy noted that he has nothing to do with the 4 commanders of the Murim Alliance. Moreover, he added that he hates the Murim Alliance. Junin didn't even have time to fully draw his sword when the enemy's blade slashed across his throat. The man grabbed his throat in fear, not understanding why his head was still on his shoulders. He decided that this was some kind of illusion. The guy warned Junin not to try any trick. He admitted that he was not going to exterminate their gang today. The man realized that it was not just an illusion, it was a warning. The guy said that he had installed a barrier so that no one could hear them outside. Junin did not understand what this assassin wanted from him. The man asked if this meant that the guy would spare him. Musang took out a folded scroll, saying that he received it from the head of the outer hall, Men. The guy added that if the great Iron Blood Emperor found out about their deal with them, then they would all die. Junin was shocked by what he saw. Musang said that these were bills that he brought from the outer hall, In fact, he just took whatever he found there. But in any case, the papers really came from there. Junin was furious that this stupid bastard left such an important document. He decided that he had to kill him again. Having hidden the scrolls in his belt, the guy said that since the man now realized the situation he found himself in, he could get down to business. Gritting his teeth with anger, the man asked what he wanted. The assassin briefly replied that it was Yangzhou County. He asked Junin to swear that he would never touch Yangzhou County again. Junin was surprised by this murderous desire. He noticed that even if they retreated, the bloody unicorn gang would take over. The guy was sure that he did not want to be overthrown by the Iron Blood Battalion, so it would be better if they supported their territories remotely. The guy warned what would happen if they tried something like that again. Junin felt blood spray from his eyes and nose. Falling to his knees, Junin asked the assassin to stop. The guy noted that now he will have to avoid not only the great Iron Bloody Emperor, but also him. Spitting blood, Junin replied that he understood everything. Musang thought that Junin was right. If he gets rid of one gang, another will immediately come to replace it. It will be much more unpleasant if the Iron Blood Battalion gets involved, so it would be better to leave Junin in power. Musang said that he would allow Junyang to live. The man fell to the floor in fear. He realized that he could have just died. He didn't understand where this monster came from. The 4 commanders were very strong. The man did not believe that this assassin was really not from the Murim Alliance. Musang wanted to add that everything that was said earlier should remain between them, but the guy was interrupted mid-sentence. Screams were heard from the corridor that there was an intruder in the building, and they found the intruder. Murong stood on the roof of a nearby building, seeing the panic that the fire had caused. She already realized that it looked like Musang had managed to make some noise here. Murong noted that she had spent too much time hiding from Papa. When needed, the woman is never there, but at such moments she does not leave the girl a single step. But the fire undoubtedly reminded her of old times. White Tiger often used similar tactics on solo missions. A diversion to get to the chapter, his main goal. Murong decided that this meant that the guy was hunting their leader. After examining the area, the girl decided that he must be in that building. 2 years ago, the White Tiger was at most a first-rank fighter, but even then, he could kill a top-ranking master with a detailed plan, heightened senses, and critical thinking. The girl decided that he could easily cope with the chapter alone. Murong decided to stand aside for now and just watch the fire. Sitting down on the roof, the girl noted that the light from the raging fire looked very beautiful. Suddenly, Murong perked up, feeling something. The girl looked around, looking for a source of energy. One building caught her attention. It was barely perceptible from behind the barrier, but Murong noticed that there was an incredibly terrifying killing intent coming from there. Murong noted that it was not just bloodlust. The Devil Overlord Iron Leg is not capable of such a thing. The girl realized that the White Tiger was in danger. She urgently needed to hurry up and help him. The girl barely had time to react and block the blow of the warrior who suddenly appeared. Distracted by that thirst for blood, Murong completely forgot about her hiding place. It was the head of the Shadow Hall of Great Power, Chiljima. The girl deftly repelled the attack, jumping from one roof to another. The man noted that Murong was running away like a rat. He asked if the girl started the fire. Murong did not have time for this. She urgently needed to find a way to get rid of Jim. The girl tried to reassure the man that it was not her. Jim ordered the girl to shut her mouth, calling her a fucking rat. He noted that he only listens to people, continuing to call Murong a rat, and asked why she was not happy. The girl was already thinking that perhaps she should kill the man. Jim blew his whistle briefly, attracting everyone else's attention. The warriors immediately made a noise, informing everyone else that the intruder was near the Shadow Hall. Jumping sharply from the roof, the man headed towards Murong like a bullet. The man began to furiously throw blows, which Murong deftly dodged. Jim hissed in displeasure that all she could do was evade. The girl needed to get out of here as soon as possible. She needed to help the White Tiger. Jim continued to mock her, constantly calling her a rat. Murong realized that she couldn't take it anymore and decided that she could only hit this idiot once. The girl slammed her fist straight into the man's face, slamming him into the wall. A detachment of warriors had already headed towards the girl. Murong deftly jumped from one roof to another, escaping from pursuit. The men followed. They could not miss her. Having recovered a little from the blow, Jim ordered the soldiers to immediately grab this damn rat. The warriors immediately rushed after the girl, continuing, imitating the commander, to call her a rat. Murong decided that she should have struck with a sword rather than with her fist. Jim gave the order to the first and third squads to go to the women's quarters, the rest to follow him. Morong was unhappy that he had increased security. The girl understood that she was from the top of the Murim alliance. If she kills everyone in her path, then this will cause a lot of political problems later. However, for Morong, the most important thing right now was the safety of the White Tiger. She needed to sneak into the main hall as quickly as possible and protect it. Jim realized that the girl was targeting the main hall. Seeing squads of warriors on both sides of the passage, Morong realized that she was surrounded. The man noticed that now the rat had nowhere to run. He suggested that the girl spin around 3 times and squeak, then her death would be quick. Morong decided that she could forget about politics. This idiot should die. Morong felt like someone was trying to contact her using telepathy. Turning around, she saw a man. The rest of the warriors also did not understand how he ended up here. Musang asked what she was doing here, because someone might recognize her. The guy reminded the chief patrolman that just being here could result in punishment. Morong hardly listened to the guy. She was very glad that everything was okay with the White Tiger. Jim wondered who the hell it was. The man didn't understand since when their headquarters had become a red light street where everyone could hang around. Jim was surprised when he realized that the guy was in league with this dirty rat creature. He decided that Musang was also a fucking rat back then. The man didn't even have time to finish when Musang cut her in half with one precise blow. Morong was shocked. She didn't even see anything. Is he really that good? The warriors were frightened by what had happened. Musang decided that perhaps nothing could be done and he will have to kill them all. Morong was very surprised when she realized that the killing desire she felt from the main hall came from the White Tiger. The girl didn't understand what the hell had happened in those 2 years while he was gone. The head of the clan suddenly appeared and ordered everyone to stop. He knew that this monster could destroy the entire gang, so he needed to stop it immediately. Junin admitted that he understands that the guy is angry now, but he thought that they had decided this question. He promised that he would take responsibility and punish them, but asked him to have mercy on them. Musang noticed that the man was smart and thought things through quickly. The soldiers did not understand what was happening. Did Mr. Chiljima deceive them? Was he sent by the Iron Blood Battalion? Musang replied that he had already spared the man. It would probably not be difficult for him to do it again. He asked Junang to make sure that he kept his word, and then the guy would let him live. Musang left a universal message, a type of telepathy in which sound travels in all directions, that they were never here, grabbed the girl and disappeared out of the blue. The soldiers were shocked by what happened. They did not understand where these two had disappeared, considering it simply impossible. Some of them were delighted to witness a universal message for the first time. Morong was delighted with the White Tiger's actions. She wondered what had happened to him over the past 2 years. The girl suggested that Musang had a great chance, because he even possessed universal telepathy. Using his telepathic abilities, Musang told the chief patrolman that he did not understand what she was talking about. He recalled that he had already told her that he did not know any White Tiger. Grabbing the guy by the scruff of the neck, Merjan angrily asked if she looked like a fool. The girl reminded Musang how he scolded her and called her number 5. The guy noted that, be that as it may, it was time for Morong to return, because they were still on their territory and the girl should not forget about her status. Standing in front of number 100, Morong playfully asked if he was worried about her. The girl noted that he cut that guy because he called her names. She wondered how angry Musang was. Musang tried to answer as calmly as possible, asking the girl to stop calling him number 100, noting that he had long forgotten about those days. In fact, he could barely control himself. The guy ordered himself to forget about number 5. The Order of Demon Slayer is an elite group of assassins created by the Murim Alliance in response to the unification of the Demon Alliance assassins. It consisted of 99 members, divided into 4 levels. Each was assigned a number from 2 to 100 according to their skills. Number 100. Musang was the weakest member of the demon-slaying order. It was divided into 2 castes. The first included high-ranking members. They had the right to command the group during the mission. These were masters above 30, talents from prestigious martial arts and clans. They were trained in special techniques from an early age and had access to elixirs. The second caste included the remaining members of medium and small martial arts sects, clans or academies. In truth, members of the lower caste were only minor pawns in the hands of the privileged. For example, number 97, who had recently joined the order, was the first to die. Number 19 had to take on an impossible mission, and number 97 took the blow. In the end, the target escaped, despite sacrifice number 97. That night, number 19 made fun of number 97. He kept insisting that they would have completed this mission if not for this oaf. They failed because the fool couldn't block the blow. In the end, Musang could not stand it then. Grabbing the guy by the scruff of his neck, he shouted that the problem was only in his plan. He persistently led everyone forward when they were ordered to retreat. Musang noted that number 97 saved his life and died because of his selfishness. This was reckless on Musang's part. Number 19 hit the guy in the face. He didn't understand what the crazy bastard was talking about and said that the fool died because he was weak. Number 19 believed that he had nothing to blame. The guy didn't understand how Musang dared to look down on him. Number 100 had just gotten out of the wilderness and already considered himself to be on the same level as him, the heir to the Jin clan. Number 5 suddenly appeared with a menacing look and advised number 19 not to be arrogant. The guy tried to justify himself by pointing out how this hillbilly behaved. Besides, he's only the 100th. Hearing about the hillbilly, number 8 appeared and jokingly asked if they were talking about him for an hour. Musang noted that these courtyards so easily shut up numbers 19. They were both strong and he was weak. Since then, Musang was often sent on deadly missions, always put on the front line, given the most risky tasks. He was on the verge of death countless times. Standing over the wounded Musang, Murong never tired of scolding him. The girl wondered if the guy wanted to be killed or maybe he had 10 lives. She asked how many times this would happen in a month. She didn't understand why she would go so far. Musang admitted that he is doing this because if he doesn't, then the other low-ranking ones will be killed. Therefore, he needed to become stronger. Number 8 thought this was a very cool move, but Murong was not happy about it. She decided that the guy could do whatever he wanted, but she would be with him on every mission he had. Musang asked in surprise why the girl needed this. Number 5 replied that she didn't want the guy to die and left, slamming the door loudly. Number 8 did not understand what to do in this situation. Several years passed like this. No one below level 70 survived except Musang. Musang has completed more missions than anyone in the organization. There came a time when people stopped calling him the weakest number 100. He became the last number 100. And Murong was nearby all this time. They were sitting on a beautiful green meadow. Putting her hand on the guy's arm, Murong admitted that she liked him. Smiling, Musang replied that she was the same for him and kissed the girl. Number 8, who was sitting on tree at that moment, offered the couple to rent a room. While Musang was enjoying small moments of happiness in the middle of Al, he appeared. Sword God Murong Sungjay. Looking at the piece of paper that the man put in front of him, Musang asked what it was. Mujun Sungjay replied that this was evidence of his military service. This meant that the guy could leave the war and return to his hometown. This was a reward for a number of successful missions and contribution to the common cause. Musang asked in surprise if there was any special reason for such a proposal. Laughing, the man admitted that he had heard that the guy was impudent. Well, in that case, he decided to get straight to the point. Sojai admitted that it was number 5. The man wanted Musang to end all relations with his daughter, Murong Gomwa. Musang was very surprised to learn that number 5 is Sungjai's daughter. The man noticed that, of course, a simple hillbilly from a rural academy cannot easily get close to a girl. Moreover, Sungjai revealed that Gomwa is engaged to Tai Yong-hoon, the grandson of the head of the Murim alliance, Tai Hwan-mu. The man noted that since Musang has done a lot for the alliance and repeatedly risked his life for Gomwa, he proposes to him. Sungjai noted that if the guy understands his position, then he should leave this place now and not even think about getting close to number 5. Musang noted that if this was the only reason, then he should refuse. Sungjai was more than surprised by this answer. The guy noticed that even though the man is the father of number 5, he cannot control the feelings of his adult daughter. The guy promised that since she was promised to someone else, he would listen to her opinion and act accordingly. If she chooses her groom, he will leave. But otherwise he does not intend to agree to such conditions. Putting the sword to the guy's throat, Sungjai noted that he left Musang no choice. The guy realized that the sword was under the control of Ki. Having overcome his momentary fear, Musang noted that the famous sword god of the right faction was threatening the newcomer like a thug. With a wave of his hand, removing the sword from the guy's throat, Sungjai admitted that, as expected, the last number 100 was completely different. But the man noted that Musang is too naive, because although he takes into account Gomwa's opinion, He does not take into account her happiness at all. Songjai noted that Gomwa grew up in abundance since childhood. An orphan like Musang can't even imagine what it's like. So the man asked what he could offer her. He noted that, of course, at first she would be happy, just being together, as if the whole world was at her feet. But then she will begin to remember her past life, the delicacies she enjoyed, the dresses and jewelry she enjoyed, an eternal source of wealth. But Musang will remain the same. He will be alarmed and worried about whether his wife is happy, whether she is sacrificing too much for someone like him. Did she hold a grudge? What if she left him? Songjai recalled that from 3 missions, Gowa returned with serious injuries. The man noted that all these 3 times the girl tried to save Musang. After all this story, Songjai asked again if Musang thought that he could make the girl happy. Musang was furious then, but could not answer anything. He didn't know if he had forgotten this during his time in the Order of Demon Slaying, or if he simply refused to accept it. Number 5 and number 100. There was always an immense gap between them. Songjai concluded that he was giving the guy a month to think about it. He decided to leave the certificate to the guy. The man advised him to think carefully and left the room, slamming the door loudly. A month later, Musang was assigned his final mission. Musang continued to train to the point of exhaustion, trying to get rid of these annoying thoughts. But as soon as he closed his eyes for a second, the image of a smiling Gomwa appeared in front of him, who was so glad that everything was okay with him. Mount Xiao Yao near Yangzhou County. A group of pack warriors in a circle timidly looking around. They didn't understand where they had gone. One of the warriors was sure that they went in this direction. Another ordered him to be quiet and noted that who knew that they were like ghosts. One of the warriors believed that they should stop the chase. The commander asked why this was. The man noted that if they go further, they will end up in Yangzhou County. What they still needed was for the battalion of Iron Blood to know about this. The commander got angry. It's all because of this conditional non-aggression pact. I don't understand where the man came from and assured that they don't have to worry, because he came personally to send them to the next world. The warriors immediately perked up, preparing for battle. The man laughed cheerfully and noted that if they did not resist, it would not hurt. He advised them to just stand still, because they would die anyway. Calling the stranger an arrogant fool, the commander asked if he could handle the top 5 from the Limitless Mansion alone. The man chuckled cheerfully again, admitting how naive they all were. He thought it was cute. The stranger asked why they thought they came alone. Seeing the stranger's accomplices who deftly jumped from the treetops, the commander realized that this was an ambush. He ordered his soldiers to be careful, but it was already too late. Rivers of blood flowed across the earth. After examining the fallen warriors, the man concluded that they were from the Limitless Mansion. He added that the necks had begun to stiffen, but the pupils were still clear, suggesting that they had been killed a little over 2 hours ago. The man noted that he found no traces of the battle. Apparently they were killed quickly. The head of the gang of beggars noted displeasedly that it was them again. The man confirmed this, noting that the wounds here were the same as those on the corpses in Yunhei County. They rushed on the road as soon as they received the news and still remained 1 step behind. The leader of the gang ordered the man to gather all the beggars in the area, comb everything within a 2-mile radius, and bring back anything that seemed suspicious. Even dog shit. He also reminded him to remember to notify the Limitless Mansion. This group was engaged in illegal trade. They have been following them for 6 months now. You couldn't imagine a worse situation. The leader decided that this time he should be on their tail. Meanwhile, at the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, Musang watched as Taiho trained the new warriors, forcing them to practice techniques. The first stance was Dragon and Tiger Sword. The second stance was Dragon and Tiger Sword. Taiho noted that the guy in the middle of the 3rd row made the wrong hand position. Musang smiled sweetly as he watched this. The guy was so busy watching that he didn't notice Gomwa creeping up. Therefore, when the girl noticed that the academy seemed to be thriving, the guy involuntarily got scared. The girl was dressed in a beautiful flowing dress and Musang was frozen for a few seconds by her beauty. Finally managing to look away, the guy noticed that before there were more students, but he was sure that soon everything would return to normal. Gomwa noted that Musang has such incredible love and pride for the academy. Musang noted that he treasures the memories of this place. Gomwa asked if he also treasured the memories of what happened in the order. Turning away from the girl, Musang replied that these were just memories that he should forget. Gomwa claimed that it was all a lie. The girl repeated that Musang's lies would not work on her. She didn't understand why the guy was behaving this way. She believed that she should know about the problem in order to understand it and find a solution. Musang asked why she was asking if the girl really wanted to know the truth. Gomwa asked the guy to tell her. Musang admitted that he was suffering. When he sees Gomwa, the memories of those days capture him. This torments him. This is the kind of pain he never wants to experience again. When a girl suffers because of him. These were unbearable memories where Gomwa was sad because of him. Musang remembers the worst moments of her life and how he can make her unhappy again. He is afraid, so afraid that it will happen again. That he could become her hell. Musang asked if his words still sounded like lies. Gomwa barely restrained her emotions so as not to cry. Turning away from the girl, Musang asked her to return to where she was supposed to be. Gomwa tried to stop the guy, but he walked away. It seemed to the girl that a hole had opened up inside her. The pain was so strong. Musang stood leaning on a column and convincing himself that he had done everything right. If he wanted to end this, he needed to put an end to it. After all, this is the only way, number 5. Gomwa can live his life happily. Musang was sure that soon she would forget him and her life would get better. Suddenly, Musang saw a sword flying at him and barely managed to catch it. Turning around, he saw Papa. The guy asked the older dragon warrior why she threw the sword at the younger one. The woman briefly ordered Musang to follow her and, jumping from one roof to another, disappeared into the distance. Musang was surprised that Papa led him to a deserted field. He didn't understand why she would do this. The woman ordered him to raise his sword. The guy asked why she brought him here, why she was asking him to raise his sword, what she wanted. Papa slammed her staff hard on the ground, causing a powerful shockwave and throwing up clouds of dust, forcing the guy to cover himself. The woman again, this time more harshly, ordered Musang to raise his sword. Musang figured it was because of Murim Alliance Senior Patrol number 5. Papa warned that if he was going to be stubborn, he better be prepared, because she would force him to draw his sword. The woman rushed towards Musang with lightning speed. The guy managed to jump away at the last moment, avoiding the blow. His face remained as calm as ever. Papa noted that he had been taking care of the young mistress since she was still able to walk, so she could confidently say that she had dedicated her entire life to her safety and happiness. Throwing another fierce blow that Musang barely managed to block, the woman asked who the hell he thought he was to hurt the young lady like that. Papak admitted that the young lady was the bravest and strongest of everyone she knew. Whenever her father severely punished her or scolded her, she never batted an eyelid. The woman admitted that she had never seen Gomwa in such a state before. Therefore, Papak asked the guy not to blame her for this cruelty and began to attack again. Musang was surprised to realize that this was a chi enhancement. The woman applied the person. Dragon technique number 3. Dragon dance, hitting the guy with all his might. Musang continued to stand in place, still looking at Papas in surprise. The woman decided that he was a crazy fool for deciding to take the blow. Papak decided with amazement that the guy had studied the Shaolin Vajra body technique. Musang calmly asked if the woman was happy now. Pushing the woman's staff aside, Musang decided that this was probably enough to let off some steam, so now he was going to leave. Turning around, the guy walked away, leaving the surprised Papa alone. The woman was furious that Musang thought he was so outstanding. Turning to the guy, she asked who this arrogant, impudent man thought he was. Papa did not understand how Musang dared to make the young lady cry. The guy calmly noted that this was the reason. Papak did not understand what he meant. Musang explained that this is because of who he is, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The woman did not understand what kind of monster this was, and she also considered him a bastard, because he never drew his sword. Returning to his room, Musang took off the rags that remained on him after the fight, replacing them with normal clothes. Wiping the blood from his face, Musang thought that it would be bad for him if Papa tried to kill him. Lying down on the bed and breathing out a sigh of relief, Musang was glad that it was all over now. There was no longer any reason for him to see Gomwa. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. A voice outside said it was Kang Won-hyun. Musang allowed him to enter. The guy said that someone had come from the Limitless Mansion. Boundless Mansion is a faction founded 80 years ago by Un Jaekeol, a disciple of the Kongtong sect, in the eastern region of Gansu. They once had a high position comparable to the 9 great sects. They had allies and active support from the Murim Alliance. It was they who faced the Iron Blood Battalion, one of the 4 forces of the Demon Alliance that dominated the western regions of Gansu. However, Musang heard that nowadays they have significantly decreased in size. Since even the Kongtong sect is closed, they have fallen on hard times. The guy didn't understand what they could possibly need from a combat academy like theirs. The general manager of the Boundless Mansion, Song Chan-woo, excitedly asked whether the heavenly sword goddess was really here now. The teacher asked how he knew about this. The man was surprised to learn that the rumors were true. He didn't believe them, but he came anyway. Bending to the floor, Chan-woo asked the head of the John Academy to help him. No, help the Limitless Mansion. He asked to arrange a meeting with the senior patrolman of the Murim Alliance. He promised that he would never forget his mercy. Musang was surprised and scared because he had just managed to end everything with Gomwa. Teacher Chan admitted that, unfortunately, he could do little to help the man. Chanu admitted that the very fact that the teacher would try to contact her already encouraged him. They were desperate. In the end, a drowning person even clutches at a straw. Musang asked the teacher for permission to apply. Taran noted that the senior patrolman is responsible for the Northern Territories. He added that if someone of her status were to become involved in Western affairs, it would be seen as an abuse of power and could cause a number of problems. Musang added that the Western region has its own senior patrol officer. The guy heard that he is from a middle clan and is known for his success and justice. Musang decided that it might be better to ask him for help. A woman's voice was suddenly heard and said that she didn't know that Mr. Heck was so worried about her. But Gomwa added that only she can judge whether the request exceeds her authority. The men were shocked to see the senior patrolman. Chan-woo immediately bowed politely, introducing himself as the general manager of the Limitless Mansion. He paid his respects to the senior northern patrolman of the Murim Alliance. Gomwa responded in kind, also introducing herself appropriately. Gomwa offered to sit down so Sanwoo could tell her everything in detail. The girl noted that their tea was very tasty, while Musang continued to stare at her in surprise. He didn't understand what number 5 was up to. An hour earlier, Gomwa was sitting in the teacher's office, who was peacefully sipping tea. The girl admitted that she was going to leave, noting that she had already caused a lot of harm. Besides, she has a lot to take care of in the north. Gomwa remembered Musang's words, his angry look, and how he left. The girl decided that it was time for her to return to where she was supposed to be. The teacher said that he had a request to make to the senior patrolman. Gomwa was a little surprised, but the man just asked her to walk with him. Teacher Chan led the senior patrolman to a deserted field. In the middle of this field, the girl saw something similar to a funnel. She didn't know what the hell it was. The man noted that they found it 5 days ago. Gomwa was surprised to realize that this was exactly when she arrived. The teacher noticed without malice that someone had ruined their place for walking. Bending over the ground, the teacher said that these marks from the sword speak of enormous power. But it must have been someone from Dragon and Tiger Academy who did it. The man assumed it was Musang. The girl knew it. The teacher was sure that Gomwa was suffering greatly because of Musang. The girl tried to object, but the man did not listen to her. Teacher Chan admitted that the guy was like this even as a child. He was stubborn and hid his intentions, never showed his feelings. The man noted that Musang often acts thoughtlessly and does not take into account the feelings of others. But the man noted that Musang's logic was difficult to argue with, so he, as a teacher, had a hard time dealing with him. Gomwa couldn't help but notice that the guy sometimes irritated her so much that she wanted to hit him. She only admitted out loud that Musang was such a narcissist. Gomwa covered her mouth in fear as she realized that Musang was still his student. The man admitted that this embarrassed him a little, but he asked the girl to look at his sword skills. Gomwa naturally agreed. The girl could see everything, even from his stance. It was hard, pure, and natural. She noted that Teacher Jung skillfully wields a sword and understands the nuances of martial arts. Gomwa watched as the man began to perform techniques, noting how simple and restrained everything was. No fluctuations or changes in ki, no harmful effects. The girl could not help but notice that his dignity as an academy teacher was obvious. The movements are natural. He must have been training for ages. Unexpectedly, Teacher Chan said that Musang is stronger and braver than others. However, he is much more cowardly than the others. The man said that Musang is always afraid of losing someone, always afraid that someone important to him is suffering. Gomwan noted with amazement that the teacher was echoing the traces of sword number 100. The teacher continued that Musang is always worried, which is why he acts cold. The man was sure that it was the guy's sword dance, and he was gripped by fear like no other, because he was thinking about someone important to him. Stopping and exhaling tiredly, the teacher admitted that it was impossible for such an old man to repeat this. The man apologized for the performance, which was not worthy of the standards of a senior patrolman. Unable to hold back her tears, Gomwa objected that by no means the teacher's sword dance was the best. On the way back, the teacher remembered that Gomwa had said that she would go to where she was supposed to be. The girl agreed shyly. The man noted that he did not know where the senior patrolman was supposed to be, but he hoped that this coincided with her desires. Remembering this conversation, Gomwa decided that only she could choose where she should be. The girl reminded Manager Sun that he wanted to tell her something. The man confessed to the senior patrolman that their limitless mansion was in a difficult situation, which is why he was forced to come and kneel in front of the girl, even though it was inappropriate. Gomwa noted that, as Master Heck had already said, she is a patroller for the north of Murim, and her capabilities here are limited. However, she asked what the man wanted to ask. Manager Song admitted that he has already submitted dozens of petitions to the Murim Alliance, but the senior patrolman of the West refuses to meet with him. They have been waiting for an answer for a year. Gomwa was surprised at this period. Usually the answer comes within 3 months, maximum 6. If it comes to this, they are either ignored or there is a snag in the process. The girl asked what the manager was waiting for her. Handing the letter to the girl, Chanu asked her to help so that this letter would be considered by the management of the Murim Alliance. After the war, the Kongtong sect closed down, and the support they received from the alliance ceased. Their boundless mansion was left to the mercy of fate. At the same time, the Iron Blood Battalion has become stronger and is expanding its sphere of influence. At this rate, they will take over the entire region. But that was not all. The manager admitted that some strange force had recently appeared, causing concern. This was a secret powerful group. The man admitted that they had already killed many of their masters. The manager admitted that the Limitless Mansion could not handle this alone. He hoped that the Alliance would conduct a thorough investigation in Gansu province. Musang decided that things were bad. After all, this is only a problem in part of Gansu, namely the western region. Boundless Mansion's request is valid and important, but the northern senior patrolman cannot help. Moreover, the senior patrolman of the west is suspiciously avoiding this problem, which will also not please number 5. The guy decided that it meant she would refuse the manager. Unexpectedly, Gomwa agreed, which greatly surprised Musang. The girl noted that this was just in time, since she was going to visit everyone, so she could deliver the letter. Manager Song did not believe that the senior patrolman would actually do this. However, Gomwa noted that she should receive some kind of compensation for the hardship of skipping due process. The man noted that if a girl asks for compensation, they will try to prepare a proper reward. Gomwa objected that she had no right to receive anything from the Limitless Mansion. She noted that the man was a Murim martial artist, so she decided to do according to their rules. Favor for favor, request for request. Luckily for Gomwa, there was someone suitable here. Gomwa noted that if Master Hyuk standing there promised to listen to her request, whenever and whatever she asked, she would gladly accept Manager Song's request. Papa had no idea what the young lady was thinking, but she managed to see this guy's stupid face. Musang was surprised by this statement. He believed that logically, since this was the request of the Limitless Mansion, then it was they who owed it to the senior patrolman, not him. Manager Song sadly asked the guy to help them and agree to the girl's demands. The manager promised that if the guy helped them with this matter, he would help in establishing the Chamber of Commerce that the Dragon and Tiger Martial Academy so desired. The Chamber of Commerce was a long-time dream of the teacher. The presence of the chamber guaranteed the academy's income and gave them impetus for development. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, the teacher asked Musang not to burden himself. Since the request came to him, it was only his decision. However, he noted that it would be great to open a Chamber of Commerce. The teacher asked Musang not to feel guilty, while showing the girl a thumbs up behind her back. Gomwa couldn't help but chuckle. The teacher noted that it was an honor for them to receive such guests. Gomwa countered that she should be the one thanking them. She hoped that the next time she saw them, everything would be fine. Papa also expressed her gratitude. The students waved goodbye to the guests. Papak noted with displeasure that this idiot calls himself a senior student, but he himself cannot even conduct them. Gomwa told the woman to leave him alone. Sitting in his room, Musang noted that judging by the feeling, number 5 had already left Yangzhou County. He was glad that it was finally over. Musang promised to listen to the girl's request, and this worried him a little, but he decided that they would no longer have reasons to meet. Maybe. Papak did not understand why her mistress accepted the letter from the Limitless Mansion. After all, her position did not allow the girl to interfere in the affairs of the West. Gomwa assured the woman that she had nothing to worry about because she had one idea. Papak asked what kind of idea this was. The girl replied that everything was simple. She would ask the Alliance to transfer her to the Western region. The woman was shocked by what she heard. Musang heard something calling him at the top of his lungs. The guy recalled that he had already said more than once not to make noise within the walls of the Sacred Academy. He noted that Cha Myung-jun was from the Dragon and Tiger Academy, but he couldn't even adhere to that. The senior inspector of the Yangzhou District Department and also Hek Musang's best friend Cha Myung-jun zealously asked the guy to save him. Musang noted that this is where it was necessary to start. He promised that this time he would forgive the guy, but asked him to remain silent from now on. Myung-jun angrily asked the guy to stop his cruel jokes, saying that he was in a difficult situation. Musang thought of helping his friend if he said the joke was funny. Myung-jun faked a laugh for a few seconds, wondering if that was enough for the guy. Musang answered boredly that he would listen to his friend first and then decide. 2 days ago nearby, 3 courtesans disappeared from a small incense house, the best brothel in Yangzhou County. There was a courtesan named Taran. She was exceptionally good at playing the zither and was especially beloved by county officials. Myung-jun was ordered to return her within 3 days. Today the assigned line expires and the guy hasn't found a trace. He told Musang that he could do whatever he wanted, but he had to find her because he was always good at finding clues. Musang asked how they disappeared. Menjun said that 3 days ago, from 9 to 11 in the evening, they entertained 3 merchants, apparently very noisy. Then the company suddenly became quiet. Even after 2 hours, no one came out. The manager came in to check. By that time, they had disappeared without a trace. The manager and the guard said that they had never seen these merchants before. They were dressed as traders, but there was no evidence of their activities. Menjin was sure that these merchants were responsible for the theft. He was even ready to put his grandfather's name on it. He decided that they were probably martial artists in disguise. Most likely they used some kind of technology to escape through the window. Seeing Musang's dull look, Myung-jun was afraid that he was wrong. But the guy just noted that it was amazing how he talks about obvious facts, as if it were something amazing. Musang admitted that they were obviously martial artists. Musang pointed out that he saw several footprints behind that building. Myung-jun admitted that he doesn't see anything. The guy concluded that they did not know the yellow sand here. They did not know that they would leave traces because it was already dark. Musang decided that they must be outstanding masters to have come this far. Musang clarified that you just need to find girls today. Jumping onto the window, he said that he would return them as quickly as he could. Suddenly, Myung-jun grabbed the guy, not allowing him to budge. Musang was surprised. He thought that the girls needed to be found as quickly as possible. Myung-jun assured his friend that he couldn't. Even if the order was from the county officials, it was too much for him. Myung-jun assured that he would rather endure the spanking or be thrown out of the academy. The guy recalled that Musang said that they were martial artists. Myung-jun noted that the guy would die like a dog if he followed them. Although Musang ruled over them, Myung-jun knew that in Murim he was only a worm. The guy admitted that he also has a conscience, and he would never ask such an insignificant ant like Musang to take care of mad dogs. Musang assured that the guy doesn't know this, but he is no longer the same as he was before. He assured that he won't die, so Myung-jun doesn't have to worry and let him go. But he only asked him, the fool, not to show off, because he knew him well. Manjin noted that no matter what their relationship was, they couldn't just throw their lives away. He asked what the guy would tell him to do if he just left. Pushing Menjin on the head with all his might, Musang ordered the asshole to quit. Then the guy deftly jumped from the window and walked away, even though Menjin asked him to come back. Sitting at the crime scene of the Boundless Mansion, Mount Xiaoyao, the head of the beggar clan stood in front of his gang. He was unhappy that they couldn't find anything. The man admitted that they were very sorry. He noted that even their dogs could not pick up the scent. He believed they were well prepared. The leader was upset. He barely thought that they were about to grab them. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard from behind. The girl noticed that the gang seemed to have a lot on their plate. The man was very surprised to realize that it was Gomwa. The girl greeted the grandfather of the divine beggar, Ghost Mask, with a smile, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. The rest of the gang were surprised to realize that this was the heavenly sword goddess. The leader noted that if they came to see Gay Morik, they were just wasting their time. He was now in Yunhei County, dealing with request number 100. Gamwa assured that she was not here for that. She just wanted to tell Grandpa Phantom Mask while she was around. The man asked the girl not to talk nonsense, noting that she did not know how to behave innocently. The man noted that if she was here to meet him, then she wanted to ask for something. Gamwa genuinely didn't understand what was wrong with her behavior. In the end, Gamwa gave up, admitting that she knew that her grandfather could not be fooled. She admitted that the man was right. She wanted to ask him, as one of the elders of the beggar gang, to write her a letter of recommendation. Of course, she didn't expect him to do it just like that. She was ready to offer her help with whatever it was, within reason, of course. The man was surprised that the senior patrolman offered to help him. Gamwa noted that the leader should be well aware of the bloodhound of Myriad Verst. Hawkshaw of Myriad Verst, the greatest bloodhound in the Central Plains, will not miss a trace, even a ghostly one. The leader did not understand why Gamwa was mentioning the old man who did not leave his quarter in the Murim Alliance. The girl noted that then he should know about the secret student whom he personally trained. As a result, he surpassed even his teacher. The leader was shocked by the news that this arrogant fool had left an heir who surpassed him. He never told him about this. The man immediately asked who it was and where the hell he was. Gamwa replied that unfortunately she couldn't even tell her grandfather that. She noted that he would not show himself until all of Jung-Hu was in danger. The man replied that then it made no sense. Gamwa shared that the elder's heir taught her tracking techniques. Papak quietly noted that there is a limit to everything, even to the lady's jokes. She noted that the girl was always with her, not counting the 5 years she spent in the Murim Alliance when she supposedly met this man. Gamwa assured the woman that this was true. The leader ordered everyone to leave, but he almost believed her. Gowa tried to reassure her grandfather that she was not lying. Papak asked when the girl met this man and why she didn't remember it. Gamwa replied that, of course, this was during those 5 years when the woman was not around. The leader noted that if this happened in those 5 years, then Gamwa must have been executing an order to destroy the demons. The man remembered that she was a teacher at that time. The leader noted that if you think about it, then he highly valued one guy. He never made a mistake in tracking the enemy in all 5 years. The man suggested that they might be number 100. Gamwa tried to reassure everyone that this was not the case, but Papa and the leader decided that it was obvious. Musang was sure that they went here. Who would have thought that they would have the courage to hide so close to Xiaoyao Mountain? Be that as it may, they thought everything through carefully. Usually in the mountains or deep forest, it is much easier to track someone than in the city. After all, no one really walks here. But the guy didn't understand how they could evaporate without a trace in such a place. Musang concentrated, trying to grab the tail of the thought that had come, when he suddenly heard someone's loud scream. The screamer turned out to be the forester, Old Man Cha, who was sprawled on the ground. Running up to Grandpa Cha, Musang asked if he was okay. The man was slightly surprised when he noticed the guy. The old man assured that this was nonsense and he must have simply stumbled. He admitted that nowadays he constantly falls. He believed it was because he didn't train his legs enough, or maybe it was his age. Musang noted that Grandpa Cha almost lives on Mount Xiaoyao. The man noticed that no one can defeat time. We all eventually grow old and weak. Musang noted with a grin that the old man was the strongest forester in the world. Grandpa Cha decided that it was all a matter of age. His vision is no longer what it was. He admitted that he constantly crashes into something or falls. He swore that there was such a thing that he even got lost. Frowning, Musang asked if anything had happened recently. Perhaps the man noticed something unusual. Grandfather remembered the haunted house. He asked Musang if he remembered the place where he took his students and friends to catch ghosts. The guy asked if he meant that abandoned house in the clearing. He remembered him. Grandpa Cha admitted that he suddenly disappeared. Musang was very surprised by this. He decided that someone had demolished it. The man admitted that he had never seen anyone there, although he goes there every day. But a few days ago, the house simply disappeared. He suggested that perhaps there really were ghosts there. Musang assured the man that he needed to go home and rest, and he would feel better tomorrow. He also asked to throw a pile of firewood at the academy along the way, giving the man money for it. Grandpa Cha was surprised when he saw that it was a silver coin. He thought it was too much for firewood. Musang replied that the rest was payment for helping him, and disappeared into the forest. Climbing a tall tree, Musang observed the place where the house used to be. The guy became convinced that he had really disappeared. There were even bushes growing there, as if that house had never existed. Musang decided that this was definitely a shelter. It distorts all feelings. He was sure that Grandpa Chi was lost and fell precisely because of this. This was no ordinary kidnapping, and Musang could not allow such suspicious people to be in Yangzhou County. One man stirred up the other, indicating that someone was coming. He replied that this was just a student of the local combat academy. He assured that the guy would not be able to see anything from behind the cover, and did not understand what the problem was. Another man noted that the guy was walking straight towards them. His comrade decided that this was nonsense, and noted that even if he somehow got through, the deformation would send him to the other side. He noticed that something was stopping the guy, and decided that he had stumbled upon a stone or something else. Suddenly the guy stopped. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. He looked exactly at the men. Suddenly the guy was behind them in the blink of an eye. Grabbing one of the men by the head, he easily twisted his neck. He didn't even have time to squeak. Musang noted that their skills are crap, but their swords are quite decent. The guy heard someone coming down the steps, immediately becoming alert. Smiling widely, the man noted that they were visited by an unexpected guest. Musang recognized him as the last demon of the ghostly trio of Annam. He asked why Annam's people were hiding in the Gansu forest. The demon cheerfully noted that the guy is not an ordinary student since he already knows about them. 3 brothers. Pointing to 2 other men who had appeared, the demon was glad that in this case there was no need to waste time on getting to know each other. One of the brothers was surprised at how the guy found them. He guessed that maybe he was from the Limitless Mansion. Another brother noted that it seemed that the rumors about the Limitless Mansion were true. Who would have thought that they would send such a newcomer? Musang was very surprised to realize that these were the scum who were attacking the Limitless Mansion. This was not surprising. After all, in the south of Murim, the Phantom Three are notorious for their top-notch assassinations and cunning coordination techniques. Even an expert from the Limitless Mansion would have a hard time dealing with him. Musang decided that this had nothing to do with him. The guy asked if they had kidnapped those courtesans. Suddenly, the brothers laughed out loud. One of them apologized for this, brushing away the tears that came out. He admitted that he did not expect such a question. He could not even imagine that the guy had come all this way to save the girls. The man asked if Musang was their pimp. He decided that he must be missing the girls. The man noted that they were pretty good for village boobies. Their clothes were impeccable. Musang noted that they locked 12 people in the basement. Not counting the 3 of them, there were 18 more in the house, 13 on the first floor, and 5 on the second. They all seemed to be beginners, first-rank masters. Musang asked what a bunch of guys, who are capable of destroying serious combat groups, were doing on the edge of the mountain, besides these cheap kidnappings. The man noted that Musang had a keen sense of qi, but it was time for the guy to realize where he had thoughtlessly broken into. Musang counted that there were a total of 21 masters here. He decided that 1 blow would be enough. The man got angry, calling Musang an arrogant bastard. He decided that he seemed to be the greatest in the world when it came to bragging. The demon technique could easily destroy even a top-ranking martial artist. The 3 of them wield extremely fast weapons, which most masters in the Central Plains are not used to. Musang noted that even if you dodge one, the other will reach you before you recover. At the same time, the other hand of the first attacker will return. Even if you manage to dodge, another attack will catch up with you. The man didn't even have time to blink when he felt himself being cut in half. Musang managed to destroy 3 demons at once with 1 blow. Transferring the sword he had picked up earlier from one hand to the other, Musang noted that it was more convenient than the guy expected. Even though they were bad guys, they took care of their swords. As soon as Musang entered the house, panic began there. They were afraid of the stranger and did not understand who it was and where their boss was. The walls of the house were painted scarlet because of the blood, and corpses lay in piles on the floor. Musang pinned the man to the wall by the neck, noting that he had better answer the guy's questions. He promised that if he was obedient, he would kill him painlessly. The leader of a gang of beggars asked what Gomwa was looking at for so long. Papak noted that the girl can pretend and just play for time. The man noted that she seemed to know what she was doing. The woman replied that they could not be sure. Gomwa could act at random. Gomwa asked menacingly, since they don't trust her, then perhaps she should stop. Papa noted that she was simply surprised that the young mistress was capable of such a thing. The leader added that he never doubted the girl and completely trusts her. The rest of the gang were shocked. They never thought that the girl could scare the ghostly mask. They decided that these were the abilities of the sword goddess. The leader asked the girl if she had managed to find out anything. Gomwa replied that unfortunately no, since their traces ended here. Gumwa was sure that they were here, but their trail was cut short. If they cleaned up the tracks, it would be visible, but even that is not the case. Papak did not believe that this was possible. She decided that the girl was retreating because she was afraid that she would be discovered. Gumwa noted that it didn't matter because she had found something much more interesting, and their problems could be solved much easier than they thought. Gumwa called the man over to take a look. He was surprised to notice the tracks because they were completely fresh. He shared that they had been chasing those guys for 2 days. The man noted that these footprints are not similar to those they found at the crime scene. Gumwa noted that they stretched all the way and ended here, in the same place where their traces disappeared. The girl decided that most likely this man was pursuing them for the same reason as them. Looking at the tracks, Gumwa said that they were 21 and 6 centimeters long, 7 and 6 centimeters wide, and weighed about 97 kilograms. He stood up straight, his weight distributed evenly across those tracks. Gumwa noted that the shoe print was like that of people from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. They belonged to number 100. Musang promised that if the man was obedient, he would kill him painlessly. The man admitted that even though the guy was a monster, he couldn't kill him. After all, how can you kill someone who is already dead? Suddenly the man's face turned blue. He began to choke and a moment later fell dead. Musang realized that he had taken poison. He didn't know who the hell they were. Musang decided that first he needed to find the kidnapped people. The guy's attention was drawn to the boxes standing in the corner. Throwing away the cloth that covered them, the guy was surprised to discover that they were pills. Sniffing the pills, Musang was surprised to realize what they were. A moment, and the tablet burned in the guy's hands. Musang was furious that they dared to do this. After listening, Musang heard someone talking. Noticing a door in the floor, the guy realized that the abductees were locked downstairs. Opening the door, Musang asked if anyone was there. The guy said that everything is clear now. Suddenly, a girl rushed at Musang with something sharp, wishing him death. Musang deftly knocked the weapon out of the girl's hands, grabbing her in his arms. He asked the stranger to calm down, assuring that he had come to save them. Suddenly, the girl spat right in Musang's face. She warned him not to try to trick her. She asked what he was up to this time and asked him to just kill her. A frightened voice was heard from the side. The girl ordered Aaron not to go out yet, but she only, with tears in her eyes, asked if the guy was Musang's brother. Unexpectedly, Aaron threw herself into the arms of the surprised Musang. She was so glad that he came to save her. The girl assured the guy that she believed that he would come. Musang had no idea who it was. Gumwa didn't understand how they ended up here again. She was sure that they were following the tracks of number 100. Papak noted that this is the 3rd time they have seen this stone. Papa asked the lady to stop and admit that she had lied to get a favor. The woman promised that she would always be on her side. Gumwa angrily remarked that she was the one who brought them all here, and that she was the one who found traces of number 100. Papak asked who could be sure that these were his tracks. The leader noticed that Gumwa was leading them correctly. The girl confirmed that this goes without saying. Papa was surprised by this statement because they were stuck in this place. The man reported that someone had placed a distortion array here. That must be why they couldn't track them. Papak didn't know what to do then. She suggested that perhaps they should seek help from the Jagal clan's experts. Gumwa angrily noted that she was right after all. The man noted that they could not do this, since this matter should be handled by a gang of beggars. He added that machinery is not always required to destroy an array. The leader shared that in the West there is an old expression, knock and the door will open. If there is an obstacle in front of you, break it, so says popular wisdom. Papak was surprised by these incredible words. Gumwa was shocked that he was trying to break the barrier with brute force. She had never heard of such a method before. The girl noted very strong internal energy. This was the power of the greatest master of the beggar gang, one of the 10 Murim experts. Such a force could easily break the barrier. Papa was shocked when she saw cracks in the barrier. Gumwa noticed that the man had not yet struck. The girl suggested that this was pressure from energy, but the leader said that it was not him. Watching the web of cracks on the barrier grow, the man noted that it looked like the guy had already taken care of everything. Carrying the girl on his back, Musang asked if she was the same snotty geisha student who studied art. Musang felt as if just yesterday the girl was waiting for him behind the academy and bringing him rice cakes. The guy noted how quickly time flies. Aaron, giggling cheerfully, added that it was mooncakes. Musang asked if the girl had finally become a famous singing geisha. Aaron answered her brother that she was a musician and did not sing. The other girls were shocked that the guy really came to save them, and that he and Aaron knew each other. Musang stopped in his tracks when he saw the company in front of him. Aaron anxiously asked who it was. Gomwa almost burst into flames with rage. A predatory grin appeared on Gomwa's face as the girl feigned joy at meeting Dear Master Heck again. Musang dropped Aaron in surprise. Musang, frightened, began to make excuses that he was only carrying the girl because she sprained her ankle. Gomwa, still in a mocking voice, noted that they didn't say anything and, in general, there was nothing between them. The guy asked why they were here. He thought that they went to the Murim Alliance. The leader of a gang of beggars said that they had been pursuing one gang for a long time, and Gomwa simply helped them track them. The man asked if there was anyone suspicious inside besides these girls. Musang noted that if he is talking about those bastards, then they are dead. The man was extremely surprised to hear that the guy killed them all alone. Musang said he left one alive for questioning, but he killed himself by taking poison. The leader asked if there was anything else strange. Gomwa was surprised to note that the girls were separated by a chi barrier. Musang admitted that there was a mountain of boxes of aphrodisiacs in the house. Everyone was stunned by this news. Gomwa thought these guys were freaks. The girls who remained standing nearby were very surprised, because they suddenly stopped hearing the company, even though it was a few steps away from them. The gang leader ordered General Jen to take 10 people with him to find out what poison the suicide used, and to seize all the aphrodisiac. Musang reported that he was no longer there because he had burned all the pills. The man didn't understand why Musang did this. It could have been an important clue. The guy said that he took one tablet just in case. The leader immediately rejoiced, noting that he knew that he could count on Musang. He asked the guy to give the pill to him so he could track them. Musang agreed, but on one condition. The man involuntarily tensed, not knowing what he wanted, but the guy only asked to open a beggar gang department here in Yangzhou. After the visit from the manager of the Limitless Mansion, Musang realized something. Apparently the Murim Alliance abandoned Yangzhou and maybe all of Gansu. The guy had great power in his hands, but the might of the Iron Blood Battalion, the Blood Curse Gang, is eager to take over Yangzhou. If the Iron Blood Battalion intervened, it would not be easy for him to cope alone, especially now that they are strong enough to hire the Anam Phantom 3. Apart from a gang of beggars, there is no other reliable protection. The gang leader was shocked by what he heard. He wasn't sure he heard the guy correctly. The man asked if Musang wanted him to open a beggar gang department here in Yangzhou County. Musang replied that everything was correct, and if the man swears to it now, then this aphrodisiac will be his. The man noted that even though he is the head of this gang, his power has a limit. In addition, the Iron Blood Battalion and the Boundless Mansion signed a non-aggression agreement against Yangzhou County. If they settle here, it will look like they want to pick a fight with the Iron Blood Battalion. Musang sarcastically noticed that the great gang of beggars was really wary of the Iron Blood Battalion. Gomwa decided that the guy was crazy to say such a thing. The man became furious, deciding that the guy dared to provoke a gang of beggars. Gomwa noticed that things were bad because grandfather was very angry. The pressure was greater than before. She didn't understand what number 100 was thinking about. Musang calmly noted that the food in Yangzhou County is very good. Gomwa didn't understand what he was saying. Musang continued to say that many traders pass through their area, and they have mastered different ingredients and cooking techniques. He was sure that the students of the beggar gang would be pleased. Gomwa mentally asked this psycho to stop. Suddenly, the gang leader burst out laughing at the top of his lungs. He noted that he had never met such a cunning guy before. In the end, he agreed, because no beggar would refuse a place with good food. The girl was simply shocked by what she heard. The leader noted that in order for everything to be fair, Musang would have to pay off those 2 of his debts. Musang immediately replied that there was no problem, adding that he had already written them off when the man promised him to find Brother Chan. The gang leader narrowed his eyes slyly, calling the guy a crafty asshole and noting that he should have the last word. Musang shrugged his shoulders briefly, answering that the man was flattering him. The man asked number 100 to ask one more question. He agreed. The leader asked whether people in Yangzhou County often give money to beggars. Musang assured that yes, everyone here is extremely kind. General Jen was surprised to realize that this was a lie, remembering his earlier incident. Musang deftly handed the pill to the gang leader, accepting his promise. The man smiled contentedly, admitting that he was looking forward to eating Yangzhou County food. The leader added that since Gomwa also managed to help them, He would write her a letter of recommendation for the Western region. The girl tried to stop her grandfather, but it was too late. He said it out loud. Musang did not understand what the man was talking about, and what kind of letter of recommendation for the Western region he was talking about. Gomwa hesitated involuntarily. The girl at first began to make excuses, but then, getting angry, she asked who he was to ask, calling him a goat. Musang felt as if he had done something wrong. Jumping onto her horse in a second, Gomwa ordered Papa to follow her and galloped away. The woman did not even have time to be surprised by this behavior of the mistress. Inside Musang, there was a mixture of anger and surprise at the realization that Gomwa was going to transfer to the Western region. General Huck reported that they had completed their investigations. 23 corpses were found, all killed with one blow. They also found traces of fire after burning the aphrodisiac. It looks like there's nothing left. The general asked the head if he was really going to establish a department in the Yangzhou district. Angry, the man asked if he looked like a person who lies to his younger ones. The general tried to reassure him that he meant nothing of the kind. The general only noted that it was simply too much of a favor for the sake of one aphrodisiac. A sly smile appeared on the face of the gang leader. The leader noted that firstly, 300 beggars spent 2 days looking for the enemy, but this guy only needed half a day alone. This means that Gomwa's story about the bloodhound of Myriad Verst is true. Moreover, he easily dealt with the 23 martial artists who were guarding the aphrodisiac mountain. Simply put, the guy is stronger than the man thought, and there were rumors that he had stumbled upon something interesting. But most importantly, Musang did not retreat from the man's murderous pressure and simply continued to chat. The general was surprised to realize that this meant that the leader was not going to make concessions. The man replied that he did not intend to kill Musang, but was extremely angry. Anyone else would have wet their pants in a similar situation, but this guy kept talking about the food of Yangzhou County. The leader noticed that if the general thought that he was being kind, then he was mistaken. On the contrary, for the service they received talented reinforcements in the form of number 100. In the small house of incense, Myungjun rushed to his friend with a hug, noting that he could always be relied on. Musang asked if the guy believed in him so much, then why he waited for him here and didn't go home. Myungjun asked what happened to the kidnappers. Musang calmly replied that he sent them back to where they came from. The guy decided that he sent them home, angry because of this. Myungjun noted that Musang had to detain them, because they must learn the full force of the law. Musang asked if he could bring them, but Myungjun immediately replied that no. Musang suddenly felt dizzy, almost falling to the ground. Myungjun immediately asked in alarm what had happened. Musang realized that this was the strength of one of the 10 strongest Murim experts. He could not even think that there would be consequences, because he only experienced a little of its murderous pressure. Musang assured his friend that everything was fine, and he was just a little dizzy. Myungjun called the guy an idiot, immediately wondering if he was hurt. The guy replied that it was nothing. Myungjun decided that the guy had been beaten. He recalled that this was why he told his friend that he should not be so careless, even if he happened to study martial arts. Myungjun guessed that he must have gotten his ass kicked for rushing there so confidently, and they were the experts. He asked Musang to tell him honestly. They only let him and the others leave because Aran begged them. Unable to withstand this stream of words, Musang charged his friend in the face with all his might, forcing him to collapse to the ground. Shaking off his fist, the guy noted that this idiot never knows when to shut up. This was 7 years ago. The new gatekeeper of the Alliance had a very capable body. The leader of a gang of beggars advised him to join the Order of Demon Slaying. After thinking it over, the guy replied that it might sound presumptuous, but he wanted to ask the man something. He asked not to use his students if he suddenly died or they needed more masters. He noted that they were a small academy with only a couple of students. If one of them is assigned somewhere else, it will be very difficult for the teacher because he will be left completely alone. The gang leader asked if he felt his loyalty to the teacher. He admitted that the guy touched him so much that he agreed and promised 3 more favors if he completed the task. On the other hand, his only and closest student has no problem stealing and drinking his teacher's precious drink. Number 8 admitted that he was simply concerned about the man's health, but he asked him not to talk nonsense. Number 8 wondered if a member of the lower-level Demon Slayer Order was expected to die. He noted that then the teacher's promise was simply a scam. The leader replied that in any case Musang was alive, and he listened to his requests. The man noted that it was all just the keen eye of an expert. He saw a promising guy. The leader warned the guy not to think that this was unreasonable, otherwise he would kill him. But it was too late. That's exactly what he thought. The leader remembered that number 8 said that he was close to Musang in those days, so he could be their leader of their department in Yangzhou County, and he would have to convince not only number 100, but also the rest of the academy members. The man decided that this is how number 100 would become the ideal friend of a gang of beggars. Number 8 noted that the teacher said this with a face like he was planning something bad. He ordered the guy to close his mouth. Watching the gang members work, number 8 began to scold one of them because he could get hurt. He asked what the other assholes were doing and ordered them to immediately help the guy. Approaching number 8, Won Yun hesitantly asked who they were to build something like this here. The guy couldn't help but notice that the man scared him. The rest of the brothers stood silently behind Won Yun. Seeing the guys wearing the uniform of the Dragon and Tiger Military Academy, the man noted that they must be students of Hek Musang. Number 8 decided that this was great luck and a chance to get closer to them. The man introduced himself as Gemurek from a gang of beggars, noting that he was glad to meet you. He said that their elder brother asked them to establish their base. It seems he forgot to tell the guys about this. The disciples wondered in surprise whether he could be the infamous Master Gemurek. The disciples immediately bowed sharply, admitting that they were terribly sorry that they had not recognized such a great man, capable of tearing apart a bear with his bare hands. Murek did not understand why they were behaving so strangely. The man assured that they were all part of the traditional faction of the same province, so they need not worry or fuss. He didn't understand why they were shaking so much. After all, he's just another poor beggar. Musang suddenly appeared and asked the guys what they were doing here. The guy noted that he went off to patrol the area for a while, and was surprised where everyone had gone. Won Yun warned his brother to watch his words because this is the famous Gemurek from a gang of beggars. Taiho added that he heard that a man caught a bear with his bare hands and devoured it right in front of its cubs. Musang was unhappy that Gemurek was bullying his students, which he bluntly expressed by calling the man an asshole. The students were shocked by this treatment. Murek tried to justify himself, noting that he had only greeted them. Musang noticed that the man's face alone was already frightening, calling him like a bandit. Murek didn't understand what was wrong with his face and noted that it was quite rude. Musang responded by offering the man a couple of copper coins. Turning to the students, Musang sternly ordered them to return, noticing that the morning training was almost over. He promised that he would come soon. Murek was upset that he never got close to them. After waving goodbye to the students, Murek invited the brothers to come again. True, the man admitted that it would be great if next time they brought some food. Taiho asked the second brother if it seemed to him that the older brother and that man were quite close. Won Hyun noted that he thought so too, and he had no idea what was going on. Seokjin noted that this was a great relief, because with a gang of beggars in the yard they no longer had to worry about great power, and now the guy could sleep peacefully. The guys were incredibly happy because Gemurek told them to come again, and they decided that they would come every day. Murek asked Musang if he was happy because his student felt lighter just as he wanted. The man added that no gratitude was needed. Musang replied that this was not the case and asked to do something about this stench, because it was reaching all the way to the academy. The guy promised that he would bring them water, and then everyone could wash themselves. Murek noted that this guy asked to set up a base near the academy. Murek asked if the guy had ever seen a clean, odorless beggar. He noted that a beggar must love and accept his darling. Musang admitted that even their virtues are poor. Murek asked the guy not to speak in such a tone as if he was in the clouds. Murek admitted that, be that as it may, there is a problem regarding that missing student that Musang asked about. Musang asked not to tell him that something happened to the student. Murek admitted that they did not know this, but noted that he seemed to have disappeared. They were sure that he once worked as a temporary gatekeeper in Yuna County, but one day he suddenly disappeared. Even his employers don't know where he is. Murek said that 3 people who shared a room with the guy were injured while working, and noted that it was unpleasant to walk around and ask about such things. Murek noted that no matter how you look at it, the disappearance of Musang's student is clearly not a simple matter. Musang noted that it means they haven't been able to find the guy yet. Turning around, he asked them to continue working hard. The guy said that officials would arrive soon, so he had to go. Murek admitted that he still had something to say. Turning sharply, Musang advised the man to keep his mouth shut if he thought that Brother Jung was dead, or that the guy should give up. Musang recalled that the bodies of other mercenaries were found, but Chan's brother was not among them, so he is alive. The guy only told Murek not to draw conclusions from unclear circumstances. Murek noted that Musang remains calm while being impatient. He decided that the guy hadn't changed at all. He assured that he did not intend to say anything like that and asked the guy to calm down. The man admitted that they barely managed to find someone back then. Musang was surprised because earlier he was told that they were all dead. Murek admitted that the man has anencephaly, mentally retarded, and they can't talk to him, but he keeps repeating the same thing ever since they showed him the picture of young Taran. He kept repeating the phrase, "The senior student will definitely come." Musang was shocked to hear this. Musang told the teacher everything that Murek had told him, noting that this was why he wanted to go to Yunhe County. The teacher was very surprised to hear that Musang had learned something about Taran's whereabouts. He asked if this meant that the guy could find him and bring him home. Musang noted that he could not say what this journey would bring, but the guy promised that as long as he lived, Brother Taran would definitely return. The guy continued to kill everyone indiscriminately, waving his sword in all directions, cutting off arms, legs, and decapitating people. One of the fallen, with tears in his eyes, tried to crawl away. He no longer had legs, admitting that he did not want to die. He desperately begged for mercy, but the guy mercilessly thrust a blade into his throat. The men watching this picture from the mountain noted that it was him again. One of them thought it was a good product and shared that they called it Young Taryong. Arriving in Yunhe County, Gansu Province, Musang noted that this county was definitely more prosperous than Yangzhou. Musang was surprised to see the luxurious carriage. The guy noted that even the cab drivers were dressed in first-class clothing and wondered who it could be. Noticing that the man sitting in the cart turned his head towards him, Musang immediately pretended to be busy with his own affairs, deciding that he should not get confused with such people. The woman asked Yanja if anything had happened. The man replied that it seemed like someone was watching them, but it was just a guy from a rural martial arts academy. The man assured that the young lady had nothing to worry about. The woman admitted that the man intrigued her. Yanji asked if they should catch him, but the woman ordered them to leave it at that. For some reason, it seemed to her that they would definitely meet again. Recognizing the guy as Master Hek from Yangzhou, a passing beggar asked if Musang had some change. Taking out a wooden plank, Musang asked if this was enough. The beggar was surprised to realize that it was from a ghostly mask, assuring the master that this was more than enough. Musang admitted that it was his first time in Yunhe County, and asked the beggar to show him everything here. The man noted that he could not refuse and asked to follow him. Musang asked what was interesting about Yunhe, which meant a request to tell about the local troops. The beggar said in a veiled manner that, like Yangzhou County, Yunhe is considered a neutral zone between the Iron Blood Battalion and the Boundless Mansion. The beggar noted that the district was actually under the control of the Blood Curse gang, so it was safer to assume that this was the territory of the Iron Blood Battalion. Back when there were a couple of traditional sects and clans here, but they were attacked by vagabonds and had to close down. Musang noted in surprise that this was also the case in Yangzhou. Musang suggested that the institution where Chan's brother had to work was connected with the Bloody Curse gang. The beggar replied that it seems they are paying tribute, but there is no more connection, then the institution is clean. The beggar suggested going to the man who claimed to know Musang's student, ordering him to simply follow him. The man burst out screaming, asking this stupid bastard if his eyes were for beauty. He didn't understand how he dared to go further after crashing into him. The guy continues to mutter under his breath that he is a bad person and that Shiren is in pain. The man decided that he didn't have everything at home and asked if the guy even knew who he was. The man continued to beat the guy, deciding that this freak still didn't understand. People around were worried about what was happening. A beggar who came up with Musang asked Chonggu what happened. Musang introduced himself as Master Hek from Yangchoju County and asked if it was their guy who was being beaten there. The man said that he was just walking and tripped. It so happened that he fell on the master from the Blood Curse gang. Musang replied that he understood and that the men could go, he would sort it out himself. They tried to stop the guy, but it was too late. Having caught the man's hand on the fly, Musang angrily remarked that perhaps that was already enough. Chonggu was surprised by this act and asked what kind of technique it was. The master from the Blood Curse gang angrily asked who the hell the guy was. The man didn't understand how Musang dared to get mixed up with someone from the Blood Curse gang. The master mentally noted that the guy had an incredible grip. He still couldn't pull his fist out. Having let go of the man's fist himself, Musang noted that someone just accidentally crashed into him and wondered if it was really worth getting the Blood Curse gang involved in this. Musang noted with a smile that all is well that ends well. Angry, the man reached for his sheath, calling the guy an arrogant bastard. Without allowing the man to draw his sword, Musang noted that he was too angry right now to make the right decision, so the guy would speak directly. Musang promised that as soon as the man pulled out the sword, he would be dead. The guy noted that he didn't want to create more problems, so he advised the man to get lost. The man in the guard realized that there was a master in front of him, which means he could not fight him. The people around were surprised by what was happening. They didn't understand what was going on, but they noted that this guy had balls. Briskly snatching his hand from the guy's grip, the man admitted that this time he would let it go, but ordered the guy not to appear in front of him again. The guy noted that he really appreciated his concern. Chiren covered his head with his hands, continuing to mutter that he was scared and that the bad person was hurting him. Gently taking the guy on his shoulder, Musang said that the scary man had left, and now he didn't need to be afraid. The guy introduced himself that his name was Hek Musang. He was from the Dragon and Tiger Academy in Yangzhou County. He said that he heard that his friend Taran was here and wondered if it was true. Chiren immediately became scared, realizing that it was an older student. He admitted that Taran's older brother scares him. He punishes him and hits him painfully. Chiren noted that Taran's dad is also the eldest and he will also be punished. Chiren immediately decided that he needed to apologize and noted that he was scared when his older brother punished him. He was afraid that Taran would also be punished and immediately began to apologize to the guy. Listening to Chiren's stream of apologies, Musang wondered what kind of rumors John Taeyong had spread about him. The man threw Chiren into the wall with all his strength, asking how he dared to eat all the dumplings if he had no money. Chiren said that he was hungry and noted that the dumplings were delicious. The man swung again, noting that people like Chiren need to be properly taught manners. Taran suddenly appeared and stopped him, promising that he would pay for the guy. Watching how the guy quickly threw everything into his mouth, Taran asked Chiren not to eat so quickly because he might get indigestion. He asked the guy what he would do if his stomach started to hurt. Suddenly, Chiren stopped, staring at the guy. Taran was afraid that there was something wrong with his face. Pointing to the wound under his eye, Chiren asked if the guy was in pain. Taran admitted that this was nonsense and the guy shouldn't worry about it. Chiren continued to stare at the guy and he gave up, deciding that he could tell this to Chiren if he promised to keep it a secret. Chiren admitted that Taran fights in the underground arena and makes money. He carries boxes and makes money. With this money, he buys dumplings for Chirina. The guy admitted that he shouldn't tell anyone about this, but an older student can. Musang asked how Chiren realized that he was a senior student. He replied that the Dragon and Tiger Academy had a blue and white uniform. The senior student was 182 centimeters tall, and Taran gave him a red hairband. Musang noted that although the guy looks like a fool, he has an excellent memory. He can probably remember something he heard only once. Musang asked if the guy knew when and where the underground arena was organized. Chiren replied that always when there is a full moon and a new moon. He noted that if Musang goes to the mountains, someone will guide him. The guy realized with alarm that the full moon was already today. Looking at the men who had just entered, Musang realized that they were warriors from the Blood Curse gang. One of them harshly pushed away the employee who came out to greet them. Approaching their table, one of the men asked Musang if he was the guy who looked down on the Blood Curse gang. Another noted that he was a fool for still sticking around. Chiren immediately made a fuss, starting to shout that this was a bad man, a bad bastard, a damn bastard, a fucking son of a bitch. Musang didn't expect that idiot to come looking for him again. Pran thought that he would be too ashamed that he was defeated by a student of a simple martial arts academy, and would sit quietly. Musang noted that the man was still a coward. The guy understood that this was the territory of the Bloody Curse gang. It would be difficult to get confused with him here, but too many people were looking at them to deal with them quietly. Chiren, meanwhile, continued to shout at the entire establishment that this was a bad person, attracting more and more attention. The man swung at the guy, calling him a stupid son of a bitch, about to hit him hard, but suddenly Musang shouted that Chiren was bad and this was wrong. Chiren was afraid that he would have problems and the guy would scold him. Musang already more calmly explained that you can't point your finger at someone like that and swear. Poking a finger at the man, Chiren asked if he was a bad bastard. Musang confirmed that the man was in fact a bad bastard. However, Musang explained that if you say this to the bad bastard's face, he will feel bad about himself. The guy noted that Chiren doesn't like being called a fool, and it's the same here, but Chiren objected that he didn't feel bad because Chiren was a fool. Musang decided that this was logical and then allowed the guy to do so. Chiren happily started screaming again, continuing to call the man a bad bastard. The man got angry and decided that he would skin this small parasite. Reaching for the chopsticks lying on the table, Musang realized that he couldn't make the problem even bigger, but he believed that there was no other way out. The sudden silence was broken by a ringing woman's laughter. The woman apologized, admitting that she did not want to eavesdrop, noting that the young master was quite funny. The man angrily ordered the bitch not to interfere in their affairs. The woman's guard immediately perked up, and the woman allowed him to do whatever he wanted. However, the woman ordered not to be too cruel, because there were people eating in the middle. Bowing, the man promised to carry out the order. Taking a closer look at the woman's guard, Musang realized that it was the cab driver he had seen before. The frightened man asked what he could do with him. The man asked if he knew who they were, noting that the stranger should not try to stop him. He noticed that today all sorts of annoying rats were crawling towards them. The other gang member thought about it. For some reason, the man seemed familiar to him. He didn't remember where he saw him. The man shouted angrily, "How dare he interfere with the Blood Curse Gang warrior in Yunhei County?" Yanji only grabbed the man by the jaw, closing his mouth and asking how he dared to slander the young mistress. Yanji said that normally he would have torn out his tongue and shoved it down his rotten throat, but the young mistress was attentive to the others. Thanks to her, Yanji will leave his corpse clean, so he must definitely thank her in the next world. Musang noted that the man concentrated the bone tendon splitting technique only on the upper body. It was cruel. It wouldn't hurt so much if you just tore out your tongue. Looking at the other warriors, Yanji noted that it was very smart of them not to attack him. He asked if they even knew who he was. One of the warriors immediately bowed courteously, greeting with all respect the owner of the Rakshasa sword, cannibal demons and evil spirits in Hinduism and Buddhism, Ma Yanji. The rest of the warriors immediately followed his example. The man reported that he saw Yanji from afar 2 years ago, when he was there on behalf of the Iron Blood Battalion. He apologized for not recognizing the man right away. Yanji noted that then they should know what it means to inconvenience the one he is accompanying. The warriors realized that the matter was rubbish. The man admitted that they had committed a serious crime. They did not know that such an important person was next to him, admitting that it was a mistake and asking him to forgive and spare them. The woman ordered Yanji to stop. She noted that thanks to the soldier she was able to laugh. If he punished them for such a trifle, the woman would get angry. Besides, Yanji has already killed the one who insulted the woman, isn't that enough? The man immediately apologized for his behavior. The woman addressed the warriors, noting that they were a gang of blood curse. The woman noted that they were only spared because Musang and Shiren were able to entertain her. So she thought it would be better if the gang didn't bother them anymore. Bowing low, the warriors promised that from that moment until the end of their lives, they would never bother them again. The woman smiled with satisfaction, ordering them to quickly attend to the corpse and get out of sight while she was in a good mood. The warriors immediately thanked her for this. Musang also thanked the woman, noting that thanks to her they were able to avoid problems, and said that they were also leaving. The woman was upset by this, because she hoped that they could drink tea together. The woman used the technique of 1,000 bewitching eyes. Musang apologized again, admitting that unfortunately he already had important things to do that evening. The young lady was very surprised by what happened. She didn't understand how the guy wasn't fascinated, even though he was looking straight at her 1,000 bewitching eyes. Yanji blocked Musang's path, asking where they were going. He reminded that the young lady was asking to have tea with her. Musang heard this and refused her. Meanwhile, in the Murim Alliance, the 10th young master Tae Hyun-woon, formerly Tae Yong-hoon, namely the fiancé of Gomwa, the grandson of the head of the Murim Alliance, was minding his own business until he was interrupted by a knock on the door. It turned out to be Sol Daewoo. Entering with the guy's permission, he knelt down on one knee to greet the young master. Young-woon once again repeated that he was just a slacker who didn't even have responsibilities in the alliance. The guy noted that such politeness does not suit him. Commander Sol countered that he was still the grandson of the chief. Young-woon noted that it was his grandfather who was in charge, not him, adding that Commander Seol was good at making him uncomfortable. The commander of the alliance's secondary bodyguards, Murim Sol Daewoo, immediately apologized. He admitted that it was difficult for him to fulfill the master's request and skip all the formalities. Hyun-woon admitted that it was easier to talk to the statue than to argue with the commander. In the end, the guy decided to close this topic and asked why Commander Sol came here in person. The commander reported that Senior Patrolman Murong had arrived at the alliance. The man noted that the young master asked him to tell him all the news about her, so he came. Hyun-woon immediately happily asked where the girl was. The commander reported that she immediately headed to the patrol room. A moment later, the trace of the gentleman was already gone. Noticing a piece of parchment left lying on the table with a portrait of Gomwa drawn on it, the commander decided that Hyun-woon was very excited. Sitting in the patrol quarters, Gomwa once again reread the results of the transfer application. There was always only one word: denied. Gomwa turned to the secretary, angrily asking what exactly this meant. The secretary noted that, as you can see, they refused. Gomwa angrily said that she could read and was asking because it made no sense. Gomwa noted that she returned after investigating questionable circumstances in the western region. Moreover, she even brought a recommendation from a gang of beggars from the Limitless Mansion. Gomwa added that she is vacating a seat in the northern region, which is constantly being fiercely contested, and wants to go to the western region, which everyone is avoiding. And yet she was refused. The secretary admitted that Elder Woon Bija said that it was not time to change employees. Gomwa angrily said that she is not stupid. The Murim Alliance never had much time for this. In the end, Gomwa left the secretary alone, noting that there was no point in arguing with him since someone else was responsible. Papa asked if this meant that the girl was giving up, but Gomwa assured that in no case. Gomwa said that she was going to find Woon Bija's grandfather herself. She noted that she would go herself and Papa could rest. The secretary realized that the matter was bad because the elder told him to take full care of it. The guy smiled joyfully when he met Mrs. Hwa on the street. The girl was also happy to see Woon's brother. She ran towards Hyun-woon and he already thought that she was going to hug him, but the girl just ran past, saying that she was busy right now and offered to talk later. Heading after the girl, Hyun-woon asked the lady where she was in such a hurry. He decided that Gomwa had some problems and asked if there was anything he could do to help her. Gomhwa wondered suspiciously if Grandpa Woon had forced him to do this, to try to hold her back. Hyun-woon asked if she meant Elder Woon Bija and asked what was wrong with him. The guy decided that it had something to do with patrolling. Gomhwa responded a little harshly that she didn't have time right now and asked the guy not to follow her. Hyung-woon was a little embarrassed, immediately apologizing for his behavior. Hyung-woon asked if the girl would visit him when she was done with her business. The guy noted that they could chat while enjoying Gomhwa's favorite sugared fruits or candies. The girl only briefly replied that they would talk later. Having tasted the sweetness, the girl asked in surprise what it was. The boy was surprised that she had never heard of fruits and sugar, and was trying them for the first time. The girl asked if he eats them every day, and the boy confirmed, noting that it was not such a big deal. Then Gomhwa said that in this case she would marry him. The girl noted that if she was with Hyun-woon, she would be able to eat fruit and sugar every day and not go through her father's tough training. The boy called her a fool, noting that no one gets married because of this. Hyun-woon added that this doesn't mean he doesn't want to. In this case, Gomhwa offered to do it now, but the boy explained that this should be done later when they grow up. The men standing nearby watched the children with a smile on their faces. Mujun asked Myung-seok if he thought they were a good match. Myung-seok cheerfully noted that if Gomhwa became his son's bride, it would be a great blessing for him. Murong offered his best wishes to the matchmaker. Myung-seok noted how impatient the man was. Hyung-woon noted that when they were younger, it was much easier for them to spend time together. He didn't understand since when he and Mrs. Hwa had become so distant. Gomhwa promised herself that she would definitely get to Gansu. These old guys just need to wait a little. Yeonji decided that Musang was very confident in his abilities, since he showed courage and allowed himself to refuse the young mistress. Musang noted that he would be extremely grateful if a man thought of him like that. Yeonji was already reaching for the sword, but the woman stopped him. She noted that if he behaved like this, it would seem that he was begging. She ordered Musang to be left behind because the guy said he had business to do. Yeonji immediately apologized to the woman for his behavior. Musang thanked the woman again, promising that if he ever had such a chance again, he would definitely have tea with her. The woman asked if the guy could at least say his name and where he was from. Musang noted that his name was not worth having such an important person spend time remembering. The woman asked if they should introduce themselves since they were going to have tea the next time they met. She decided that maybe she should do it first. The woman introduced herself as Cheol Jinhwa. Musang was surprised to hear the surname Cheol. Yeonji noted that if Musang forced the lady to repeat, he would kill the guy, despite her orders. The guy noted that he could not die at that age and introduced himself as Hek Musang from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy in Yeongjo County. Jinhwa assured that she was glad to meet you, noting that she hoped that the guy's business was going well. The woman promised that she would look forward to their next meeting. Musang was about to leave, ordering Chirin to follow him. He again began to mutter that he was scared and needed to go faster. Jinhwa asked Yanja if he was sure that he could kill the guy. He immediately asked if he should go after him and kill him, but the woman replied that it was not necessary, because she would not want Yanja to die. The lady was born with the legendary white eyes of distortion that can see right through. If she says that, then Musang is really much stronger than Yangji. A girl with the surname Chol, who is accompanied by the owner of a Rakshasa sword from the Iron Blood Battalion. The great Iron Blood Emperor Chol Gasong was known for loving only one woman. But they say his wife died early due to illness, and his only son died during the Great Righteous War. This means that Chol Jinhwa is the granddaughter of the great Iron Blood Emperor. Even the Alliance doesn't know about her. Musang wondered if this meant that the Emperor had been hiding her all this time. The guy assumed it must be because of her skill, 1,000 enchanting eyes, one of the many skills of the legendary White Eyes of Distortion. The teacher said that according to legends, when a person with the legendary White Eyes of Distortion is born, the world will fall into suffering. They say that long ago, the Witch of the Kingdom had White Eyes of Distortion. Musang remembered that old man Shingija mentioned that her existence was dangerous. Putting his hand on his sword, the guy wondered if he should kill her. Patting his cheeks, Musang couldn't figure out what these unnecessary thoughts were. After all, he swore that he would no longer meddle in the affairs of the Alliance, and did not understand why he was so concerned about this. Musang decided that he needed to focus on finding Taran. The guy said that he would take Chirin home. Noticing Musang hitting his face with his hands, Chirin decided that he was crazy. The chambers of the Elder of the Murim Alliance were noisy. The servant assured the senior patrolman that she should not be here, because the Elder was not in the chambers. Gumwa noted that no one was outside at this hour, and ordered the servant to leave. Sharply opening the door to the room, Gumwa saw a man who had already thrown his leg over the window frame. The girl decided that the Elder was escaping through the window so as not to talk to her. The Elder immediately tried to assure the girl that of course not, because she had been dear to him since childhood. The man remembered that Gumwa wanted to visit him while he was away, so he hurried back through the window. The man mentally noted that not even half an hour had passed since he heard that Gumwa had left the patrol hall. He decided that the girl had become even stronger in such a short time. Gumwa decided that she would believe his lies for now. The Elder did not understand what lie he was talking about. He asked what happened, noting that barely half an hour had passed since the girl returned to the Alliance. Gumwa was sure that the man knew why she was here. The girl angrily asked why her request for a transfer was rejected. Gumwa warned him not to talk about the time to transfer employees. She had never heard of the Alliance setting aside time for this. The Elder realized that she came with strong intentions and she would not back down a single step. The Elder admitted that he simply could not understand Gumwa. The Northern Post is a key post for the Alliance, an excellent place for quiet work. In addition, the Western region became the staunch center of the unconventional force, the Iron Blood Battalion, until the Kongtong School, one of the 4 traditional schools, was forced to close its doors. Even the Sichuan Tang clan has closed down. There is no end to the problems. Due to the location of the borders, the strength of the Empire's army is much greater than that of the Alliance, so it is very difficult to support their people when needed. The Elder did not understand that Gomwa was needed in a place that everyone avoided. The girl noted with a grin that it was really strange that someone would want to go to such a place. Gomwa thought that the Alliance should welcome such a person with open arms and not turn him away. The girl asked why. Perhaps there was another reason. The Elder tried to pretend that he didn't understand what Gomwa was talking about. The girl suggested that someone insisted that Morong Gomwa was only in the northern region. The man asked in surprise what she was even talking about. He was surprised that the girl was hinting that someone had put pressure on the Council of Elders for this matter. The man claimed that no one would dare do such a thing. Feigning surprise, Gomwa admitted that indeed who would dare to do such a thing. She admitted that she did not know who it could be, but assumed that it was someone very important. The Elder did not understand whether Gomwa should tell the truth, because it seemed that she already understood everything. The man noted that the girl has a keen sense of feeling even though she is young. This scared him. Morong suddenly appeared behind him and admitted that it was him. He was the one who pressured the Elders to keep Morong Gomwa in the northern region. The girl angrily noted that she did not expect to see the head here. The man happily noted that he had not seen his daughter's face for a long time. Morong noted that the girl is still the same. She is rude to the Alliance officials. Bowing, the elder admitted that he did not know that Patriarch Morong was still in the alliance. Morong apologized to Elder Woon for his sudden appearance. He noted that it was all because Gomwa was his daughter, and was rude to him in a hurry. The elder assured that Patriarch Morong is always welcome here. The man admitted that he would have offered them tea, but he believed that it was better for him not to disturb their conversation. He said that he was leaving and hoped that they would be comfortable here. Everyone in the alliance knew that their relationship was strained, so the man decided not to stay. Gomwa noted that she had not yet spoken with the elder, but the man, hiding through the window, shouted that they would talk later. Morong noted that the girl behaves disrespectfully with an important person in the alliance. He asked Gohwa not to forget that she was his daughter and the face of the Morong clan. Gohwa asked if honor and respect forced the man to ignore the oath and put pressure on the elders. She noted that a member of the Murim alliance cannot interfere with the fulfillment of the duties of affiliated schools and clans. The girl recalled that in order to ensure fairness among schools, the senior patrolman or a senior person is prohibited from using connections for their own purposes. Gamoa noted that if her actions were disrespectful, then her father's actions were illegal. This is an abuse of power. The man simply replied that it was too far-fetched. The man noted that Gomwa is his daughter, and he has no obligations to the alliance. And yet, he recalled that the girl said that his opinion about his child's stupid decision was illegal pressure. One of the 10 strongest experts, the sword god, the patriarch of the Morong clan, the greatest of the 8 great clans. Gomwa asked if he really doesn't know his influence. The man replied that everything he does is for her good. Breaking into a scream, Gomwa noted that this was not for her, but for his own strength and greatness, and it had always been this way. The man controlled her life, using her benefit as an excuse. Uncle Sungyu and Brother Hui lived peacefully. Morong was afraid that they would fight for Gomwa's inheritance, which she didn't even want. She wondered if their expulsion was for her good. Gomwa recalled how a man forced her friend's father to beg for forgiveness on his knees, citing a large difference in status. Dad was beaten and locked up for 10 days simply because she bought Gomwa one piece of candy, which the girl made a fuss about. Morong replied that the girl did not understand anything because she was young. Their clan is the descendants of the Yan kings. Those with royal blood should not be among ordinary people. They should strive for the highest. Gomwa noted that she never wanted this, nor did she understand it, but since they are here, she will say it for the last time. The girl admitted that she had never given up the name Morong before only out of respect for her father, because he brought her into this world and raised her. But she warned that if he did not want to see her give up everything and disappear, then he should not interfere in her affairs. Heading back to her quarters, Gomwa informed Papa that they were leaving. Noticing the girl's haggard face and red eyes, the woman assumed that the lady was crying. Angry, Papak asked who dared to do this. Gomwa briefly replied that the patriarch had admitted that she didn't want to stay here anymore, so they needed to get ready. Papak asked what about the translation. Gomwa admitted that she had earned the right to ask for the head of the alliance as a reward for her time in the Order of Demon Slaying, but she didn't want this, because then it would seem that she was using an influential person. But since the father is cheating, nothing can be done. Papa remembered that she had mentioned the transfer to the clan. They were following Gomwa's actions and would have found out anyway. But the woman did not expect the patriarch to take a step. Who could have known that the patriarch would be able to stop Gomwa? And now the lady is going to use this chance and all because of Papa's. Papa apologized to the lady and was about to confess to her when Gomwa sharply asked the woman if she was on her side. Papak assured that the lady doesn't even need to ask. She can always count on a woman more than anyone. Gomwa decided that enough was enough then, because now she only had Papa. Papa believed that Patriarch Morong was simply heartless. She felt so sorry for Gomwa, but the woman had no idea what to do. In Yuna County, somewhere deep in the Yanchun Valley, another duel was taking place in the battle arena. The two men beat each other with extreme brutality while the crowd roared with satisfaction as they watched from the stands. Close combat without weapons and without using inner strength. Musang decided that this had surprising popularity for something so simple. Among the spectators, there were both locals and officials, which means the government is turning a blind eye to this. The man sitting next to Musang asked who he had bet on. The guy replied that for now he decided to just take a look and asked the stranger if he often comes here. The man replied that it was his joy and added that he works hard to come here. Musang asked if anyone dies in these battles. A man wouldn't say that this happens often, but sometimes the fight gets tougher and leads to death. Musang asked what happened to those who died, but the stranger did not know. He just felt sorry for them. Showing the man the drawing, Musang asked if he might have seen a similar fighter. Surprised, he recognized the flower ghost. Musang realized with fright that the man knew Taran. The owner of the Yanchun Valley, Shi Gongpen, waved his hand, calling White Yem and Black Yem to him. When the men arrived, he asked if their guests could bring a sword into the arena. They answered no. Pointing to the talking Musang, the owner asked what about him. The men did not understand how this happened. Gunpen ordered to get rid of the one who is at the entrance today. The owner noted that this man showed no interest in fighting. He just walks around and asks people. The man wanted to know who he was and ordered the stranger to be brought to him. The owner decided that if the guy was suspicious, they would have to kill him. Musang didn't understand what kind of flower ghost he was talking about. The man admitted that he saw every one of his fights. He may even have been the first to bet on it. The guy has a beautiful face like a flower, and his durability in battles has made him a ghost. Not many people bet on him because of his looks. The man noted that thanks to him, he was able to hit the jackpot. But now that the guy has become more popular, the stakes have dropped. The man asked if Musang came here for him. The guy replied that it was so. The man said that perhaps this was in vain. He didn't know why, but the guy hadn't been fighting for the last 6 months. The man noted that everyone was happy to see the birth of a new champion. Noticing how his opponent killed the Crimson Ghost, the man was upset because he had bet so much on him. Musang heard another man ordering this useless bastard to stand up or he would lose the money. Musang decided that it seemed that Taran had not died in battle. But then where exactly is he now and what happened to him? With a soft, almost imperceptible step, the man approached Musang, apologized for the disturbance, and asked the guy to follow him. Musang calmly asked if he had any problems. An ordinary person would already be nervous if he was surrounded like that, but this guy was still calm. Neither his aura nor his appearance were suitable for a martial artist. The man thought that maybe he was just a fool or that someone was behind him. The man said that the owner of the valley was making a meeting with Musang. He decided that this was very fortunate, because the guy also wanted to ask him a few questions, so he himself would go to him. The man didn't even have time to be surprised at what nonsense the guy was talking when he disappeared out of the blue. The men standing nearby also could not understand where Musang had gone. No one felt his movement at all. Watching the commotion, the owner did not understand what they were doing there. The man ordered Yem Bek to see what was wrong with them. The man didn't answer. The owner asked if the man had heard him, but turning around he saw that Yem Bek was not moving. A voice in his head said that he had caused paralysis in the man. The owner did not understand when this happened and who it was. Pouring the liquid into his cup, Musang noted that the drinks here were quite good. Deciding that the battle arena must bring a lot, the owner fearfully asked who the hell he was. Musang noted that the man asked, and here he is. So why is he asking who he is? Musang did not expect that the owner of Yanchun Valley would be so rude to his guest. The owner did not understand when he got here. The man noted that he didn't even realize when he paralyzed Yem Bek, who was standing nearby. He can't do anything against such a master. The owner noted that the guy paralyzed his subordinate and still demands hospitality. Musang agreed because the guest is always the king. The man did not understand what kind of person he was. Musang admitted that he wanted to ask him for something anyway, so he thanked him for the invitation. The guy noted that he just wanted to talk calmly and asked the man to sit down and not stand there like a pillar. The owner admitted that he had seen everything in his lifetime. He agreed to talk to the guy as he wanted. Turning imperceptibly to Yem Hek, the man said that the guy was here and ordered him to also go to him. The man ordered him to grab some snacks and good alcohol along the way. The owner warned that the guy could be a much greater master than he seems, so you need to prepare carefully. The owner asked what exactly the guy's goal was and why he was asking questions. Musang liked the fact that the man got straight to the point. Musang admitted that he was looking for someone, showing the owner a drawing of Taran. The guy noted that, as far as he understood, he was a fighter here. The man was quite surprised when he saw the drawing. He recognized the guy. The man pushed the beaten Taran into the room, causing him to fall to the floor. The owner did not understand what was happening suddenly. The man menacingly asked if the owner had recommended him. The owner confirmed that he is a fighter in their arena and is gaining fame. He asked if the guy had any problems. If the matter was not serious, he could compensate for the damage, within reason, of course. The man reported that he was rummaging through the cargo, which makes them suspect that he may be a spy. Taran immediately recalled that he had already told them that the packaging was torn and he was just checking it. The guy turned to the owner of the valley, asking him to confirm. He never saw the contents. He just wanted to protect the goods. The owner noted that they were unlucky. The owner noted that this does not concern them. The man admitted that the guy said he needed money, so he sent him to them. He didn't care if he was tortured or killed. He was not their employee. The owner was confident that he would find another popular fighter. The man thought to take care of him. He seemed like the goose that lays the golden eggs, but he turned out to be just another piece of shit. From that day on, they cut off all ties with them. They even lost the trust of the Iron Blood Battalion. Their reputation was greatly damaged. And now the strongest master has appeared and is asking about him. The man wondered if he really was a spy. The man admitted that the face was familiar, and for some time he was popular in the arena, but about 6 months ago he disappeared. This was right before a serious battle, so the losses were huge. The owner asked what connected them. If family, then he would like to continue talking about the damage. Musang advised him to quit if the man did not want to die. Musang knew that the owner was lying, although there was some truth in it, so he wasn't going to share the information. As the guy thought, violence is the only solution. Suddenly Yembek appeared at the door and said that he had brought snacks and drinks, as the owner had asked. The man said that it was just in time, noting to himself that for some reason a shiver ran down his spine. The owner ordered the tray to be placed here and his glass filled. He also ordered that the guest be taken care of. Yembek immediately began to pour the steaming drink. The owner mentally wondered if he had prepared everything correctly. The man replied that this is a poison of the highest level that dispels ki, and is also odorless and tasteless. After drinking it, the guy will be no stronger than an ordinary person. The owner decided that it was very good and he just needed to wait for the guy to drink it. He admitted that, be that as it may, he had told everything he knew. He doesn't know where the guy is or what he's doing. The man remembered that Yemhek was now in charge of the fighters and asked if he had seen this guy. He admitted that he looks like Jong Taran, but he doesn't know where he is. They haven't been looking for him for a month. Musang sniffed the drink suspiciously. The owner was afraid that the guy had guessed. But this could not be. Even a trained dog cannot smell this remedy. Musang admitted that this drink smells so amazing. The owner noted that this wine is of the highest quality, straight from Shanxi. It has a refined aroma with a slight hint of sweetness. Musang admitted that he would appreciate it if they packed him some bottles. The men agreed without any problems. Musang thanked him for the drink. Musang drank the contents of the cup in one gulp, recognizing how good the wine was. The owner asked Yemhek how soon it would take effect. The man replied that the poison affects the qi, not the body, so the effect will be noticeable when the guy tries to use the qi. Musang tried to understand what those two were whispering about, but when he tried to use his power, he realized that he was not succeeding. The owner asked with a grin what was wrong with Musang's face. The owner asked if his qi was dissipating. He ordered Yemhek to go wake up Yembek, noting that he might get cold like that. He hit the man with all his might, bringing him to his senses. Yembek immediately fell to one knee, apologizing to his master for failing to protect him properly. The man noted that thanks to this, the guy became careless and got caught. Musang decided that they were cowardly scammers when he realized that they had given him dispelling poison. The man noted that the guy spoke like an immature child. Patting the guy on the face, the owner noted that not everything will be the way he wants, even if he is much stronger, and advised him not to be so arrogant. Musang became angry, immediately reaching for the sword, but the blade of someone else's dagger had already buried itself in his throat. Yemhek noted that the guy had become much slower. He advised Musang to lower his hand if he did not want to lose his head. The owner ordered the men to grab Musang, take him away, cut off his arms and legs, and lock him in the closet. They have to hand it over to them, so he ordered them not to kill the guy. Musang did not understand what this meant, and asked how they would benefit from this. Hitting the guy in the stomach with all his might, Yembek ordered him to shut up. He would like to cut off his head right now, so the guy is lucky that his owner needs him alive. The owner asked the guy not to pretend that he didn't know what benefit they could have. If he handed it over to them, he might be able to renew their partnership that had been broken due to Yong Taryong. The man noted that even having sent a spy to them, Musang probably did not expect this. The guy realized that, as he thought, they lied about Taran's disappearance. The man decided that this was no longer important and ordered the men to take the guy away, noting that the guest had already stayed too long. Before Yemhek could say anything, he flew into the wall, breaking through it with his weight and falling out into the street. The people standing in the stands did not understand what was happening. Flying out, the man landed straight into the arena. A large pool of blood formed under him. The owner was shocked by what happened. Turning to the guy, the man noticed Musang's evil gaze in his hand, which was holding the beaten Yembek by the hair. The man assumed that the guy did not drink wine. Musang admitted that he had been drinking, and digested it. The owner did not know that this was even possible. How can anyone reach the point of invulnerability? The man decided that the guy had been pretending all this time. He answered with a satisfied smile that yes. Musang noted that no matter what, he was trying to talk calmly. He asked if the owner knew what he had left to do. He backed away in fear. Musang admitted that all he had to do was beat him up and threw his fist at his face with all his might. People didn't understand what was happening. Watching the beams crack, they were afraid that the roof was falling. The warriors who appeared immediately shouted and ordered everyone to get out of the way. Their leader ordered the others to quickly go up, noting that the main thing was the safety of the owner of the valley. Having gone up to his balcony, they noticed that it was empty and the owner was no longer there. There was only Mbek unconscious. The owner was missing. The man immediately ordered the fighting in the arena to be stopped and a search party assembled. Standing on the roof of a nearby building and holding the man's legs head down, Musang noted that it seemed that his subordinates were looking for him. Musang asked if perhaps he should let the man go, noting that this way he would return to them faster. The owner immediately frantically asked him to stop and offered to talk. He noted that the guy didn't need to go that far. Musang reminded him that he was the one who was poisoned when he came to talk. He began to get angry just thinking about it and wanted to let the man go. The owner immediately apologized, admitting that he was wrong and promising that he would answer all questions. Musang admitted that the man's tone annoys him. The owner immediately began whining about how he deeply regretted that he was a fool and would definitely improve. Rolling his eyes, Musang decided that the man was still a coward. Musang let go of the man's leg. He flew down screaming. The owner kept cursing, shouting that he was going to die, calling the guy a son of a bitch, a fucking bastard, a freak, and a bastard. The owner promised that he would curse the guy even if he died. He would not calm down even if Musang turned into minced meat. He continued to scream until he finally realized that he was floating. Musang admitted that he only let the man go for a while because his shoulder hurt, but he suddenly started calling the guy names. The man tried to justify himself by saying that it was all a misunderstanding. The man was surprised to realize that Musnag uses telekinesis, because he weighs more than 77 kilograms. Musang recalled that the man poisoned him and wanted to deprive him of his limbs, deciding that the insult was not such a big deal. The man noted that if he had known what a monster the guy was, he would not have done this. Musang again asked where Taran was. The owner asked whether the guy would save his life if he told him everything he knew. Musang admitted that he was just going to squeeze all the information out of the man by torturing him to death. The owner realized with horror how much of a monster the guy was. But Musang promised that if the man told everything without leaving anything out, then he would let him live. But if he caught him in a lie, he would immediately return to the original plan. A man who appeared at the door told the gentleman that they had a problem. The Murim Alliance discovered an aphrodisiac warehouse in Gansu. It is reported that it has now been occupied by a gang of beggars. Nervously crumpling the page, the man asked what the damage was. The servant reported that there was a cart filled with a new drug. All 23 masters who guarded that place were killed. The man ordered the drugs back. A gang of beggars chased them. He doubted they had gotten rid of potential evidence, but this could lead to conflict with the Murim Alliance. The man noted that they would all die anyway if there were problems with money. The head ordered to penetrate there, organize a surprise attack, or even sacrifice his life, but return the drugs. At any cost. Musang had never heard the name of the mysterious school before. The owner noted that, moreover, they were smuggling something illegal from the west. But they are not ordinary smugglers, each has high skill. They appear and suddenly disappear, they have a lot of secrets. Musang decided that the people in the abandoned building might be with them. Musang asked if the man introduced Taran to them as a porter, and they took him away because he was causing some trouble. The man confirmed briefly. Musang was unhappy that they were just watching with their hands folded. The man admitted that they could not do anything. They were much stronger than them. Besides, they were presented by a battalion of iron blood. They were in no position to object. Musang demanded to know where they were. The man admitted that he did not know. He noted that the Iron Blood Battalion had told them not to be interested in them from the very beginning. It was an agreement that they would find them if they needed anything. The man said that they gave them a lot of money just to recommend a few people to them, so the owner did not interfere in their affairs. He swore that was all he knew. Raising his sword, Musang admitted that he still needed some time to check whether it was true or not. The man didn't understand why he was waving like that. Musang asked if the man had anything else to remember before he hit him several times before dying. The man said he didn't know anything else. The owner recalled that they promised to let him live if he told the truth. Musang admitted that he would not kill the man because he promised that he would not do this. Gomwa and Papa were just heading through the outer gate of the Murim Alliance when they heard a man calling out to them. The man asked why Mrs. Hua was leaving already, since she had only recently arrived. He noted that he hoped they could at least talk a little. Gomwa apologized to her brother. She promised that they could chat the next time they got the chance. The man recalled that the girl said this last time. He decided that perhaps he had offended his lady in some way. Gomwa assured the man that this was not the case. Then he asked if perhaps there was some other problem. He asked to be allowed to help if there was anything he could do. Gomwa noticed Patriarch Murong watching them. The girl replied with a smile that this was not something to worry about. She noted that she had a long way to go, and so she had to go. Murong noted that everything is going the way he wanted, but he doesn't understand why it's so difficult with her. The strategic advisor advised calling the clan's disciples to catch the young lady. Otherwise, she might complicate things. Murong asked if Samanjin wanted him and his daughter to become sworn enemies. The man objected that he would never have thought of such a thing, because the connection between parent and child is sacred. Murong admitted that he could trust the man with everything except this child. He warned him not to even try to put his hand on her without his knowledge. Murong ordered to send several people to watch the girl. He noted that Papa and Gomwa have extremely keen senses, so he needs to make sure they keep their distance. Murong also ordered an investigation into what Gomwa had been doing for the past 6 months. He must find out why the girl insists on going west. He was sure there was a reason for this. Wiping the blood from his hands, Musang was convinced that the man really didn't know anything else. The head of the great curse gang, Yagilson, admitted that he served the emperor faithfully in many battles while the milk on the princess's lips was still wet. He noted that even the great emperor's favorite child could not treat him like this. The man added that the great emperor would not sit idly by when he found out about everything. The woman agreed that if the great emperor found out about the deal they and the 3 elders had made with the mysterious faction, he would come personally and break the man's neck. The man did not understand how she found out about this. Throwing the scrolls at his feet, the woman warned him not to even think about denying this, because they had already found a whole mountain of evidence. Gilson didn't understand how she found out, and most importantly, instead of reporting to the great emperor, she forced him to kneel. He asked what she needed from him. The woman noted that the man was very perceptive, and he was right. She really came because she needed something. The man asked what exactly. The princess replied that she needed only one thing: devotion. Not the 3 elders, not the great emperor, but her. The leader asked what made the guy look so unhappy. Musang noted that if he had jumped out with such a face at night in front of an ordinary person, he would have died of a heart attack. The man reminded that he is not an ordinary person. The leader said that if they heard Musang, they would think that his face was an amazing weapon. The guy was surprised that this was not so. He thought the man had done it on purpose to be used like that. The man asked if the guy was going too far, joking about his own face. Musang noted that he was in Yangzhou County, sharing that he did not expect such an important person to come in person. The man noted that the request was personal, so he must personally oversee this. He asked if Musang had managed to find any clues regarding young Taran's whereabouts. Musang reported that a great force was pursuing a drug smuggling organization. The guy admitted that it seems they are called a faction. Musang asked the man to tell him everything he knew about them. The leader reminded number 100 that he said that he no longer cared about the affairs of the Murim Alliance. Musang noted that this does not concern Murim. He admitted that it seemed that Brother Taran had been mistaken for a spy and taken while he was working for them. The man was very surprised when he heard that he was mistaken for a spy. He assumed that number 100 knew what that meant. Most likely he was tortured for a long time, and in the end he was definitely killed. Musang admitted that he would be silent forever and would not deny that this is possible. But as long as there is at least 1 chance in 1,000 that he is alive, the guy will not give up. He will believe that Taran is alive until he sees his corpse with his own eyes. This is how she and number 5 continued to save each other for those 5 years. Musang promised that if by chance Brother Taran suffered from something, they would pray to go to hell. The man noted that the desire to kill the guy makes even him tremble. What has he been doing for the last 2 years? The man admitted that since the guy says so, then okay. He will order his beggars to collect information on the people they found and send it to Musangu. The leader admitted that, to be honest, they would be better off if Musang pursued them, but he couldn't promise that the guy would help them much. The man noted that they had not sat out their pants for the last 6 months. His guys were very organized and meticulous. Musang admitted that it would be enough if he could find out at least something, even a little. Musang also shared that he already has a place he would like to fit into. The senior patrolman of the western region of the Murim Alliance, Moon Chang-hyuk, kindly greeted the girl. Gumwon noted that she was honored to be kindly received by the famous Master Moon. The man provided Gumwa with documents related to personnel changes and asked him to be sure to burn them when he read them. The girl thanked her for the help. She was sure that the man was taken by surprise by such a sudden transfer. Gumwa hoped she didn't take Chang-hyuk's place away. The man laughed cheerfully and assured that the girl need not worry because thanks to this he was promoted. Moreover, he admitted that it was too much for him. Master Moore comes from a small combat academy. He defeated members of a very famous fighting school in a no-arms competition held by the Murim Alliance. As a result, he became the target of other envious talents of small schools and clans. Assessing the seriousness of the situation, the Alliance assigned him to monitor the western region, the most problematic area. Gomwa had heard that his character was as strong as bamboo, but she saw how hard it was for him to bounce between the Alliance and the great martial academies without proper support. Gomwa admitted that she had heard that Boundless Mansion had requested a meeting several times, but had never received a response. The girl decided that perhaps he had not received the letter. Chang-hyuk stammered and admitted that he was simply following orders. Gomwa noted that he was awkward and had a distinctly conflicted look on his face. She assumed this meant he wanted to answer differently. Anyway, Gomwa congratulated Chang-hyuk on his promotion and asked if there was anything else he wanted to tell her. Maybe advice, or something else important that he forgot to write about. Chang-hyuk heard that Gomwa is correct and does not hesitate to follow the narrow path. While she performs her duty here in the western region, she will encounter questionable cases. Chang-hyuk would advise the girl not to dig too deep. Gomwa didn't understand what that meant, but the man replied that that was all he could say and noted that he would pray that she would follow his advice. In an abandoned house on Mount Xiaoyao, a gang of beggars was minding their own business. One of them asked the other where he was going, to which the man replied that he didn't give a shit and ordered not to distract him with such questions. The man ordered to stop anyone who goes there at any cost. He noted that from now on it will be his personal home. After walking a few meters away and looking around, the beggar decided that he would go here. He had just sat down to do his business when he heard footsteps nearby. The man got angry because he said that no one was allowed here. He ordered the stranger to get out quickly because of him he could not concentrate. He advised him to get out of here before he felt the shit. Hearing the sound of running, the man decided that this psycho had gone too far, even for the sake of a joke. Turning his head, he saw a stranger rushing towards him with a naked sword in his hand. Deftly spinning, the man kicked the attacker in the face. He was afraid that he had come for him. The man decided that he needed to be caught. The stranger jumped to the side. The man rushed after him, throwing his arms forward. The attacker was blinded by a bright glow, and a second later the man disappeared. The stranger could not understand where he had gone. The man flew up and, rushing down, crushed the stranger's head with all his might, forcing him to fall to the ground into a pool of his own blood. The man didn't like the fact that they tried to stab him while he was taking a shit, because even after winning, he couldn't look cool. And all because of this fucking son of a bitch. Fireworks appeared in the sky, which meant that there was an attack. They were being attacked. The man noticed the flare, realizing that it had been fired from an abandoned house. As the man thought, the attacker did not come here alone. He immediately headed towards the abandoned house, realizing that he needed to hurry. But after a moment, the man came back, remembering that he needed to put on his pants. The man did not understand why they struck so stupidly head-on if they were called the best armed group. The response was also much stronger than expected. The man decided that most likely they intended to seize the drug at any cost. One group provides a distraction while the others search inside the house. The beggar asked the man if he was in charge here and, without waiting for an answer, kicked him in the face with all his might. After trying to hit him a few more times, the beggar noted that the bastard was good at dodging. At some point, the man blocked the blow. The beggar admitted that he already thought that they were all crazy, since they dared to attack in the open in broad daylight. He decided that the man was not yet experienced enough. Powerful kick, good foot control. The beggar was definitely stronger than most tramps. The man decided that in front of him was General Jen himself from a gang of beggars. The man noted that if they do not attack openly, then they may not have a chance to fight with one of them. Huck realized with surprise that this was intentional. Jumping up, the general decided to see if he would wag his tongue after that. Drawing his sword from its sheath, the man admitted with a grin that he did not want to be left out. Swinging, the man realized that this was just an illusion. Finding himself behind, the general noted that he would not succeed and made a sweep, trying to knock the enemy off his feet. A few more fierce blows, and the general felt a blade pass across his chest. The man smiled contentedly, leaning his elbows on his sword. He noted that he did not ask the general's opinion and knew exactly what he would succeed. Huck realized that the man was simply aiming at his face. The general knocked his sword aside in a swing, so he missed. Huck noted that he is not a weakling. He would even say that they are equal in strength. But he definitely does not know about their mission. His people are strong too. Their guys can't win, although there aren't that many opponents. But the signal flare had already been fired. The general saw Gaemurek traveling east during the Yangzhou uprising. The man said that victory was only a matter of time, noting that this was exactly what the general was thinking about. The man noted that they had taken care of Gaemurek in advance. He admitted that he sent 5 people to him to distract him. Most likely they are now playing hide and seek. The man asked what the general would say to this, or whether he was so shocked that he would continue to play staring contest with him. Huck admitted that this damn bastard had thought of everything, and it turns out he had been playing with him from the very beginning. The stranger noted that the general's aura had changed. It had become more powerful. He decided that Huck was planning to reveal his true identity. Strength. The man noted that at first he could cope with it without much effort. The man's blood was boiling from the upcoming battle, but he was distracted by the message that huge problems had arisen. The other group could not find the aphrodisiac anywhere. This was impossible because nothing can be hidden from a magical search. The man decided that maybe they just messed up with the search. The area is small. There shouldn't be any difficulties. He ordered everything to be searched again from the basement to the attic. The general noted that the man was distracted and reminded him that he was going to kick his ass. The man admitted that he was sorry, but he thought that he had finally met a worthy opponent. Sheathing his sword, the man said that, unfortunately, they would have to postpone their fight. He whistled loudly, attracting the attention of all the other fighters. The general immediately went to the man. He was not going to postpone this fight. The stranger slammed the hilt of his sword hard onto the ground, raising dust. A second later, he was no longer there. He disappeared, and his people too. The general ordered his men not to stand still, but to quickly begin pursuit. They couldn't miss them. At this rate, General Jen's name will be tarnished. They must grab at least one. The man ordered Gichel to go to Gaemurek and inform their people to return. Now the mission is pointless. Most likely, they would be pursued immediately, so he ordered Kado to cover his tracks. The man admitted that he would never have thought that the aphrodisiac would disappear. He hoped that General Huck would not be so reckless as to get rid of him. The man realized that there was no need to openly attack. Now he will have to provide a report to the master. Suddenly there was an explosion. The man noticed how Gichiel's body flew past and crashed into a tree with all his might. The man didn't understand what the hell happened. Murek realized that it was them, and decided that his dear friends had come to play. He asked why they were running away so quickly. He invited them to stay a little longer to play, promising that it would be fun. The leader displeasedly asked if they had asked for more support. The man confirmed, saying that due to the unsuccessful attempt at an open attack, they had huge losses. The leader replied that they could not help them now. They haven't lost much since the last raid, but the deal has been made public, so they need to focus on their safety. The man noted that the problem was that they threatened to attack the third elder. The leader immediately became angry, calling them arrogant bastards. How dare they even threaten them? The guy who suddenly appeared noted that it looked like they were in a difficult situation. He admitted that he had a tempting offer for them, asking if they were interested in it. The man immediately asked who the hell he was, how he dared to come here, and whether he really thought he could handle it alone. The leader ordered Wang Chisan to wait. Wang Chisan assured that there was no need for the master to interfere. He himself will put this little rat in his place. Before the man had time to finish speaking, a savory blow from his fist landed in his face. The leader angrily asked who Wang Chisan was going to put in his place. The guy noted that this was too much and the man could have stopped him with words. The leader remembered that last time he was going to destroy the office to the ground. Musang assured that the leader need not worry. He just wanted to ask something. It's a lucky coincidence that they were just talking about this topic. The leader tensely asked what the guy wanted to ask. Musang asked if they discussed the secret school. The leader anxiously decided that the guy had already found out about everything, but he only calmly replied that it was just an assumption. Musang decided that the accounts were with that person. The leader noted how shameless he was. The guy noted that, however, it doesn't matter. Everything is written on the man's face. The man asked why the guy was asking about the mysterious school and what he wanted to offer. Musang shared that he also has something to do with them. Musang asked to tell him where they were, and then he would deal with the head of the mysterious school. Murek asked why they were leaving so quickly and offered to stay and play, promising that they would have fun. The man admitted that he had no idea what he was talking about, and noted that he was just passing by. Murek laughed because they really wanted him to believe it. The man understood that it would be difficult to sneak past him. He ordered his guys to get ready. Murek decided that this was the right decision. There was no point in wagging his tongue. He wanted a fight. At the command of the commander, the warriors moved forward together. The man understood that the fight was pointless. They didn't get the aphrodisiac, and now they were just wasting their time. They needed to get out of here quickly. Murek decided that the man was a great comedian, since he decided that he could not catch him. The man was startled to realize how fast he was, admitting that it would not be easy. At the man's order, several warriors immediately moved towards Murek. The guy realized that these bastards were trying to provide the man with an escape route. Murek decided that he really was a funny guy. The man didn't understand what the hell Murek was doing here. What happened to those he sent to him? They gave themselves away, or he extracted all the necessary information from them and showed up here. This was a squad of first-class assassins. They would not attack Murek head-on. Everything is all right with them. The man noted that people are always mistaken about him. The guy noted that for some reason everyone thinks that since Murek is strong, then according to the stereotype, he is a dumb jock. The man was surprised to realize that he was already here. He decided that he needed to speed up. Rushing after the man, Murek noted that it seemed that he did not understand anything. The guy leaned over his ear and said that he was incredibly fast. The man immediately frantically took his sword out of its sheath, waving it in all directions. Murek asked in surprise whether he would continue to kill insects. The man called Murek impudent and tried to attack again. The guy said that if the man had not yet reached him, he would not be able to escape. The man decided that if this was the case, he would chop Murek into pieces with his own hands. The man used the blood rain technique, 1,000 blades. Murek was a little surprised to realize that his attacker had decided to force him into a vice. There was an explosion. When the smoke cleared, the man saw Murek's dissatisfied face. The guy was angry that he dared to attack his beautiful face. Murek punched his opponent with all his might, causing him to fly back and spit out blood. The man was shocked that Murek only needed one blow. He realized that defense against his blows was useless. It was said that the sword goddess, Murek, and the 10th young master had almost reached the 100th level of skill. But the man thought that these were just rumors. Murek asked if the man wanted him to give advice. The man realized that the rumors underestimated the reality. Most likely they had already crossed the 100th level. Murek recommended that he not resist, but rather simply surrender. The man realized that this was a complete failure. He didn't get the aphrodisiac, so he was completely screwed. He understood that he would not be able to appear before the master. There was no way out. His only option was suicide. Murek did not let him do this. He knew that they were committing suicide so that nothing would be extracted from them through torture. But it was too early for the man to die. First, he had to answer the questions. Murek barely managed to parry the weapon flying at him. He noticed in surprise that it was a scaly sword and did not understand where it came from. The flying warrior took advantage of Murek's confusion, sharply cutting the man in the neck and immediately jumping to the side. Heading after the stranger, Murek decided that he needed to grab at least him, but the guy deftly dodged, jumping further to the side, avoiding the capture. Murek noted with sadness that this impudent bastard used his technique to escape. The scaly sword, its technique and method of killing. Murek wondered if these assholes had decided to show up here again. Special Forces Squad. The leader of the beggars asked the girl what kind of business it was for which she came to the lair of the vagabonds. He noted that after the patrol she had to report to her superiors. Gamwa admitted that she came to say hello and thank her for the letter of recommendation. The leader noted that this was in return for her favor, so there was no need for gratitude, but the girl could have said hello properly. Kneeling down in front of the man and bowing her head, Gomwa admitted that it was also in order to discuss her patrol. The girl asked which group decided to attack them openly. The man asked why the girl was interested in this. Gomwa noted that she was the senior patrol officer and was supposed to be interested in everything that happened here. The leader, with a sly smile, asked what the girl had to do with this. Since when did she so diligently participate in the missions of the Murim Alliance? The man noted that Gomwa got this position in order to obtain information and find the White Tiger. The leader decided that the girl needed an excuse to stay here and be closer to the White Tiger. Gomwa noted that, of course, she would not do this for the sake of an oath, all for the sake of the White Tiger. The man noted that he got a very virtuous woman, adding that this was not a compliment. Gomwa noted that this does not mean that she will neglect her responsibilities. She got this place for her own interests and must work hard. She is interested in this group due to her duty as a patrol officer. After losing the war, the Iron Demon faction rose up with terrifying force. Their supporters decided to lie low. And at that moment, an unknown organization began to distribute the aphrodisiac. Gomwa noted that this was all very suspicious. The man said that everyone has known for a long time that if you interfere, you will only end up with your life in danger. The girl objected that this was very important. A dangerous aphrodisiac is involved in the case. Gomwa reported that gunpowder and the aphrodisiac were under the special control of the imperial family. Truth, Gomwa noted that this was not mentioned in that letter. No matter how hard they tried to cover their tracks, Gomwa found a lead and has been investigating for 6 months in another region. She felt like they did it on purpose. Gomwa, as the senior patrol officer of the Northern Command, wanted to make a formal request to the elder. She asked him to share all available information about this organization. The man noted that Gomwa is very stubborn and added that if she finds out about everything, her world will turn upside down. He asked if she still wanted to know the truth. The elder advised the girl to listen to common sense. In any case, he reported that they believed that there was an independent force supporting the group. The smuggling organization is the source of their funds. Gomwa decided that the man was joking because the war began due to a conflict between the Murong clan and the Jagal family. The leader replied that this was the policy of the foreign policy factions. Gomwa asked if there were other opinions regarding this. The man replied that the death of the Sado clan, some believe this was the start of the war. The Sado clan led the Murong family, and they were often compared to the Jagal clan. Gomwa heard that they suddenly disappeared. The girl could not believe that they were killed. The man confirmed that they were destroyed to the ground in just one day. All the evidence pointed to the Jagal clan. Soon after this, the Jagal clan was attacked. Gomwa decided that the Murong family hit the Jagal clan for revenge. The leader admitted that he also thought so. After the war, he decided to investigate and found that the Murong family had not taken any action. At that time, it was more profitable for them to demand compensation using moderate pressure rather than getting involved in a war with an uncertain outcome. Gomwa did not understand who then attacked the Jagal clan. The leader noted that not only the Jagal clan was involved, but also the Sado. Resentment and envy accumulated between families. This led to the height of the conflict. A terrible and bloody war. Noticing the oddities, the man delved into the study of what happened and came to the conclusion that conflicts arose even between friendly clans under the influence of outside forces. Naturally, a network of spies infiltrated into clans required enormous funds. The man managed to find out where the money was coming from. He realized that a smuggling organization was involved in what had happened. Gomwa thought it was incredible, but she didn't understand why no one knew about it. Why not raise the issue of conducting a large-scale investigation in the Murong clan? The leader said that the Murong clan and everyone involved in this war are well aware of this. But after discussing it all among themselves, they decided to keep it a secret. They also know that a gang of beggars has decided to carry out this investigation. Gomwa didn't understand why, because the alliance was stronger than others on the continent. The man said that they were afraid of Cholgasan. He occupies a high position and can compete with them in limitless power. Gomwa anxiously asked whether grandfather understood what dangerous words he had just uttered. The man recalled that he said that this could turn the girl's world upside down. Gomwa asked how confident he was in what he said, whether he had evidence or was relying on his intuition. The man said that he could not tell everything, but shared that he had found irrefutable evidence. The leader noted that he does not know who is behind this, but he is almost sure of his theory. Gomwa asked why the man told her about this, to which he reminded her that she asked about it herself. Gomwa countered that she heard that the Murong clan and the others knew the truth. The girl noted that grandfather did not need to keep this a secret or hide behind a lie. The man noted that she could think whatever she wanted. He just needed a reliable assistant, and Gamwa was an ideal option. Her head is filled with thoughts only about the white tiger. Her relationship with her family is not the best. She does not care about power or fame. Gamwa agreed that her eyes were drawn to the white tiger. The man decided that the guy was more important to her than anyone else. She was obsessed with him. The white tiger has a good relationship with Gamwa, no matter how much they deny it. No one knows about the existence of the sharpest sword that Musang wields. He is not interested in anything other than his family. He needs to deal with unfinished business, and he does not intend to interfere in the affairs of the alliance. The leader decided that if the fate of these two were intertwined, then after this, the white tiger would definitely not be able to ignore it. Gamwa didn't understand why Grandpa had such a scary face. A cry came from the street about an urgent report for the elder. They say that an old house in Yangzhou was attacked this morning. The man hit the guy in the face, giving him a resounding slap. After thinking a little, he struck again, then again. He beat until the guy's cheek turned into a solid bloody mess. He noted that 45 people had died, and they had also lost 5 skilled assassins, 7 from the special squad, and many important people. The man added that the operation initially would not have been without losses, so he will not focus much attention on this. But he didn't understand why they didn't find an aphrodisiac with such and such losses. The man noted that this was all they needed, and as a result today 100 lives were lost in vain. The guy admitted that he has no excuse. The man ordered to find him at all costs. Their spies confirmed that the drug did not fall into the hands of the Murim clan, which means someone hid it in a safe place away from prying eyes. The head ordered not to lose vigilance, to establish surveillance of them and not to miss the slightest movement. The man added that he would also need to follow one person. He would give his name later. He ordered that a top-class master be chosen for this, who would not make mistakes. Musang asked to tell where they are, and then he promises that he will deal with the head of the mysterious school. The man was shocked that he was being asked to reveal their location. The head admitted that there was a problem. Musang didn't think that he would risk his life so devotedly. The man immediately hastened to assure that he did not mean it. Musang noted that everything is in order. He respects the loyalty shown by the man, that he is ready to sacrifice his life for the sake of the goal. The guy decided to start with the spells of the Polar Night. The man didn't understand what kind of polar night this was, and asked the guy to stop. He said that he did not know where they were and therefore could not say. Grabbing the man by the scruff of the neck and lifting him up, Musang did not believe that he did not know where they were. What about the deal? They must have had some information or contacts. They were asked for support. The man said that at this time the letter was sent unilaterally, and now there is no way to contact him. He also noted that it was the guy who killed the one who helped them contact them. The man did not understand why it suddenly began to rain. Noticing Musang, he was surprised that the guy was going somewhere in such rain. He asked the senior student to leave quickly because it was raining. Musang didn't even pay attention to the man's screams. He decided that the guy didn't hear because of the rain. Musang kept thinking that he had no result, but he thought that he had finally found a clue. He hoped the chief would be the key to catching them. He had no idea how to find them now. He won't forgive himself if something happens to Taran because of his delay. How can he look his teacher in the eye now? Suddenly, an unfamiliar man ran up to Musang. He said that he had arrived in connection with a riot in Yangzhou, and added that the instigator was looking for Heck's senior disciple. Musang worriedly asked what happened. The man reported that an abandoned house on Mount Xiaoyao was attacked, and the guy's help was needed in fighting the enemy. Rushing into the room, Musang worriedly asked Gemurek if it was true that they had been attacked. Gamwa noted with a smile that the guy was late. Musang immediately closed the doors from the back. He didn't understand what Gamwa was doing here. The guy remembered how the head of a gang of beggars promised to write a letter of recommendation to the girl, deciding that she was so uncontrollable. Returning back to the room, Musang was surprised that the old man was also here, because they had only recently met in Yunhei. The man replied that he arrived as soon as he heard about the attack and invited the guy to sit down. Musang asked when the attack took place. The leader replied that this morning. Gamwa happily once again noticed that she was also here. Musang guessed that this was a mysterious school. This was confirmed, adding that there were traces of a search. Most likely, they were looking for the aphrodisiac that the guy burned. Gamwa asked if Musang could see her since she was right in front of him. Gamhwa kept circling around the guy, wondering why he was ignoring her. She decided that the guy liked to piss people off. The men watching could not decide which of them was worse. Covering the girl's mouth with his hand, Musang decided that they wanted to entrust him with surveillance. Gamhwa immediately began to pull out and ordered her to be released immediately. The leader noted that the rain could have washed away all traces. He noted that the matter itself is not simple. They skillfully clean up after themselves, but after such a downpour there might be nothing left. Ignoring the girl who was trying to strangle him, Musang replied that if necessary he would follow their trail, no matter what. The man immediately asked them to stop squeezing in front of everyone. Musang noted offendedly that in fact he was bullied. The leader ordered not to hang noodles on his ears because in this case the guy would not be embarrassed by his words. Suddenly, Gamhwa announced that she had an idea and asked her grandfather if he wanted to listen. He agreed. The girl noted that no one doubts the senior student's abilities, but as mentioned earlier, all traces could be washed away. Gamhwa decided that it was not a good idea to track them under such conditions. Musang cautiously asked what Gamhwa had come up with. The girl offered to lure them out so they would be in front of their noses. Murek immediately raised his hand, saying that he had a question for the teacher. The man asked how they would lure them out and whether they would dare to approach them. Throwing up her hands, Gamhwa admitted that her first impression was right and that Murek was indeed stupid. Gamhwa recalled that they had already attacked their gang. Why? It's simple. They didn't know that Musang had burned all the aphrodisiac. The guy guessed that Gamhwa was proposing to use bait and decided that it was brilliant. Gamhwa was pleased that Musang had finally noticed her charm. She asked if the guy had fallen in love with her again while unconscious. Murek noted that the girl did it again. Having charged Mureka with a knee to the face, Gamhwa decided that he was swearing at her in his thoughts, because everything was written on his face. The man immediately began to make excuses that he simply remembered how the girl had done this before. The Murong family's bodyguard noticed that they seemed to be heatedly discussing something, but he was too far away and could not make out anything. He wondered if he should approach. The man decided that it was not worth it, because the head ordered him to simply watch the mistress from afar. If he came closer to eavesdrop on the conversation, he would be putting himself at risk, so the bodyguard decided to continue to keep his distance. The out-of-breath Papa noted that she did not know that this brat had been on the hill all this time. She asked this unscrupulous man if he was ashamed to force the old woman to drag her upstairs in the pouring rain. Noticing the dragon-staff warrior, the man decided that he needed to come up with an excuse. He asked if the woman had approached him, and if they had met before. Papak admitted that she does not know who he is, but she is sure that the man knows her. Otherwise, why would he continue to persistently pursue her? The bodyguard was surprised that the woman noticed her and could not understand how because he kept his distance. The man said that this was some kind of misunderstanding, because he was an ordinary traveler who got lost in unknown lands. He apologized if he had caused any inconvenience to the woman or her companions. Papak decided that it was very strange that the man mentioned comrades, because she did not say that she was traveling in company. Papak swung her hand, telling the man that lying would not save her. The woman's staff hit the ground and the bodyguard flew up sharply, avoiding the blow. The man barely had time to dodge another attack. Papak noted that he is a nimble fellow. The bodyguard noted that it was dangerous. The woman's skills exceeded all his expectations. The bodyguard warned that he would not look at her age if she continued to attack. He noted with fear that this was just the beginning. Papak noted that no one asked him to do this. Papa ordered him to fight at full strength. Taking the sword out of its sheath, the man decided that nothing could be done. Putting his blade forward, he warned the woman one last time. Having swung, Papak decided that the enemy did not have enough strength. The bodyguard barely managed to parry the blow. He realized that this witch was determined. The man decided that he had no choice and attacked with full force. Papa noted his sword skills. She was sure that the man was sent by Mr. Sungjae. She didn't understand how they hadn't met before. Papa decided that the man was a famous bodyguard of the Murong family. Papak noted that this blow was powerful, but she restrained herself and spared him. The woman ordered the bodyguard to go to her master and tell him that the dragon warrior could take care of his mistress herself. Gamhwa said that she would now explain her plan. Tomorrow morning, when the rain stops, they will throw out bait, and not just one but several at once. The group set out on a mission. Gimurek and General Jen were among her. The general ordered the third group to go south with him. The fourth group was sent to Sichuan to the east, and the rest, the first and second group, to the north. The guy reported to the gentleman that the groups had moved out. 100 beggars set off from Yangzhou half an hour ago, each with a large load on their back. He decided that the beggars knew that they were trying to steal the aphrodisiac and were trying to transport it. The gentleman asked if they were being followed. The guy replied that yes, but added that a problem arose. They divided into 3 groups and headed in different directions. The gang leader decided to ask a question. He thought that the gang's goal was to hunt them down and stop them, and therefore he did not understand why they should be separated. Musang noted that everything was correct. They will go after the bait, even if they have to split up. What if there are 3 baits? Gomwa added that they will believe that one of them is real. The gentleman realized that a gang of beggars was trying to fool them. He asked what about the ghost mask and Gemurek. The guy reported that the ghostly mask remained in the city, and Gemurek took half of his people to the north. The rest split into 2 groups and headed south and east. The gentleman found it suspicious that Murek had taken 50 people with him. The man decided that they would not so easily divide into 3 groups for the sake of a sabotage operation. But small groups are too weak to be entrusted with such a load. The gentleman did not understand what they were trying to achieve. He assumed that they would exchange cargo among themselves. Gomwa noted that they were getting dizzy with guesses. It doesn't really matter who is being attacked. The gang will be waiting for them to appear. This will be enough to then track down the others using the Heka Master technique. After the rain, the ground is soft. It will be much easier to find tracks. Gomwa noted that just in case another bait was needed, the ghost mask needs to be caught. A servant knocked on the door saying he had urgent news. After being allowed to enter, he reported that there was information about the drug that the gentleman needed to hear. The servant quickly whispered something in his ear, which made the master very surprised. The man added that there was no doubt that they delivered it without any cover. The gentleman laughed loudly, admitting that these stupid bastards had almost deceived them. The man immediately ordered the pursuit of the gang of beggars to stop. The guy was surprised about the search for an aphrodisiac, but the gentleman said that all the groups were a hoax. These bastards were just trying to lure them out. The man asked if everyone was here. He was told that yes, although it was just a cart with elixir. Guhaha was surprised at how much one cart cost, realizing that this was why he was told to dress up as a merchant. The man noted that it would definitely be better to disguise the top so that it goes unnoticed. Phantom Mask noted that he could take on this himself. Guhaha assured that this was not necessary, and he would not bother the elder with such trifles. But he did not understand why cosmetics bothered the elder so much. The man noted that it didn't look like the elder's face was easy to disguise. He added that it was better for them to deliver the cargo intact while the students ran as fast as they could. Guhaha said that they had loaded everything and were leaving immediately, adding that the elder should take care of himself. The gang leader asked if he could trust the man. Guhaha didn't understand why he was asking. Sitting on the finished cart, the man hoped that everything would go according to plan. He had to take the medicine first in order to prepare the secret drug in advance. A smoke bomb landed on the ground unnoticed. The alarmed warriors did not understand where the smoke was coming from and began to cover their noses with their sleeves, but this did not help. They all passed out. Guhaha didn't even think that everything would be so simple. Hojang noted that the man thought he would stun his subordinates. Amazing scene. Guhaha added that this would not stop them from killing him. Hojang asked if everyone was here. Haha assured that he had checked everything himself and the guy could trust him. He added that he would appreciate it if Jang would speak with the Lord. Throwing the bag to the man, Jang said that it was a gift from the Lord. He added that he's in no rush for now, but he'll repay Haha soon. The man noted that this was better than nothing. Looking at the mountain of jewelry in the bag, Guhaha noted that this was a good gift. But is that all? A ghostly mask suddenly appeared from behind and reminded him that he was asking the man if he could trust him. The leader finally realized that it was because of him that they had suffered for the last 6 months. Haha didn't know since when the man had been following him. He tried to assure that the leader had misunderstood him and asked to listen to him. Guhaha didn't know what the ghost mask had come up with for himself, but he asked to listen to his point of view first. He understood that he needed to get out of here. Murek, who appeared behind him, noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. He decided that judging by the man's face, they had understood everything correctly. Haha was surprised to see Murek here. What about a red herring? Gomwa was surprised that he actually got caught, noting that his grandfather was right about him. Haha was scared when he saw the heavenly sword goddess. He realized that he was caught. Haha asked if the leader knew everything from the very beginning. Mushkia shared that it was Gomwa's idea. She suggested using bait. If there had been a traitor among them, he would have given himself away. Phantom Mask noted that Haha was the first to volunteer to accompany the cargo. He added that he never lost faith in the man until he was convinced for himself. Haha realized that he was surrounded. He can't handle them, that's the end. Phantom Mask ordered Gay Murek, Gomwa, and Musang to follow Hacheon Kang to the mysterious school. The leader noted that he would want to return to the mysterious school as soon as possible. This is what they were striving for. Moreover, it was the leader who brought him to them and therefore wants to deal with him himself. Bowing, Musang admitted that he appreciated the elder's concern and headed forward. Without thinking twice, Gomwa followed him. Murek decided that they were ungrateful bastards. Murek noted that you can't kill Hawk right away, you need to interrogate him first. And then, together with his group, he went after Musang and Gomwa. The Phantom Mask didn't understand why the man was looking at them like that. Phantom Mask was glad that they were finally alone. Guhaha didn't understand what he was talking about. The leader asked if he wanted to know. The Phantom Mask admitted that he did not want to destroy the man in front of the children. Yawning, the man did not understand why all four of them were hanging around here. He decided that this was still hemorrhoids. The guard standing next to him asked what he didn't like again. The man noted that the place was securely hidden. There were guard posts throughout the whole period, and whoever came up would drag himself here. He added that if something happened, one person would be enough to open the door. The man asked if he had ever seen anyone suspicious here. He warned him to still be careful with his expressions. The situation in the area is currently not calm. The man noted that if the gentleman hears even a word, there will be trouble. Suddenly, the warrior standing next to him fell to the ground, scaring everyone else. The man immediately rushed to his friend, asking him to wake up. Turning around, he noticed that all the other warriors had also fallen unconscious. The man felt a touch on his head. A voice behind me promised that it wouldn't hurt. The guy said that everything went according to plan and they had the goods. The drug is currently being tested and transferred to a warehouse. The gentleman was very happy about this news. Now he will not be ashamed to appear before the head. He still allowed them to sabotage the plan. He thought it was a great job. The master ordered the guy to make sure that all his subordinates had proper rest. He will give them a reward later. A servant rushed into the room shouting that they had a problem. The angry guy asked how he dared to burst in here without the master's permission. Is he really tired of living? The servant reported that the head pharmacist said that the returned aphrodisiac was suspicious. The gentleman was shocked by what he heard. The guy immediately grabbed the servant by the throat, demanding to explain everything in detail. Where is he suspicious? The servant reported that these were just food pills with counterfeit color and smell. The gentleman was surprised and frightened by what he heard. He ordered Hojang to immediately explain what the hell was going on. Hojang objected that this was impossible because he personally took the goods from Guhaha. He had been in their ranks since the war, unless he himself was tricked. The men heard some kind of incomprehensible whistle and then screams about an attacked by a gang of beggars. Suddenly a man flew into the room, knocking down the servant who was there. Murek, who entered next, apologized, smiling slyly, and said that he just wanted to ask if this was the house of the bastards who had recently visited them. Hojang realized that they had fallen into the trap of beggars. Hojang said that he would take charge of them and ask the gentleman to leave first. The man got angry that the guy was telling him to run away from this little scum. Hojang added that a ghostly mask might also show up here. The gentleman noted that so far he does not feel the old man's energy, but if he comes it will be problematic. A dissatisfied Murek recalled that he addressed them and they were chattering among themselves. What manners? The man rushed forward with his fists and Hojang barely had time to jump to the side. Having dodged, the guy struck back with all his might, feeling his hand burning after that. Wojang called the Ilwal twins, ordering them to immediately take the master away. Hojang assured that he would go straight after the master. Shaking off the debris that had covered him, Murek remembered that he had already seen the guy. This is the one who was wearing a mask. Having flown out into the street, the man saw a massacre in the yard. He didn't understand how the beggars tracked them down or how they got past the guard posts. The girl noted that this was an impressive sight. Noticing that they did not know each other, the girl introduced herself as Murong Gomwa, who had been transferred to the western region. The master recognized her as the goddess of the heavenly sword. The man was already dissatisfied with the fact that a gang of beggars had come to them, so the senior patrolman of the Murim Alliance was also here. He asked how the girl found out about him. Gomwa replied that it didn't matter. To tell the truth, she was not at all eager to get involved with vile guys. The gentleman had a business with someone, hinting at Musang. He, without preamble, immediately asked the mysterious gentleman where Jong Taran was. The man asked what he was up to. Musang noted that the answer was incorrect. Jumping up to the man, Musang decided that now they would fix it. The gentleman tried to block his blow, but the guy threw him away with a shockwave. The twins standing next to the master decided that the guy was a sick psycho and rushed at him in response with swords. Gomwa reacted first, blocking their blow with her sword. Gomwa said that these two were her and showed Musang to leave, because they needed to find a student. After thinking a little, the guy sighed heavily but agreed. As she watched Musang disappear into the distance, Gomwa decided that he would rather die than say thank you to her. Trying to catch his breath, the gentleman noted how fast and strong the guy was. But he is not yet 30. He is still a young student. He decided that if the ghostly mask came, it would really be over, so he needed to run away. Landing in front of the man, Musang asked where he was going, because the guy had not yet heard the answer to his question. Gu Haha flew to the side. The leader ordered him to stop whining and get up because he hadn't even really hit yet. Haha admitted that the elder was too tough for him. He was hoping for an escape. Haha noted that the man had better forget about him and hurry to the mysterious school. If of course he wants to save his people and the senior patrolman from death. The phantom mask didn't understand what he was talking about. Gu Haha shared that they have the support of one person. He is a master who has overcome the peak. The third elder, the strength of the Gungtan Iron Blood Battalion Army, reported that he rushed to the call for help at a decent speed, and even so, he was almost late. Phantom Mask was surprised to hear about the army's strength. He asked if Gu Haha really believed that the snake-eyed one was there. The man was sure of it. Gu Haha noted that he certainly cannot compare with the elder, but for 20 years now he has been considered a recognized martial artist who has overcome the peak. No matter how talented young geniuses are, they have no chance. But that was not all. Haha noted that the man should have already realized that the mysterious school was not just an organization engaged in illegal trade. The head of the organization is a supreme warrior in his own right, and his retinue also consists of first-class hired killers. But what's more interesting is who these assassins are. Previously, it was mentioned about the unification of the killers of the Demon Union, in contrast to which they created a group where Musang was number 100. Haha asked if the leader had heard about the Dark Blood Group. Haha noted that everything is correct. These are not some cliched puppets of the Demon Union, but a real Dark Blood Group. The man asked if the leader thought he would go there right now to save the young people. Murek tried to hit the guy with all his might. Hojung dodged it, slashing the man's forearm with his knife. Murek called him a sniveling snake. Murek understood that the matter was rubbish. The guy had already slashed him all over, but he never hit him once. What a sneaky little bastard. Hojung noted that the man has strong muscles. The blade literally bounces off. But the guy managed to be sure of one thing for sure. Murek is too slow. Huojang noted that sooner or later Murek will die today. The man replied that there were 2 horseradish. Just because a mosquito can drink a couple of drops does not mean it can devour a whole person. Murek told him to attack further, noting that he would see how long he could last. Gamwa barely managed to block the blow. The girl noted that these two were not even out of breath. They work perfectly as a team and have each other's backs. Moreover, realizing that the girl's attacks could not be avoided, they only became bolder. They simply tolerate minor scratches and respond by purposefully hitting vital organs. These guys clearly know how to hunt masters who are stronger than them. Gomwa has already forgotten this disgusting feeling when you are prey. Phantom Mask noted that this was not necessary. Guhaha was shocked that for the elder, his capture was more important than the lives of the young, because even a second's delay could be a death sentence for them. The ghostly mask advised this trash to worry about himself, putting his hand to his face and giving him energy with all his might. The leader noted that Haka only pretends to be afraid for them, but he himself is only afraid for the young, and he himself is only concerned about his own skin. Moreover, he has already seen their level and is still trying to say something about it. The leader noted that these guys had long surpassed Kaka many times over. They are not just geniuses. It would be more accurate to call them real monsters. Everyone thinks that Murek's only gift is an exceptional physique, a strong body given by heaven. But he has another one. Another real talent. Hojang decided that the man was already giving up. Of course, what else could he do? The guy advised Murek to just hide in a corner and die. The man simply stood, covering himself with his hands, taking numerous blows. Actually, Murek is a very smart guy, quickly assesses the situation during a fight and easily reads the enemy's style. Murek understood the enemy's habits, his speed and technique. Perhaps this is primarily due to his physique. Murek may look stupid from the outside, but this way he can withstand a huge number of blows. Incredible instincts and strength bestowed by nature itself. Animal instincts. Murek has everything, it's just a pity that he's lazy. The cutting man grabbed Huojang by the neck. He didn't understand how he could behave like that. Gomwa decided that she would soon die from this mouse fuss. The girl, without exaggeration, was a living weapon. Gomwa decided that she would simply deal with her opponents with one blow. From childhood, Mujun fed her various kinds of elixirs and subjected her to harsh training. Now she is literally the personification of inflexibility. If we compare Gomwa and the ghostly mask based on internal energy alone, then perhaps they will be on equal terms. The girl's opponents were shocked by her actions. Gomwa warned them to try to handle it. Swinging her sword, the girl sent a powerful energy wave towards the enemy. Phantom Mask noted that these two weren't the worst thing yet. Gu Haha didn't understand, if not them, then who? The leader noted that there was one guy. He is a real psycho beyond any classification. Musang frowned at the man who appeared, surprised that this was the strength of the army. The man was pleased that this brat recognized him. Musang admitted how he felt. Small fry like the Great Power and the Blood Curse gang could not go against the will of the Great Iron Blood Emperor without someone's orders. But now for Musang such brazen insolence made sense. After all, they are supported by the Third Elder himself from the Iron Blood Battalion. The man noted that the brat was well informed. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the man noted that the more a person knows, the more likely he is to leave this world early in the prime of his life. The force of the army headed straight towards the guy. Musang didn't even bat an eyelid as he pulled out his weapon. Lifting it up, the guy raised a whirlwind around him, forcing the man standing next to him to cover his eyes. Everyone present was shocked by what happened. Musang slyly noted that he was not sure what the old man was saying. The strength of the army managed to cover himself with his hand, reflecting the blow. The man laughed loudly, admitting that this was no ordinary youth. Musang admitted that he didn't care whether he openly disobeyed the Great Iron Blood Emperor or made plans secretly. Poking the blade at the man standing next to him, the guy noted that he was only interested in this guy. Musang ordered him to tell him where Zhang Taryong was. The strength of the army decided that the guy was still an ignorant youth. He raised his hand for another blow, displeased that Musang dared to turn his back on him. Musang turned sharply, repelling the attack. The blow was so strong that the guy was thrown back several meters. The army's strength couldn't help but notice that Musang's speed was impressive. Having sent ghostly snakes to Musang, the army's strength asked how long it could last like this. Deftly repelling the attack, cutting into pieces the snakes heading towards him, Musang recalled that he had already said that he was not interested in the man. Musang struck again, aiming straight for the man's face. The strength of the army managed to dodge, causing the blade to pass through the headdress, cutting it exactly into two parts. The enraged army decided that it would rip this brat to shreds. The gentleman noted that this young man was not so simple and suggested that the elder eat some food. The strength of the army was very surprised that the gentleman proposed to go together against this brat. The man noted that the ghostly mask could arrive at any moment. The strength of the army admitted that the gentleman was right. He didn't like it, but he had no choice. The strength of the army offered to finish the guy off in one fell swoop. Having caught her breath and looking at the gaping hole in the wall, Gomwa decided that she had wasted her energy on this scum. Jumping onto the roof and straightening Hojang, who was hanging on his shoulder, Murek asked the girl where Musang was. Gomwa replied that the guy was chasing that mysterious gentleman. Hearing a powerful explosion behind them, the guys immediately turned around worriedly, peering into the distance. Gomwa got scared, immediately thinking about number 100. The men began to attack the guy together, but he continued to fend off their attacks blow by blow. The men were annoyed that even their joint attacks did not bother the guy. The men decided that the guy was like an impregnable wall. Musang said that he wondered whether it was possible to kill the elder of the Iron Blood Battalion now, and decided that probably yes. Blocking Musang's blow with difficulty, Ramya's strength was surprised that he made such a decision, but there was a probably in it. Looking at the explosion, the gentleman realized that before this the guy was still holding back. The strength of the army lost without a chance, falling to the ground without moving. Musang noted that now he would finally be able to hear the man's answer. The gentleman, looking at the picture that opened, realized what a monster the guy was. Grabbing the man by the throat, Musang warned that he was asking for the last time. Picking up the man, the guy asked where Zhang Taryong was. The gentleman admitted that he did not know who he was. Musang recalled that he worked as a porter for a man. The man noted that he could not remember them all. Musang replied that it was no big deal. Raising his fist, the guy said that he had a good remedy that would refresh his memory. Blood gushed from the man's mouth and nose. The pain was hellish. He didn't understand why simple punches hurt him so much. The man forced himself to remember. Jong Taran. Porter. Finally, the gentleman remembered. That's right. This is the guy who kept talking about the older student over and over again. The man asked the guy to stop, saying that he remembered. He muttered something incomprehensible from which the guy understood only a guard from Yunhee County. Musang didn't understand anything. He ordered the man not to resist and to say everything clearly. He just continued to repeat incoherent nonsense because of his broken face. The guy didn't understand anything. The guy admitted that he didn't understand anything, but squeezing the man's throat harder, he noted that he understood the son of a bitch at the end. The gentleman asked in fear why exactly this. Taking out the thread wound around his finger, Musang decided that the man needed something more serious. Pointing the thread at the gentleman, the guy warned that it would hurt. Frightened, the man began to flutter in the guy's arms, mentally conveying that he must be in the dark blood group. The tip of the thread stopped a millimeter from the eye. Musang was surprised by what he heard. The man said that it was a coincidence that the person in charge of training in the languid blood group came to visit them when they caught Taran. The man said that the person in charge liked the guy's physique, so he took him to make him a killer and a predatory shield. The guy remembered how little Taran said that when he grows up, he will definitely become a wonderful person as a senior student. I remembered how the boy asked not to tell anyone and admitted that the older student taught better than his father. I remembered how Taran accidentally broke a flower pot and was very scared, because his father valued him very much. All Taran could think about was the older student. This word merged in his mind into a single, hopeless heap. Suddenly, Musang laughed. The man did not understand what was wrong with him. The guy realized with relief that Taran was alive. The man confirmed that he was certainly safe and sound. Musang was happy. He was so happy about it. The man decided that since the guy had received his answer, he would be released. But Musang angrily reminded him that they were going to make him a killer and a human shield. Finally coming to his senses, the army's strength barely rose to its feet. Squeezing the sword more tightly in his hand, he decided that now he would definitely kill this brat like a beast. Noticing the man who had risen to his feet, the gentleman was glad that the elder had survived. He decided that perhaps there was still hope for them. The strength of the army was dissatisfied that Musang dared to touch this body. The gentleman noticed that he, the elder, was emanating colossal energy. He had activated a hidden force. After this, even this monster will not remain intact, no matter how strong it is. The gentleman was glad that the elder could kill the guy with such and such strength. The man sent a demon dragon at Musang, wanting to destroy. The gentleman suddenly realized that then he would also die along with the guy. Sighing heavily, Musang reminded him that he had already made it clear that it was acceptable for him to kill a man at any time. Extending his arm, he pointed his weapon at the elder. The elder fell to the ground again. There was a red stain on his chest from the blood that flowed from the wound. Musang approached the man and placed his foot on his chest, causing him to wheeze in pain. Musang said that he is not in the best mood right now, so he asked the man to give him at least one reason to let him live. The man could barely speak and only a quiet wheeze came out of his mouth. He noted that Musang would not be safe after this. He advised the guy not to be arrogant because he is the elder of the Iron Blood Battalion. Musang decided that this reason was no good and was about to kill the man, but his blade stopped a millimeter from the elder's eye when a voice came from behind him, asking him to name a suitable reason. The woman, along with her warriors, slowly approached the opponents. She noted that she did not expect that they would meet young Master Heck here again. Jinhwa corrected herself, noting that it would be more accurate to call the guy Senior Master. Young Master is too petty for a person who suppressed the third elder of such an organization. Musang admitted that he also did not expect to see a woman in a place where the great emperor was not allowed. The guy decided that the strength of the army is its man. Musang added that then this is not a reason to let him live. Rather, on the contrary, there is a good reason to kill every single one here. Yanji ordered the guy to watch his words, but the woman stopped him. Jinhwa noted that there was a misunderstanding. She only came to catch the third elder who betrayed the battalion. The woman added that in order to get information from him about other traitors, she needs the man alive. Jinhwa decided that the elder master was smart enough to understand that her death here and now would start a new war between political parties. here in Gansu. She noted that Senior Master Heck might be able to defend himself, but what about the Martial Arts Academy? Is he confident that he can ensure the safety of everyone in it? Going down to Musang, despite Youngji's warning, Jinhua noted that if this was true, then he could cut her neck right now. Musang decided that this was not enough. Yes, the Iron Lady gave a reason why she couldn't kill this man and why the guy couldn't kill her, but she didn't give a reason why Musang couldn't kill the elder. Jinhua asked what the guy wanted then. He asked the woman to give him a guarantee that they would not harm him or the Dragon and Tiger Academy in Yangzhou County in the future. Pointing a finger at the elder, Musang added that he did too. Gina and all her people are here. Musang needed a direct promise that they would not create any problems for them, only if he gave up this person. Jinhua asked if those were all the requirements. Musang replied yes. Then the woman swore this in the name of the great bloody Iron Emperor without any problem. After stroking the boy's face, Jinhua promised that today's incident would not bring any trouble to Master Heck. Moreover, from now on, neither the Iron Blood Battalion nor their forces will harm the Dragon and Tiger Academy in Yangzhou County first. Approaching the guy, Jinhua asked if such a promise would do, adding that if this was not enough, could the girl offer another way to negotiate. Pulling away, Musang noted that there was no need for this. As long as a woman keeps her word, that's enough. Jinhua decided that Master Heck was a very boring person. Jinhua took out a small object from her inner pocket, asking Musang to take it. Yanji was surprised to see this. Musang asked what it was. Geneva replied that it was a symbol of promise. While the guy has it, no one from the Iron Blood Battalion will lay a finger on the master. After releasing the elder, Musang decided to trust the woman. But he added that if the Iron Blood Battalion did not keep its promise, Jinhua would be the first one he would come for. Taking the mister with him, Musang disappeared into the distance. Hearing that she would be the first only made Jinhua want to break her promise even more. Yanji asked permission to ask a question. The man asked the lady why she allowed the guy to leave. She also handed him a golden bloody mark. Jinhua replied that perhaps it was because she wanted to live. Yanji was shocked by this. Is this guy's skill level really that high? Yanji admitted that he was impressed with how he suppressed the third elder, but noted that the battle must have used up a lot of internal energy. Regardless of the guy's strength, Yanji, together with the elite of the Iron Blood Battalion, could handle him. Jinhua decided that perhaps the man was right, but the white eyes of distortion were constantly warning. Enmity with Musang is extremely dangerous. The woman ordered Yanji not to plot any more adventures that would endanger her life. The man immediately apologized for his behavior. Murek noted that Musang was delayed. He wondered if this mysterious guy was stronger than expected based on the noise. Musang admitted that the man had an ace up his sleeve. Throwing the man at their feet, Musang noted that he had captured him alive, just as they had planned. Looking at his beaten face, Murek was not sure that he was alive, and Gomwa did not understand at all that this was the same person. Gomwa remembered the information about the student and asked the guy if he had learned anything useful. Immediately becoming sad, Musang reported that for now, apparently, he was alive. Murek and Gomwa were very happy with this information. Throwing herself into Musang's arms, the girl decided that everything had turned out just perfect. Gomwa noted that she knew how much Musang had gone through, which is why she was so happy for him. Breathing out a sigh of relief and hugging the girl back, the guy admitted that he was happy too. Confused, Murek decided to pretend he didn't see anything. Suddenly, Gomwa began to sniff Musang. His smell seemed strange to her. Gomwa decided that the smell reminded her of flowers and tangerines. She noted that women loved the usual. Musang remembered with fear how Jinhua almost rubbed against him. Musang immediately jumped up, offering Murek a hug too. The man was shocked by the guy's speed. He understood that he would definitely not make it in time. Starting to hug Murek, Musang admitted that thanks to him and the ghostly mask, he was able to find out where the student was and brought him his gratitude. Gomwa couldn't believe what she was seeing. Murek answered a little embarrassedly that there was nothing wrong with that. They were friends after all. Musang let out a sigh of relief. Now the smell problem has been solved. He barely escaped being bullied, but it wasn't over yet. Musang said that Chan's student was taken away to be made a human shield in the dark blood group. Murek and Gomwa were shocked by the news. The girl did not believe that they had the guy. Gomwa didn't understand why the dark blood group continued to hang around here, since the Demon Alliance had long ago driven them out. A ghostly mask suddenly appeared and said that he could explain. Smiling contentedly, the man noted that the guys had a good time frolicking here without him. Murek asked what happened to the main Guhaha. The man replied that he gave him a good beating, destroyed the center of his inner power, and locked him in the base. Murek asked if the teacher had killed him, given his rude and nasty character. The leader asked if perhaps he should kill Murek. He assured that he respected the teacher with all his heart and soul. Musang recalled that the man wanted to talk about the dark blood group. Phantom Mask noted that the place was a big mess. He suggested quickly cleaning up here and continuing the conversation at the base. Papak noted that this is no longer within any limits. At the request of the mistress, she guarded the academy all day while the girl got into a fight. And when she returned, she immediately went to the beggar's den. The woman decided that she would die of curiosity if she did not find out what they were talking about. Phantom Mask reported that the Dark Blood Group was not created by the Demon Alliance. The guys were surprised by what they heard. Gomwa wondered how this happened then. The man said that these guys first appeared more than 200 years ago. Then, due to mysterious circumstances, many adherents from influential associations died, not only members of factions, but also authoritative representatives of the whole world. He doesn't know how their paths crossed with the Demon Alliance, but the Dark Blood Group existed a long time ago. Phantom Mask suggested that perhaps even the name Dark Blood Type itself was not real, or it simply represents their part. Musang asked, since they are so strong and have existed for centuries, why they were not heard of before, why the Murim Alliance did not deal with them ahead of schedule. The Phantom Mask replied that because although they are from Murim, they do not exist in Murim. The guy didn't understand what he meant. The man said that their center is in the Reach. Gomwa was surprised that the limit actually exists. The leader asked if she had heard of him. Gomwa admitted that Papa often told her about this as a child. She said that there is an underground world where all the evil people gather, and that nothing can be bought there with money. Gomwa thought that these were nothing more than legends. Musang remembered that old man Ye Fangwan mentioned a couple of times that he himself came from the Reach. Murek noted that he is also a fan of exaggeration. He could not understand which of his words was true and which was empty words. Ghost Mask noted that he must have really liked the guy if that weirdo Ye Fangwan started talking to him like that. Gomwa decided that the man was not serious. The leader noted that the man's words were true. The brat Ye Fangwan, despite his nasty nature, is deservedly considered the first in the central region. Having founded a forge outside, he could have raked in money, but for some reason he buried himself in a hole from the Muri Alliance and is locked up there. We are talking about the forge itself. Gomwa found it incredible that the greatest master in the Murim Alliance was from the limit. Murek noted that there were so many shocks in one day. Musang asked how one could get to the limit. The Phantom Mask replied to number 100 that this was a very dangerous place, much more dangerous than he can imagine. First of all, there the great Emperor founder Qin imprisoned and tortured Jing Kei, an assassin who made an unsuccessful attempt on the Emperor's life. After the death of the Emperor, the prison ceased to fulfill its function. The criminals and enemies of Murim who escaped from there began to increase their own influence. Then, over 200 years ago, the renegades staged a rebellion, but were overwhelmed by the combined forces of Murim's political parties, after which the remnants fled to the Reach, continuing to pose a problem. To capture the renegades, the Imperial Army, along with 1,000 Murim troops, attacked the border. As a result, the official united forces are in full swing. Since then, no one has climbed to the limit, but they hid, destroying all the entrances here, except for the secret paths. Murek asked if the Dark Blood Group was really that strong. The Phantom Mask said that they are not the ones who rule in the limit. The Infernal Fortress is the true masters of the limit. The head of the Alliance, Murim Tai Huanmu, was surprised that he wanted to help with the affairs of the Alliance. He noted that the sun seemed to rise in the east, as usual. Huangmu noted that he himself stated that he did not intend to delve into the affairs of the world, and even refused any position, using the right of request received as a reward for the mission. And now he has come again, asking for a place. The head of the Alliance asked his grandson if there was any reason for such changes. The guy admitted that his stupid grandson suddenly realized something. A huge desire arose in his heart that is beyond his control, and by simply doing nothing, he will definitely not achieve anything. Huangmu noted that his grandson had already proven his skill and importance in the war. However, he noted that the only lacking point was the spirit. The man added that only a fool in the harsh world of Murim would refuse to honor the 10 rules of Confucius. He asked if there was anything specific the guy wanted to do. Huangmu asked him to speak boldly. He would seriously consider it. The guy admitted that the place he wanted was free. Namely, the supervisor of the senior patrolman of all 4 directions is the senior patrolman of the central region. The Hell Fortress is a terrifying group that scares the world with just its name, along with the renegades and the demonic cult. However, unlike those who caused enormous damage to the central region, she never revealed herself. And yet it is the infernal fortress that rules the limit. Murek suddenly asked a question. He asked who was more attractive, him or number 100. The Phantom Mask answered without hesitation that number 100 is a million times better. Phantom Mask asked why he asked something so obvious. Gomwa decided that Murek was out of her mind. The man noted that the years had eroded the teacher's mind. Having smacked Murek with all his might, the ghostly mask noted that apparently he was really getting old, since he forgot to beat the man today. Murek assured that the teacher had misunderstood everything. Okay, there's still a limit, but it's a hell of a fortress. Should he really believe this? If this is all true, then Murek is beautiful. Musang noted that, in other words, the infernal fortress rules the underworld. Everything fit if the limit really exists, and it is connected with the underworld. The man concluded that the limit was a very dangerous place and asked if Musang still wanted to go there. Gomwa didn't understand why grandfather was so happy, but he replied that he just suddenly cheered up. Musang replied that now there are only more reasons to go there, because it turns out that the student ended up with very dangerous people. Phantom Mask noted that even Musang risked dying there. Moreover, there was no guarantee that their student was being kept there. Musang countered that it didn't matter. Musang noted that the man told him all this for a reason. The guy decided that the ghostly mask wanted him to go to the limit. The man noted that Musang immediately realized everything. He promised that he would send a man when everything was ready, and until then he ordered the guy to do his usual business. The teacher's happiness knew no bounds. He couldn't express the joy of seeing the two of them again. Gomwa noted that this was mutual and asked if he was complaining about his health. Gomwa admitted that in those few days she became so attached to this place that she missed it more than her native Morong clan. The teacher decided that the senior patrolman was greatly exaggerating. Musang didn't understand what the hell Gomwa was doing here. He remembered how she said that of course she should say hello. They are not strangers and she came all the way here. Musang understood that everything was true, but for some reason he was worried. The teacher meanwhile admitted that people like the senior patrolman are always welcome with them. Gomwa confided to the teacher that she wanted to move the headquarters of the Western Senior Patrol to this region. She asked if the man had a suitable place in mind. The teacher asked Musang if there was any unused land at the beggar's base. He ordered the guy to find someone to start construction tomorrow. Papa noted that if the lady needs the headquarters of the Senior Patrol of the Western region, then there is already one on the border of Sichuan and Gansu. She didn't understand why they needed a remote village. Musang agreed that the elder dragon warrior Papa was right. There is no need for Gomwa to move his headquarters. He didn't understand why he was spending the Alliance's money so thoughtlessly. Gomwa noted that there is no need to worry about money. She can pay for everything with personal funds. She has plenty of them, and there are more than enough reasons for that. Now there are moments on which the girl secretly works with beggars. Gomwa noted that the beggar's base is located just opposite the academy. She didn't even know who to thank for this, but everything turned out so well. Musang decided that this would be acceptable, but the guy asked what Gomwa was going to do now. He noted that it would take at least a month to build the headquarters. Gomwa was happy about the term. The girl noted that they would soon have to go on a hidden mission anyway. She decided that they were just exploring the underground world and would return in time. Musang asked the girl how to understand her phrase, "We are exploring the underground world." Gomwa replied that the guy didn't even tell her that he intended to go there alone. Musang reminded him of what the old man said, "You can die there." Gomwa noted that the guy would still go. Musang admitted that he had to find the student, but the girl had nothing to do there. Gomwa replied that she would decide for herself whether to eat or not. She admitted that when the guy disappeared, she looked for him like crazy for 2 years. And now she had to just wait for the guy to go alone to an unknown place. Gomwa asked not to make her laugh like that. Musang noted that it would be easier to forget him. Gomwa asked, since it was so simple, why Musang himself was so alarmed. She noted that following a guy is her choice. Musang wanted to object, but the girl did not allow it, continuing to speak. Gomwa hoped that the guy had not forgotten their promise made that day. If the girl meant the incident with the limitless mansion, then Musang remembered. Gomwa replied that everything was decided then. They go to the limit together. This is her request. Gomwa asked if the question was settled. If so, then she will go. Period. Turning around, the girl could barely hold back the tears that rolled into her eyes. Musang remembered how the wounded Gomwa asked him to promise that if they got out of here alive and completed the mission of the 4 commanders, they would begin to travel the world together. Musang promised that they would definitely see different places, be it the sea in Haenam, the dawn in the far cold north, or even hell. They will always be together. The man asked the head of the Dark Blood Group whether the Dark Blood Group assassins in Gansu had suffered serious losses. The head reported that all 20 warriors located in the mysterious school were killed or arrested. Most of them are simply expendable third-rank pawns. However, he noted that the protection of the mysterious head in the person of Ho Jiang and the Ilwal twins is an extremely valuable resource. The man concluded that they had not suffered such damage since the war against the united factions. The man shared that discontent was growing in the Sato clan. They even require a deposit. Another person present suggested getting rid of the ghostly mask and the senior patrolman. The man decided that their people were able to settle everything, but they had to put up with certain losses. He noted that without commissions, the process would stall. In addition, the received request is a security task. The man ordered first of all to double the escort forces. The man concluded that this issue had been resolved for now. Next was a special request. The client is the head of the infernal fortress, and the content is to hunt down the killer of the invincible bloody emperor. Eliminate if possible. All those present were shocked by this news. The guy reported to the senior student that everyone was assembled. Musang ordered them to take a book of each type. Hyungwon didn't understand what kind of books these were. Seokjin read the cover. New Dragon and Tiger Meditation Technique, New Dragon and Tiger Fencing Technique, Thunder Dragon Teaching. Musang said that with the teacher's permission, the existing Dragon and Tiger teachings were revised. From now on, they will need to practice on this. Musang admitted that he also drew up a training schedule. The guys were shocked by what they saw. Practice internal energy, get up at 5 in the morning, memorize all of your older brother's fencing techniques in 2 days, repeat 150 times a day. They didn't understand why they had to run around with a 60-kilogram stone. The guys said that at this rate they would die. Musang admitted that if this seems like too much to them, he has an alternative option. The guys were already unconditionally behind him. This option was the world's greatest senior student. They will train muscle memory. The guys immediately dropped their heads, admitting that they understood everything. The existing Dragon and Tiger meditation technique is very systematic, but the rate of energy accumulation is too slow, which is why you can train for a lifetime and still get the same effect as 10 years of working with Ki. The Dragon and Tiger fencing technique also provides the basis for a fast sword. However, it is too simple and is not able to fully maintain strength, since it does not develop the technique of steps. Musang noted that their revised versions do not have these disadvantages and increase their advantages. Moreover, the newly created Thunder Dragon teaching perfectly complements them. Musang assured that by fully mastering all this, each of the students would quickly reach the top corresponding to the first rank. The guys were shocked by this news and couldn't believe it. But that is not all. Even those who do not master the new teachings will still not be an easy opponent for someone of their level. Musang noted that with luck, they would achieve enlightenment and see the absolute pinnacle someday. Musang noted that since they are so cowardly, nothing can be done. For now, that means he'll take them back. The guy reached out to the students to take away the books he had distributed earlier. The guys immediately replied that they would not give it up. Although he is a senior student, the guy did not have the right to immediately take away what he had just given. Taeho asked not to underestimate the strength of his spirit. Musang noted with a satisfied smile what idiots the guys were. As long as he has time, he can run them to death. Their conversation was interrupted by persistent knocking on the main gate. The visitor on the other side persistently wondered if there was anyone inside. Opening the door, Musang gloomily asked who it had brought so early. Han Chisung noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, and admitted that Musang had matured since their last meeting. Musang greeted the head of the Han Hall and asked who he came to see them with. The man replied that he was with very important people, so he asked to quickly call teacher Chan. Musang reported that their teacher was still resting in his bedchamber. He asked first to tie the horses and go to the meeting room, and he would bring the teacher as soon as he woke up from sleep. The second young master of the limitless mansion, Changseok, called the guy an impudent person. He didn't like being forced to sit and wait for the teacher to wake up. He ordered to bring him right now. Musang sternly asked the man to choose his expressions. Although he is a teacher at a small academy, he is still the owner of this house. The guy asked what they hoped for by arriving here without warning. Chisun ordered the guy to know his place. He asked whether Musang even knew who the master he was insolent to was. Musang noted that how could he know if the man started giving orders without even introducing himself. Chansok ordered the guy to think about what his mouth was spewing. Senior Master Chin ordered everyone to stop and admitted that the young man was right. They themselves had arrived without warning. Funeral Sword Chinfi asked Musang what his name was. The guy introduced himself that his name was Hek Musang, and that he was a senior student at the Dragon and Tiger Academy. The man noted that the teacher raised the guy well. The man introduced himself as Chinfa, a man from the Alliance. Musang admitted that he had heard a lot about the fame of the senior funeral sword master. The man noted that Musang embarrassed him. Chinfei asked to be escorted to the meeting room. Musang ordered them to follow him. Chansok warned that he remembered the guy and he should be wary. He was furious when he noticed that this, as he put it, creature grinned. Master admitted that it was an honor for him to welcome the second young master of the Boundless Mansion and the senior funeral sword master Jinfi to this humble place. Teacher Chan noted that he should have met them right away, but he was only informed now. Chisun admitted that his eldest student is still impudent. The teacher noted that because of this asshole, he would again crumble into small beads. He decided that if he left the guy here, he would definitely do something else. The teacher ordered Musang to go and do his business. He noted that there was no need to delay what they discussed yesterday. The guy meekly obeyed the order. The teacher suggested first treating everyone to tea. Chinfi reported that the Alliance accepted the request of the Boundless Mansion and decided to establish the Murim department in one of the neutral zones of Gansu. The man shared that it just so happened that the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy is located in the neutral zone of Yangzhou County. Teacher Chan said that they would be only too happy. He hoped it wasn't the senior patrolman. Chisun admitted that he had the same idea and said that the teacher should help them establish a department. The teacher only asked to say, because their academy also belongs to the Murim Alliance. Chansok was glad that the man understood this too. In this case, he asked to give them 10 gold bars. He heard that the number of officials has now increased significantly. The teacher was surprised to hear the amount announced. Chinfi didn't understand what the guy was talking about. Changsok asked Senior Master Chin not to refuse because all this is for the sake of peace in Gansu. He noted that there is nothing wrong with wanting help. A girl who suddenly appeared asked why they themselves didn't give the Dragon and Tiger Academy the money they boasted about so much. Gomwa admitted that if you listen to them, anyone will think that the Academy borrowed those ingots from the Boundless Mansion. Gomwa apologized to the teacher for coming in and speaking without permission. The man assured that there was nothing wrong with this and invited the girl to sit down. Chansuk was fascinated by the woman. The teacher believed that they already knew, but still decided to introduce this lady. Chansuk noted that he would never have thought that he would meet such a lovely girl at the Dragon and Tiger Academy. The guy introduced himself as Un Changseok, the second young master of the Limitless Mansion. He asked for forgiveness if his words offended the girl. In honor of meeting Gomwa, the guy decided to donate 15 gold bars to the academy. He hoped that this way he would be able to soften the young lady somewhat. Senior Master Chin again tried to reason with the guy, but he once again shut his mouth. Gomwa wanted to speak, and Changseok gladly allowed her to speak. Gomwa sternly asked what Changseok was doing now. The guy, a little scared, asked what she meant. Gomwa said her complaint was not just about money, but also about her boyfriend's behavior. He interrupted the teacher before he even finished speaking. The teacher noted that he was not against it, but the girl said that she was against it. Chansok didn't expect the girl to be upset by such a small thing. Gomwa was unhappy that this was just a small thing for the guy. Gomwa recalled that they came here without warning early in the morning. They behaved so brazenly, and for some reason they also demanded such a lot of money. This, as well as the neglect of the elders of the academy within the walls of this very academy, which is not under his subordination, is a trifle for a boundless mansion. Gomwa checked to see if she understood correctly. The girl said that now it is clear to her that in the boundless mansion there is not even a smell of manners. Chaisen suddenly jumped up from his seat, admitting that he could no longer listen to this. The man admitted that he tried to be calm, just like Master Chin, but the girl not only got into the conversation, but also dared to insult the boundless mansion. He asked if she was afraid of the consequences. Jinfi ordered everyone to be silent and insisted that Hall Leader Han watch his words. He did not downplay the authority of the Limitless Mansion in Gansu, but noted that, Nevertheless, one must know when to stop. Chinfi did not understand how one could show such frivolity in dealing with someone whose position was underestimated. He added that Senior Patrolman Murong was also behaving inappropriately. He asked the girl why she was aggravating the situation if everything could have been resolved from the very beginning. Gomwa objected that she coped well with everything. She didn't even take out the sword. The men were shocked to learn that it was the Senior Patrolman. Gomwa noted that, be that as it may, it was the young master who interrupted the teacher when he introduced her. The girl recalled that in response to the remark, he simply waved it off, taking it all as a trifle. Gomwa wondered if she hadn't done enough. Changsok immediately bowed down, asking the Senior Patrolman for forgiveness and admitting that he, ignorant, did not recognize her. Chisun also humbly asked for forgiveness. Gomwa decided that it seemed that the young master had ignored all her previous words. She wondered if she understood correctly that if she had not been the Senior Patrolman, the guy would have continued to behave recklessly. Chansuk tried to reassure the girl that this was not the case, but she continued, noting that they didn't think another person deserved an apology here. Chansuk didn't quite understand, and Gomwa said that of course she meant the teacher. The teacher himself decided that Musang had brought to them a very extraordinary, lovely lady, and even somewhat frightening. Chansuk was so afraid of running into the Senior Patrolman that he could neither scream nor hit the tree. It was such a humiliation for him. So that he, the second young master of the Boundless Mansion, would encounter something like this in Gansu. Why, being the treasure of the Sword God, one of the 10 strongest experts, the patriarch of the Murong clan in the position of the Senior Patrol Command of the Alliance, the Heavenly Sword Goddess stopped to patrol this remote village with this rural academy. And when meeting him, a native of the ruling Kong Tong sect, the brilliant jewel of the Boundless Mansion of the ancient enemy of the Iron Blood Battalion and the true heir, she chose to side with the decrepit old man with a grain of skill. It also all ended with a humiliating apology for the guy, but that was not all. Gomwa said that she would look after the young master for now. She noted that if the Limitless Mansion wants to maintain friendly relations with her, then the guy better behave appropriately. In addition, Senior Master Chin, whom they decided among themselves to appoint as the manager of the Murim Alliance Department in Gansu, decided that the young master was entirely to blame for the situation. Even Hall Leader Han, who had always been loyal to him, said that the young master needed to somehow make amends to the Senior Patrolman. If the head finds out about this, he can forget about the position of the heir. Chansok still couldn't calm down, but what was the point in just being angry? Noticing a guy passing by, Chansok recognized him as that scumbag. He was glad that he came across this carry-on. Chansok ordered the guy to come to him. Musang asked if the guy was addressing him. Changsok angrily asked if he saw anyone else here. He decided that the guy was screwed today. Musang glanced at the street where people were walking leisurely back and forth. Chansok ordered the guy to shut up. Musang noted that he didn't say anything. Chansok ordered him to come to him and not to be smart. Musang was next to the guy in a second. Chansok fearfully asked if the guy had been taught that one should not mindlessly approach other martial arts practitioners so close. Chansok noted that he didn't notice the slightest movement until Musang was right in front of him. He didn't understand how some master from a rural academy could do this. Musang replied that he just came up like the guy asked. In addition, he noted that if Changxiak was an adept, then he should have protected his own space, and added that it would not be easy for him to live long in Murim. Musang noted that if the guy was just a little brat who could only boast of belonging to a boundless mansion in which he was respected and protected from all threats, then he could understand such speeches. Chansok was angry that the hillbilly from the rural academy was lucky enough to approach him, and now he became proud, like the navel of the earth. The guy would have closed his eyes to this rudeness if Musang had helped to appease the Senior Patrolman. Musang was very surprised to hear about the Senior Patrolman. Chansok flew up to the guy, angrily announcing that he would now tear his filthy mouth apart. Gomwa was very surprised by the news about the Murim Alliance headquarters in Gansu, because nothing was reported to her about it. Senior Master Chin reported that he had received orders to inform the Senior Patrolman personally. The man admitted that the appointment happened suddenly, so he had to leave in a hurry. They told him that if he settled down first, they would send people to help him. Gomwa didn't understand why there was a rush. Chinfi admitted that he himself did not know the details. He only knew that the new Senior Patrolman of the Central Region insisted on this. Gomwa was surprised to hear about the Central Region Patroller, since this place had always been free. She also did not receive any news about this. Chinfi was surprised that the girl didn't know. He was sure that Chief Patrolman Morong had been accurately informed. The man reported that young Mr. Tae Hyun-won had now become the senior patrolman of the central region. Gomwa was shocked by this news. Gomwa couldn't believe it. She was sure that this lazy man would refuse responsibility even under the threat of death. Chinfi seemed to know the reason for this appointment. A heartbreaking scream came from the street, which interrupted the conversation. Chansok continued to scream and ask the guy to let him go while Musang continued to hold his palm, twisting his arm. With his eyes burning with anger, Musang asked the guy to repeat what he had just said, and asked why he needed a senior patrolman. Chansok replied that he was running into trouble and again ordered him to let him go. Musang decided that Chanseok didn't seem to realize his situation yet. Pressing even harder, he asked if the guy wanted to never use his right hand again. Everyone in the academy immediately ran to the cry, not understanding what was happening. Noticing Musang holding the young master, the head of the hall, Han, immediately ordered this scum to quickly let him go. The man rushed towards Musang with his fists, but the guy only lightly pushed his palm away with 2 fingers, causing the head of the hall, Han, to fly to the side. Putting his hand on the man's chest and throwing him a couple of meters, Musang ordered him to first calm down and move away. The head of the hall, Han, couldn't believe his eyes. The guy so easily parried his blow and then also pushed him in the chest because spiritual power was invested in his palm. Musang noted that the head of the hall, Han, rushed to attack so sharply that the guy went too far with the force with which he squeezed his hand. He asked if the man was ready to take responsibility if Musang broke her. The head of the hall, Han, ordered the guy to simply let go of his hand, but Musang assured that he could not. The guy said that he was just walking by when Chansok called him, started an argument, and then attacked him with the intention of killing him. Musang asked what he should do if he let the guy go and he tries to do it again. Hallhead Han asked the teacher to do something. He immediately asked Musang to let Chanseok go. Musang immediately carried out the order. The head of the hall, Han, ordered the guy to immediately apologize to the young master. How dare he even break Chanseok's arm? This is nothing more than a deliberate insult. The other students immediately began to defend Musang. They noted that it was the second young master who first used his fists. Unexpectedly, Musang agreed to apologize. The rest of the students were shocked by the senior student's decision. Musang admitted that he didn't know that he would offend Chanseok by doing this. Previously, he had no cases where he did not kill those who tried to kill him, but only immobilized them. Moreover, Musang added that even if he took a strike from the young master's palm, he would not be harmed. He apologized to the guy for his poor judgment. Chansok didn't understand who this bastard thought he was. He also decided to be sarcastic. Gym leader Han ordered teacher Young to tell him something if he didn't think it was necessary. The teacher admitted that he thought Musang shouldn't have done that. He noted that there was no reason why his student needed to apologize. The teacher asked which martial academy in Murim would force an apology from a student who won a fight, moreover, when the enemy attacked first, and even with the intention of killing. The man asked to forgive this inferior teacher for his failure to willingly shower them with flattery. Hallhead Han was angry that the Boundless Mansion had lost some of its influence, and now even the big boys from such an academy didn't care about them. The man angrily noted that he would see if they could live peacefully in Gansu after this. He promised that he would personally put a spoke in the wheels of their existence in every possible way. The man remembered that Manager Song said that they wanted to open a chamber of commerce and promised that now they can forget about it. They can say goodbye to any form of trade in Gansu County. The one who came up from behind assured that he could not ignore such a statement. The head of the hall, Khan, irritably asked who had decided to interrupt him, but immediately shut up when he saw the senior patrolman. The man noted that these were personal disputes between the Boundless Mansion and the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Even though she was the senior patrolman, the girl should not have interfered so unceremoniously. Gumwa sternly ordered him to shut up. She recalled that the Chamber of Commerce was promised to the Academy by Chief Executive Song in exchange for her delivering the Boundless Mansion's letter to the Murim Alliance. The Limitless Mansion had not yet fulfilled its part of the contract, and now it wanted to destroy it altogether. The girl asked if she, Morong Gomwa, was really an empty place for a limitless mansion. The man tried to assure that he did not mean anything like that. Gomwa ordered them to leave immediately, noting that she did not want to have anything more to do with the two of them, and warned that if they showed their face to her again, she would show them real contempt. Musang noted that it was not worth standing up for him. Gomwa asked not to be misunderstood, and admitted that she did not know what Master Heck would do if things were left as they were. The disappearance of the Boundless Mansion would be a problem. Musang asked if the girl really sees him so reckless. Gomwa admitted that yes, she sees it. The guy noted with displeasure that he could have been softer. Looking at the guy, Chinfi noted that in appearance he didn't even look like a cultivator, just an ordinary student of the academy. But at the same time he easily immobilized Mr. Un, who had the first rank, and pushed away the head of the Han Hall, who had overcome the top. On top of that, the senior patrolman is showing a strange interest in this place. The teacher thanked the girl for her help, but she only sheepishly assured that there was nothing wrong with it. Chinfi remembered that the beggar's base was very close, and decided that, in principle, they had decided on a place for a new headquarters. A few days later, someone knocked on Musangu's window. The man introduced himself as Gay Hensol and reported that he had a message from the elder. He ordered to prepare for a trip to the underworld, meeting at the Devil's Hour, 3 o'clock in the morning, in Huik. Musang asked where the dragon warrior Papa was. Gomwa replied that she stayed because her departure would be too noticeable. The girl admitted that she had not yet told the Alliance anything. Musang will check to see if there will be any problems later. Gomwa assured that they would simply grab them something useful from the limit and asked if the guy was really so disgusted with going with her alone. Musang tried to reassure the girl that this was not the case. Gomwa insisted, questioning what then. The guy remained silent. He could not say that Papa's presence would increase her safety. Musang walked forward, urging the girl on because the path to Shanxi is long. Gomwa was angry that the guy left her question unanswered. She didn't understand what was simple. But later Gomwa was happy, because after so much time she and number 100 were traveling around the world together. Gomwa didn't understand what kind of monster the guy was. 400 kilometers in 12 hours without a break. Musang recalled that the girl herself wanted to go with him. Time is running out, so he's in a hurry. Gomwa was furious. She didn't understand what was wrong with Musang. The girl had almost no energy, and the guy didn't even break a sweat. Gomwa was filled with anger. Arriving in Shanxi Province, Ji County, Musang was glad that they were finally there. Stopping, Gomwa tried to catch her breath, asking the guy to wait for her. The worker greeted the travelers with a smile. Musang shared that he wanted a place where the sun shines brightest on a rainy day. Gomwa, almost dying, asked for more water. Following the worker, Musang threw a golden scarf from the window. Finally drinking water, Gomwa asked if that was all. Musang replied that the old ghost mask said so. Gomwa decided that while they sat and waited, she wanted to find out what happened to Musang while he was gone. The girl noted that, albeit with difficulty, the guy's level of development even then allowed him to carry out seemingly impossible missions. Thanks to his innate instincts and unbending will, the guy constantly survived, being on the brink of death. 2 years ago, he suddenly disappeared, and when he returned, he became a completely different person. Musang admitted to the senior patrolman that in reality he was not number 100. Gomwa wanted to kill him. The guy admitted that that day he came across a divine revelation. Musang remembered the words that he heard then. Born, accept the fate that has chosen you, accept everything that I send down to you. It won't be long before the followers of the devil take their step in the world, and you will have a flame that will cleanse it of them. And then an incomprehensible sight opened up right in front of Musang. It was peace, a world destroyed and consumed by the devil. The flames engulfed everything. Suddenly a giant snake 100 meters long appeared in the sky, and in the underground world the army of the demon lord was crowding. It was real hell. There was nothing left. Everything turned to ashes. Musang had to spend an eternity there until he became a suitable vessel. Gomwa anxiously asked if he was serious. Musang was surprised that the girl believed him. Gomwa immediately became angry. She asked normally, and the guy here was making jokes. She decided that Musang was going to continue to mock her. Gomwa admitted that she was already sick of the guy's tomfoolery. If he doesn't want to talk, then fine. Musang, in principle, did not hope that the girl would believe in that absurd spectacle. Looking at this spectacle, Musang didn't understand why the hell he should show all this. What can he do about it? Musang asked how one ordinary intelligent being could control the course of the universe. The voice replied that everything would happen at the right time and in the right order. If everything really happened at the right time, then Musang wanted that time to come as late as possible. The man apologized, turning to the guy. He noted that he had a good head and asked if the guy would mind if he touched it. Musang was surprised that the man was blind. Musang cautiously handed him a handkerchief. The guy noted that this expert is a revered expert. Gomwa agreed that the guy from the Limitless Mansion was no match for him. The man asked to follow him. Musang noted that he led them in circles for 2 hours, then went into the estate, although it was right next to the eatery, and now he again walks as if through some kind of labyrinth. Gomwa assumed that this meant that she needed to be on guard, but the girl decided that it seemed like they had already arrived. Knocking on the door, the man informed the senior leader that he had brought the people who wielded the yellow order cloth. The senior leader allowed them to enter. The man asked the owners of the yellow cloth of the order to go inside. Musang was surprised when he noticed the senior leader's legs. The man apologized for not being able to meet respected people standing. Musang assured that there was no need for an apology and thanked him for his hospitality. Gomwa admitted that she did not sense a single drop of internal energy in this person. Musang replied that it was because he was not a cultivator, but he added that the man's level of security is serious. The senior leader admitted that it had been a long time since he had seen someone who possessed an authentic yellow order cloth. He asked what business brought them to him. The guy briefly said that the limit is. The man was very surprised by this news. Musang asked to send them to the limit as soon as possible. Smiling cheerfully, the senior leader asked not to joke like that. Gloomily looking at the man, Musang asked if he thought he was joking. The senior leader agreed with concern. The request of the owner of the yellow order cloth is absolute. The man had only one request. The man said that 4 kilometers south of here they would find a bamboo forest. Gomwa decided that they apparently forced everyone to trudge here all day long. The senior leader said that in the middle of that forest there was a huge boulder, more than 3 meters in size. If you lift it, there will be a package underneath it. He asked to bring this package to him. Noticing the boulder, Gomwa was about to get down to business when suddenly a spear flew towards them. Musang barely had time to dodge and fight off the weapon flying at them. Gomwa didn't understand what was happening. The attacking man smiled contentedly. He seemed amused by this picture. The girl standing next to him noted that they had cute kids here. The man noted that it seemed that these bastards were not ordinary thieves. He decided that it was even more fun to play with them. Musang swung his sword sharply, cutting the head off the man's shoulders. The guy pretended to apologize for interrupting him. The girl was shocked by what happened. Everything happened so quickly she didn't even feel the swing of the sword. The girl noted that Musang looks like an ordinary guy. The girl realized that they were not ordinary thieves. She asked if they had come to them and who sent them, Ami. Rushing at the girl, Gomwa asked what she was talking about. Gomwa recalled that it was they who first threw a spear at her head from behind. She didn't understand what kind of hunt for thieves there was. The girl barely had time to react. She realized that she could not cope with this couple. The girl asked to wait, admitting that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. She apologized, realizing that she needed to get out of here. Turning around, the girl saw Musang from behind. She couldn't believe her eyes. How did he end up next to her? He had just stood there. Musang asked if what was hidden under the rock belonged to her. The girl repeated that all this was a misunderstanding. They made a mistake. Musang asked about the pursuit of Ami. He asked if the Ami sect was persecuting them. The girl, frightened, tried to escape. Gomwa immediately blocked the girl's path, wondering what she was up to. The girl noted that the stranger was fast and did not understand where she even came from. She needed to even the odds. The girl decided that she would block her vision with iron fans in order to wound Gomwa with daggers with poison, and then switch to the second one. But before the girl even had time to realize what was happening, one blow cut her in half. The nearby bamboo trees turned scarlet. Landing in front of Musang, Gomwa assured him that she could handle it herself. She did not understand why they had to kill the girl. What about interrogation? Musang noted that the girl had already made the decision to kill them. It would be a waste of time to tinker with it any further, and the senior leader will answer the remaining questions. Musang pointed his sword at the senior leader, ignoring the 5 swords of the guards pointed at him. The man was surprised that they had already returned. Musang sternly noted that there was an ambush there. Musang noted that the man sent them into a trap. The senior leader assured that this was not so, and asked the guy to show the contents of his bag. Musang dumped the contents onto the floor. Gomwa was surprised when she saw that these were night pearls of the highest quality. The man noted that in order to get to the limit, it is not enough just to know its location. You need to satisfy their requirements. Night pearls in the underworld are valued above any other jewelry. Anyone who wants to enter the limit must necessarily pay at least 5 pieces of the highest quality. Musang asked who those 2 were. The man said that the limit is to receive visitors once every 3 months and no more than 10 people. It just so happened that this morning all 10 applicants were elected, including the Bloodshadow Witch and the Slutty Spear Wraith. The man noted that since they were gone now, 2 places were freed up. Gomwa was surprised to hear about the Bloodshadow Witch and the lecherous spear ghost that were seen in the Ami sect incident. Musang asked if she knew these names. Gomwa reported that last year, 1 first-rank disciple and 7 second-rank disciples from the Ami sect were found dead after they set out to explore the world. The victims of the attack, completely drained of blood, were also brutally mutilated. Eyewitness accounts and marks on the bodies indicated that the perpetrators were the debauched spear ghost and the Bloodshadow Witch. The Ami sect immediately rushed to search for them, but there was no result. To think that those 2 were the same ones. If Gomwa had known about this, they wouldn't have gotten off her so easily. Gomwa began to go into detail about the terrible things she would do to those 2. The man asked if they were from an orthodox sect. In any case, the senior leader noted that the matter was now settled. All this was done in preparation for the trip to the limit, as the guys asked. Musang noted that there is one more point. Swinging his sword, the guy with 1 blow broke the blades of all the swords aimed at him. Musang warned that if the man tries to use them again or takes them for fools, then instead of these swords it will be his neck. The man promised that he would definitely remember. The man announced that they had arrived. The girl noted with displeasure that her whole body was numb. 2 hours in a cart with no light coming through at all. The guy noticed that she slept so well she even snored. The man who met them asked if they were the same witch of the bloody shadow and the dissolute ghost of the spear. The guys confirmed it. Gomwa noted that he was looking more closely than she thought. The girl was worried that he would figure it out. She suggested that it would be better to make a human mask. Musang didn't like the idea of taking the skin off their faces and putting it on his own. Better than death. And in general, they didn't even have time for this. The man asked why the dissolute spear ghost did not have a spear, but a sword. The man ordered them to jump into the boat. They had to hurry if they wanted to make it before the gates closed. The guys were the last. The guy apologized for this. The man asked why that dissolute ghost was so polite. The girl ordered him to shut up. Gomwa was very surprised to see the view before her. Having moored to the shore, the man reported that that was all and they could leave. The dozing off guy and girl asked for another 5 minutes, making the man even more angry. The man said to move along that cave until they see the guard. He needs to pay with night pearls and he will let them through. Yawning, Gomwa asked the guy to walk more slowly. The man did not understand what these types were. Even many decent experts get nervous upon arrival here, but these were just dozing and drooling. He decided that they were either immune or brave. This will soon destroy them. Gomwa was surprised that the truth was in the underworld. She couldn't even see the ceiling of the cave. Musang found it all interesting. The guy noted that smoke should have accumulated in the cave from so many lanterns, but there was none. It turns out they somehow ventilate the room. Gomwa decided that it was some kind of ventilation system. Grabbing the man by the hand, Gomwa asked who he was. A pickpocket, a thief, a maniac. How dare he paw her? The girl asked if she should break his wrist. The man fearfully admitted that he was just curious because he had not seen them before. Gomwa warned that if he tried again, she would break his neck. The man angrily replied that the girl touched the wrong person, but noticing Gomwa's angry look, he immediately got scared and ran away. Musang decided that the guy saw new faces and became insolent. Gomwa suggested that she should have punched harder. It was necessary to clearly show him so that other flies would not bother him. Musang suggested renting a room first. He's already tired of wearing this makeup. Gomwa cheerfully commented that he looked very cute. The man noted that these comrades are not so simple, but such a legendary freshman is just an ideal victim for Mr. Yan Yuzi. He decided to take away everything, right down to his soul. Musang admitted that he felt rejuvenated without that stupid mustache. Gomwa asked where they should start searching. Musang assured that they would be found on their own. Just wait. Gomwa noted that some guy was watching them from the street. The man greeted the guys with a joyful smile, noting that they had never met before. Musang asked who he was. The man assured that he was not a suspicious type at all. He introduced himself as Yan Yunji. The man assured that he simply saw unfamiliar faces and came up with good intentions to help. The man assured that he knows everyone to the limit. Gomwa decided that he was some kind of scammer. Musang noted that the man's help is probably not free. The man noted that it seemed to him that the guys were here for the first time and didn't know anything yet. He said that this was a place, a limit, a gathering of all kinds of real scum. This is the very bottom in the abyss of life. In fact, a living hell with all the dangers. Everywhere you look, there are thieves. One has only to blink, and the securely hidden gold is stolen without a trace. But the man assured that now they can put aside their worries because they have him. Yan Yuji's walking spoken limit guide guides them safely through at an extremely reasonable price of just a silver bar. Suddenly, Musang jumped up, thanking the heavens. He noted that they almost got into a big mess. He thanked the man because now they can breathe easy. The guy was very glad to meet you. Yan Yuji asked what they were interested in. He promised that he would help with everything, with the purchase of goods or a house, with a tour of the city. The guys winked at each other conspiratorially. Gomwa shared that she heard that there are many unique drugs and elixirs in the limit. She asked if it was possible to get them. The man frowned for a moment, and Gomwa sighed sadly, deciding that it was impossible. Yang Yuji hastened to assure that everything is possible. It's just that often warlike women are not interested in this. In addition, he added that goods like medicines and elixirs here in the extreme are owned by very creepy people. The girl concluded that it was impossible after all, but the man answered irritably that everything was possible. Musang noted that there was someone outside that he wanted to kill, and wondered if there was a way to help him with it. Yan Yuji assured that the limit was full of mercenaries. He noted that the price may vary depending on their purpose. Musang said that this was Murim's man of the highest rank, and asked if they could handle this. Yan Yuji assured that this is what experts in their field do. Yan Yuji assured that hiring someone like that and buying drugs and elixirs would obviously cost a lot of money. Gomwa assured the man that they had more than 100 gold bars. Delighted with the large catch, the man assured that he would immediately take his dear clients to the right place. The guys were glad that their plan worked. Having brought the guys to a certain gathering of thugs, Yan Yuji asked them to wait here while he talked. The man greeted one of the thugs, noting that he hoped things were going well for him. Pointing his finger at the guys, Yan Yuji said that these people want to place an order. The man said that these are fresh simpletons who are here for the first time today. He noted that if he shakes out more than 100 bars from them, then 20% will be his. The man noted that nothing else was expected from the legendary Yan Yuji. Approaching the guys, the man summed up that someone needed to be killed. Musang agreed. The man asked who exactly this person was. Smiling, Musang assured that it was no longer necessary. The man decided that the guy was making fun of him. He was surprised that he had come all this way to just leave. Musang noted that with the man's skills he couldn't kill him, so he'd better do it himself. The mercenary was very angry with such words. Taking out his sword, the man asked what the guy was saying. The man was angry that the guy considered himself stronger than him. Swinging, the mercenary admitted that he was originally going to squeeze out a reasonable amount and let them go, but now he decided that it would be better to knock them down. The mercenary raised his hand to strike, but Musang calmly moved his weapon to the side, pushing the man in the chest. From the blow, he fell to the ground, flying back a little. Frowning, Musang asked Mr. Yan how to understand the phrase, "squeeze the amount and release it." The man was very frightened by the picture he saw. Yan Yuji admitted that he himself had no idea that this guy would turn out like this. He added that in his entire life he had never met a worse scumbag than this one. Musang recalled that the man said that he knows everyone, but he himself, it turns out, is not able to recognize a person by sight. However, the guy noted that this guy is in any case the only one with a shitty little soul. The mercenary tried to assure that the man was in cahoots with him. Musang decided that he had not straightened his mind since he continued to slander Mr. Yan. The guy decided that a potent drug needed to be prescribed here. Musang asked Mr. Yan if he was speaking correctly, adding that what was needed was more than just a remedy. A good thrashing will be just right. Taking a swing, Musang admitted that mercy is an unaffordable luxury for scammers. After wiping his blood-stained face, Musang said that he had done a little tweaking on this nasty guy. Turning to Mr. Yan, the guy asked to find someone more appropriate this time. Assuring that he would certainly serve the guy, Yan Yuji hurried to carry out the order. Gomwa admitted that she even felt a little sorry for the man. Looking around, Gomwa wondered what kind of dirty surroundings this was. The man replied that this was the red tile area. Mr. Yan explained that this is the place of the limit, where the elders form their centers of influence, similar to the outer sects of the Murim alliance. He noted that this is where the real heart of the limit lies. Gomwa wondered if the man had brought them to such a dangerous place with bad intentions. Yan Yuji hastened to assure that not at all, under no circumstances. The man admitted that he had no choice but to come here to find the drugs, not to mention a first-class assassin capable of eliminating even a top-ranking expert. Gomwa made Mr. Yan bark if he was not lying. The man immediately carried out the order. The girl admitted that he convinced her. Turning away, Yan Yuzi grimaced at how big-eyed this bitch was. Gomwa asked who this face was. The man didn't understand how she noticed, but he immediately smiled contentedly and barked again. Musang had no doubt that the strongest adepts were already gathering here. Such things will instantly twist the throats of decent experts. Musang decided that that tall castle in the very center must be a hellish fortress. The guy decided that it would be much easier to find traces of the dark blood type here than on the outskirts. Musang warned that if the girl came up with the idea of causing trouble, then she had better be patient. Gomwa unhappily admitted that she wanted to kill everyone present. One of the men approached Gomwa, calling her a beauty. He invited her to brighten up her languid loneliness and play with him. Licking his lips disgustingly, he promised that the girl would simply fly away into space. Gomwa tried to leave silently, but the man didn't like that the girl decided to ignore him. Reaching for her braid, he said that he was actually addressing her. Gomwa decided she couldn't take it anymore, but before she could do anything, Musang grabbed the man's arm, twisting it the other way. Smirking smugly, Gomwa reminded her who told her to be patient. Musang admitted that his hand twitched on its own. The girl did not argue with this. Yan Yuji was confident that now his plan would definitely work. It didn't matter to him how strong these bastards were. They definitely couldn't defeat such a crowd. Musang frowned, noting that this would be problematic. The guy thought that apparently he would still have to kill everyone. A stranger suddenly appeared and ordered everyone to stop. As he got closer, he ordered everyone to retreat. The man believed that these were his clients. Gomwa decided that this old man seemed to be a big shot around here. Mr. Yan immediately introduced the man. He said that this gentleman was an influential investor from the business world of the Red Tile area, Kai Kangde. The man noted that he had not had any clients from Comrade Yan for a long time. Tsai Kande asked why the guys came to them. Gomwa admitted that she would like to purchase elixirs and aphrodisiacs. The man noted that he did not think that such a product would suit a young lady, but the girl replied that it was none of his business. Kai Kangde decided that he didn't care. The main thing was that the girl could pay. The man asked how much she needed. Gomwa replied that there was a cart for each. The man was very surprised. He suggested pretending that nothing had happened and asked the two of them to leave. Gomwa decided that Kande was afraid that she would not have enough money. The man admitted that he has a rule. He does not trade with individuals in such volumes. Then Gomwa suggested changing the terms of the deal. The girl noted that they say that the quality and effectiveness of drugs differ to a great extent from the outside world. She was sure that there was a special ingredient that was only available here. Gomwa suggested that she would buy 600 grams of each from the man, but would pay as much as for a whole cartload of aphrodisiacs. She asked if she managed to interest the man. Kande admitted that, whatever one may say, the girl seemed suspicious to him. He noted that large quantities of drugs are bought mainly by members of large groups. Singles don't work with this. The man was surprised that these two people showed up, asking for carts of goods or ingredients. He didn't understand who they were or where they came from. Gomwa didn't understand why she heard so many rude things today. The girl asked if her anger would become less if she killed the man. Kande was surprised that the girl was so impudent that she expected to beat him in the red tile area. He decided that her self-importance was higher than the heavens. Gomwa asked the guy not to interfere, assuring that she would sort everything out herself. Musang reluctantly agreed. The man swung, attacking the girl and wishing for that death. He was very surprised to notice that Gomwa had disappeared before he struck. He didn't understand how or where she disappeared. Looking around, the man noticed that the girl was behind him. He realized that it was too late to dodge. He urgently needed to block her blow. Having made a maneuver, Gomwa hit Yan Yuzi in the face with all her might. The man didn't understand what he was for. Gomwa apologized and admitted that she did not expect such impressive movements from that old man. He dodged her splash of flames, causing the innocent Mr. Yan to fall in return. Gomwa assured that this did not happen because she disliked him. Ki Kangde decided that this bitch was mocking him. Gomwa told the man to shut up. She was sure that this time she would definitely hit it. In just a moment, the girl found herself right in front of Kande's nose. Instead of Kande, the blow landed on Yan's other cheek. Gomwa did not understand what it was and again blamed this treacherous old man for everything. The girl asked Yujai if he was okay. Kande noted that he couldn't even keep up with the girl's movements. He admitted that such a brilliant master was too much for him. An angry Gomwa turned on Kanda, calling him a heartless old man. She didn't understand how he dared to harm their benefactor. She promised that she would never forgive him for this. Kanda decided that she was also a crazy bitch. Gomwa promised that this time he would definitely pay. The man tensed, realizing that the girl was attacking again. Approaching the man's face, Gomwa admitted that she was now doing it for real. The girl hit Kanda in the chest with all her might, causing him to fly back several meters. Musang noticed one guy in the crowd of people watching. He noted that his energy was similar to that of members of the dark blood group. The guy quickly took out a small lump from his inner pocket, crushed it in his fingers and threw it at the leaving man's back. He barely paid attention to it. Gomwa asked Kai Kangde, who was beaten until there were red marks on his face, whether he knew where the ingredients grew here or not. He admitted that he knew. Gomwa told him to show it. The man began to stammer and the girl angrily asked what it was. Kande admitted that it was also dangerous for him there. Gomwa decided that he wanted to die. The man promised Yanyuji that he would answer for this. He admitted that he made a very bad choice. Musang reported to the girl that there was a person here with a unique aura of killing intent, similar to the dark blood type. Gomwa asked if they should hurry after him. Musang assured that everything was fine. He marked him with the scent of 1,000 li. Gomwa didn't understand why not go right away. Musang decided it would be safer to deal with the aphrodisiac first. Gomwa assured that she could take care of it herself. Musang looked at the girl incredulously. She asked if he really didn't trust her. Musang had no doubts. With Gomwa's current level, she was in no danger. Musang asked the girl to be careful and not create unnecessary problems. Who knows what kind of masters live here? Gomwa thought it was very cute that the guy was so worried about her. Youngji reported that he found out about Hek Musang as the woman asked. He confirmed that the academy student had indeed told the truth, with the exception of serving in the Alliance Army during the war. He apparently did not leave Yangzhou County. The man noted that everyone in the area knows the guy because he lived there from an early age. Jinhua thought this was going to be very entertaining. She asked Yanji if he believed that a simple academy student could be so strong. The man suggested that perhaps Hek Musang was the traceless one, a legendary killer who left no trace when he got rid of the 20 greatest masters of the Demon Alliance during the Great War between the traditional and renegade sects. Jinhua asked what the basis was for such an idea. The man replied that it was solely his intuition. However, the period of activity of the Traceless coincides with the time when Musang served in the Murim Alliance. Moreover, he is a brilliant master, able to easily deal with the supreme head of the mysterious school and the third elder of their battalion. But at the same time, no one knew about its existence until now. If the Murim Alliance had been hiding him all this time, then this theory seemed quite logical to Yanji. And it is the Traceless one who is considered the main suspect in the murder of the invincible Bloody Emperor. While most participants in the war returned home immediately after its completion, Musang did not show up anywhere for 2 years. In the process of killing the invincible Bloody Emperor, the criminal would, of course, not be left without serious injuries, and those 2 years might well be needed to recover. Geneva admitted that the Traceless one undoubtedly continues to be considered the best killer. However, she felt a different energy from this guy. He is a killer, but at the same time he has serious and unknown power. There is also a theory that the Traceless is not one person. If it really is so, when all Janje's reasoning is meaningless. One way or another, it's probably difficult to say anything now. Yanje apologized for daring to rant without sufficient understanding. The woman admitted that she herself does not exclude this possibility. She wondered what her senior master Hek was doing right now. Musang noted that their security is very serious. Even the guards at the gate are first-class warriors. Not even a mouse can pass by them unnoticed. He decided it was good that he went alone. The guard yawned involuntarily, immediately becoming frightened by the approaching commander. He assured that the guy could nod off, because when you want to sleep, yawns help cool the brain. The man asked if it was possible for him to organize a place to lie down, plop down and sleep like a baby. The guy apologized again. The man ordered this slacker not to yawn but to go around the castle walls. The guy immediately hurried to carry out the order. Turning the corner, the guy was surprised at the distance. The end of his shift was approaching soon, and he definitely wouldn't be able to finish on time. He decided to consider it just a walk before bed. Having hidden from the guy, Musang looked at the opened building, glad that there it was. He was distracted by a conversation between 2 men passing by about a stunning bitch one of them met at a diner. The man decided that she had a crush on him. Another replied that he should look at his face in the mirror. While talking about their own things, the men did not notice Musang passing by. One of his comrades frowned as Musang walked nearby. He asked his friend if he felt a slight breeze or something like that. He replied that no. Having made his way inside, the guy came to a massive door. The scent left on the man led him here. The head of the Dark Blood Group, the ghostly god of murder, was very surprised by the report that the newcomer was able to suppress Kai Kangde. Musang noted that they attracted attention. The man confirmed that she was having fun with Kai Kangde, as if she were playing with a small child. Even he was unable to easily keep up with the girl's movements. The head noted that this time they did not have many skilled newcomers. He asked if the guy found out who she was. He apologized and admitted that because of the hellish fortress it was too difficult. The head ordered to continue to monitor her just in case. They needed to recruit people to join them before others. Musang decided that they were in a struggle for influence with the infernal fortress. The man sharply threw the knives towards the ceiling and they cut into the beam. The guys didn't understand what was happening. The head was very surprised that there was no one there. The leader thought that this could not happen. Even if only for a moment, he felt a faint presence. Having examined everything around and even the corridor, the man was convinced that there were not even any traces. He thought it was strange. Did he really imagine it? The guy asked the head of the group what was wrong. He replied that it was nothing and noted that apparently his perception had become too intense lately. The man ordered, just in case, that the guards at the posts be more attentive. Musang found this surprising. He was careful to hide his presence, but the man was still able to notice him, albeit barely. If so, this person's level is not lower than the leader of the old school. Moreover, from the looks of it, he is not yet the supreme master of the infernal fortress. It was truly impossible to relax in such a place. Gomwa was shocked by the picture that opened, and these were all ingredients for an aphrodisiac. Gomwa was unhappy with yet another cave. She asked how much longer they had to go. The man replied that the ingredients were not found anywhere, and assured that they would soon be there. Gomwa noted that that guy also led them into a trap before Kande. The man said that there was a herb plantation right ahead. That's where they grow their ingredients. Gomwa noted that there was nothing here. The girl decided that the man was mocking her and asked if she should bang him for an hour. He assured that you just need to be patient for a moment. He needs to open the door. Moving the torch from one holder to another, Kande noted that medical ingredients were under serious protection. The sound of the door opening came from the cave. The man asked the girl if she would watch. Gomwa replied that it goes without saying and headed forward deeper into the cave. Gomwa was very surprised by what she saw. So many ingredients for an aphrodisiac. She concluded that this is a huge scale if everything is processed and brought to the surface. The man was glad that this stupid bitch came here herself. She said that the exit is now blocked, and he has crowds of special guards here whose duty is to protect the plantations. After extinguishing the torches, Kande told the girl that here she was like a mouse in a mousetrap. The man ordered her to be killed. Yan Yuji didn't understand why he was here. The head of the Dark Blood Group said that it was time for him to go to a meeting, and ordered him to vigilantly monitor his surroundings. Musang decided that since this was the headquarters of a person with such a level of skill, then there must be at least something here. Walking through the doors into the room, Musang decided that at first glance there was nothing useful here, but suddenly something caught his attention. Musang pressed the corner of the bedside table and the secret door slid aside, revealing a passage. The guy noted how useful the techniques he learned from the old man Shin Gija were. Musang noted how good it is that everything is so orderly here. This will make his search much easier. A practical guide to the dark blood type caught his attention. Musang was extremely surprised when she predicted that their training camp for human shields and assassins was on the surface. And besides, in Gansu, noticing the second book, Musang decided that its name, a new secret book of curses, seemed like a joke. The guy didn't understand what he was doing in such a place. After flipping through the pages, Musang realized that the great war between the traditional and apostate sects had not ended. In the meeting room of the 1,000-year-old killer, the Lord of the Stirring Dew, the ghost of the Godslayer, noted that the most likely killer of the invincible Bloody Emperor is still the Traceless one. She added that, however, there is painfully little information about him. The Lord of Shadow Blood Mist, Blood Shadow Godslayer, only sighed heavily at this. The leader noted that judging by the actions of the Traceless man during the war, it is most logical to assume that he is a person from the Murim Alliance. The woman asked the palace head, since this was the case, why not request inside information about the alliance from the Heavenly Demon Clan? It is believed that the Heavenly Demon Clan has disappeared from the central region without a trace. In fact, their web of influence extends throughout the world. so much so that it penetrates into the very heart of the Murim alliance, the standard of traditional sects. Just like the deicide ghost said, their spies can easily get information. The head interrupted them mid-sentence, answering that no. The man noted that the trust in their palace of the 1,000-year-old killer was already at an all-time low due to problems with the mysterious school. If they go to this rad, the head of the infernal fortress or the heavenly demon clan will demand too much from them. The Lord of the Pitch Veil, the Pitch Deicide, decided that they had to do everything themselves. They had no other choice. Suddenly, cries for help were heard from behind the door, asking for help. Going out into the corridor, the man asked what those screams were. The guy admitted that it seemed like someone had snuck into the herb plantation. The head was amazed at this turn of events. Musang heard the man report that a master had appeared who was fighting with the guards at the herb plantation. He ordered more people to gather. The guy immediately guessed that it was Gomwa. Gomwa noted that the development of the warriors significantly exceeds her expectations. But the main problem was their number. When the girl first came in, there weren't that many of them. She didn't understand where new ones were coming from. Kande was jubilant. The man noted that it is not for nothing that they say that the crowd will crush even the strong. He wanted to see how long this bitch would last. Gomwa promised that she couldn't know for everyone else, but she would definitely finish off this creature. The man ordered to end her quickly. Gomwa felt the enemy's blade touch her side. The girl barely had time to jump away, blowing off the other guy's head along the way. Slashing opponents left and right, the girl noticed how annoying these creatures are. They continue to beat endlessly. At this rate, she will be left without internal energy. They do not hesitate even when they see their comrades die. Gomwa noted that fighting against these types of assassins is the worst, because they consider their own lives to be expendable. Gomwa realized how seriously she was in trouble. The girl slashed the enemies gathered around her with all her might. Kande didn't understand what was wrong with this bitch. The man noted that the girl was clearly exhausted, but did not lose any strength. Also the way she moves, not inferior to experienced killers who are considered the best in the hellish fortress. Having made a maneuver and bypassed the enemy gathered around her, Gomwa rushed towards the man. She recalled that she told him that she would definitely kill him, palace chief. He ordered everyone to retreat. It seemed strange to him that the showdown with one single girl dragged on for so long. He decided that coming just in case was the right decision. But this was no ordinary girl. Gomwa noticed that this man was different from all the previous attackers. She wasn't sure she could defeat him even at her best. The head of the palace, he, noted that one way or another he would not have to engage in battle to finish off the girl. He gave the order to the 3 hellhounds to attack. They rushed into battle. As she began to fight back, Gomwa realized that this was also not easy. In their claws there is incredible energy. In addition, they move like animals. They had a flawless joint attack. Gomwa realized that nothing could be done. Now was not the time to think about the consequences. The girl used the secret technique of the lightning sword, breaking the earth and heaven. Crash of the skies. Seeing this sword, the man was very surprised. He realized that this was the Morong clan. The man noted that the nickname of the goddess of the heavenly sword is fully deserved. If she were at her peak, palace chief, he might lose his head. But fortunately, her internal energy was running out. Kande assured that they need to kill her without delay. This girl is dangerous. In addition, according to their principles, those who unceremoniously invaded the herb plantation must be executed. He noted that she is an important person in the Murim alliance, so she will be useful to them. This girl is also the daughter of the Morong Saint Emperor. Even the head of the infernal fortress would not dare to treat the sword goddess thoughtlessly. The man should not rush to make a decision regarding her. First, you need to capture her alive. The head of the He Palace was reaching out to the girl when an unexpected blow deprived him of the phalanx on his index and middle fingers. The man was surprised. He could not understand what had happened. Gomwa breathed out a sigh of relief. She was glad to see number 100. Kande was very afraid for Mr. He. Musang asked how the girl was feeling, whether she was injured and whether she could move. Gomwa replied that the body was fine, only the energy was 0. Having grabbed the girl in his arms, Musang suggested leaving first, because more and more people were flocking here. Gomwa asked what about his case, but the guy assured that he had found everything he needed. Kande was unhappy that the guys were running away, but the guy standing next to him drew attention to another problem. A fire started. The ingredients for the aphrodisiac were burning. Turning to the man, Kande noted that Yan Yuzi was to blame for everything. Yuzi assured that he had nothing to do with it. He only brought them because they needed an aphrodisiac. Grabbing his face, Kande ordered the man to shut up. The head asked who dared to enter his room. The guard replied that no one had such an opportunity. He assured that they were guarding outside, not taking their eyes off for a second. It was almost imperceptible, but the books were not standing that way. Therefore, someone entered here completely unnoticed by the dark blood group. The weak energy he felt before the meeting was not an illusion. There are very few masters of this level even in the unsurpassed Millennium Slayer Palace, where the skills of slayers rise above the peak of Murim. If we can guess who can hide so well, then the main suspect is the killer of the invincible Bloody Emperor, Traceless. The man decided that the Traceless one knew that they were targeting him and made a sudden move first. The servant burst in and announced that he must urgently report the incident. The head asked what it was. The servant reported that some people started a fire in the herb plantation, dealt with almost all the troops of the infernal fortress, and fled. The head realized that it was definitely the same person. Only someone who came into this room could do this. The man ordered to block all water channels that lead to the surface. Gather everyone from the dark blood group who can rush after them right now. He ordered to comb everything from here to the field with aphrodisiacs and find traces. The man decided that no matter whether it was traceless or not, the insolent person would pay for underestimating the dark blood type. Gomwa asked if there were too many guards. Musang noted that he could understand them, considering how much fuss they caused, and also started a fire in the field. The girl asked how they could get around them to get out of here. Musang noted that the waterways through which they sailed are probably already under control. He thought there had to be at least one other way out. Gomwa agreed with him. Musang recalled that he had already said before that if this place were completely closed with such a fire, everything here would have been covered in smoke long ago. He was sure there was a ventilation system somewhere. Gomwa decided that number 100 was a genius, and his brains deserved recognition. But the problem was how to find that place with such a density of patrols, and hardly anyone would be happy to share the information. The guys noticed a man who suddenly approached. Yuzi barely made it out of there. He promised that bastard Kai Kangde that he would pay him for this one day. The guys looked at each other, then looked again at the man, smiling affectionately. Yuzi realized that another fuck-up was waiting for him. Leading the guys into some kind of dungeon, Yuzi asked to immediately voice one request. He noted that since they are literally underground, fresh air is critical to the limit. Ventilation facilities are protected extremely strictly. The man doesn't know what they look like from the inside, but there is no doubt about one thing. There will be a huge number of guards there. Yuzi was saying that he hoped that the two of them had a way to leave quietly. He asked not to say that they would stubbornly push ahead again. Gomwa replied that it was none of his business and ordered the man to simply lead them through. Yuzi noted that if they made noise again, it would be hard for him. Musang admitted that this time he himself was going to leave quietly. They're already in a bad enough situation and can't cause them any more problems. Gomwa was offended that her opinion was not taken into account. Musang decided that there was no need to expose himself to another danger, because Gomwa was already exhausted. Yuzi thanked the senior master for thinking about him. The man noted that there must be a place in those high caves to connect them to the breathing passages of the limit. The details are unknown even to him. This part is heavily controlled by the people of the limit. Yuzi admitted that he could not go further. In truth, he shouldn't have come here either. Musang allowed Comrade Yan to return because he still doesn't know what's inside. The man immediately happily hurried away. But before the man had time to walk even a couple of meters, he stepped on a snake crawling past, which immediately bit him. Yan's scream attracted the attention of the guards on duty. Gomwa got angry, thinking that Yuzi again arranged all this on purpose. The man picked up the snake, pointing his finger at it and assuring that it was all because of it. Putting on the mask, Musang noted that the plan to enter quietly had burst like a soap bubble. He asked Gomwa to stay behind, promising that he would sort everything out. She assured the guy that she was not such a weak woman. Noticing the guys, the guards were surprised that there were only two of them. They asked if they understood where they had come. Yuzi understood that if he was caught, he would be screwed. He decided that he would quietly give in when the fight started. Musang rushed into battle. Noticing his approach, the men immediately tensed up and decided to attack at once. The blade simultaneously pierced the guy's body. One of the guards was even surprised that everything was so simple when suddenly the silhouette of the attacker began to dissipate. Finding himself behind them while the guards were distracted by his illusion, Musang slashed with a precise blow, cutting off their heads. The man who remained standing aside was frightened by what had happened. He noticed Gomwa sneaking up behind him in time, but the girl made a maneuver, striking Yuzi right on the head. The man did not understand why he was again. Yuzi asked if that guy also had a cool technique for lightweight movements. Gomwa admitted that this time it happened naturally out of habit. The man swung his mace, wanting to kill the girl. Gomwa dodged in time, causing the blow to hit Yuzi again. Gomwa hit the man with all her might, telling him who Mr. Yan was. She decided that it was all because of this carry-on. Standing over a mountain of corpses, Gomwa asked where to go next. She decided that every meter needed to be searched. Musang froze, trying to focus on his inner sensations. Hearing the noise, Gomwa realized that things were bad. It looks like they managed to find them. Musang said that they were there, and the pair quickly set off. Gomwa didn't understand how he knew and asked if he was sure of this. Musang replied that there are several places where weak currents of fresh air come from. Approaching one of them, the guy noted that this one was the most noticeable among them. The commander reported the attack. The raiders made their way into the breathing passage. The man was sure that these were the same ones as in the herb plantation. The commander ordered the first and second groups to go forward, carefully combing every hole. The third group returns to report to the Iron Summit and the Dark Blood group. Gomwa noted in surprise that the hole was too small. Even her hidden shadow technique won't help here. Sticking her hand in there, she didn't understand why the passage should be made so narrow. The guys heard the screams of the guards. They found nothing on the other side. Gomwa decided that this would not work. They would soon find them and suggested breaking the wall. Musang stopped the girl, noting that this wall was stronger than steel and would be thicker than 2 layers. It won't be possible to break through even with all the girl's strength. This will only attract attention. Gomwa asked what he was suggesting, just wait until they were caught. Musang said that such a gap could be penetrated using the absolute penetration technique. Gomwa admitted that she had seen something about infiltration techniques in books, but did not think that it actually existed. She admitted that she had never studied it. Musang promised that he would teach her. Gomwa asked the guy to stop acting like a fool. The girl did not understand how she should learn it and use it right away. Musang asked you to trust him. Musang noted that the internal energy is already at the level of the 10 strongest experts, and the understanding has no equal. The guy promised that he would help. He was sure that the girl would cope. Musang ordered her to begin by fully experiencing the object through which she intended to pass. The guy told Gohwa to put his palm on the wall and concentrate. Musang ordered her to listen and not get distracted. A few seconds later, a stream appeared. The ancient scripture Kugel technique of absolute penetration, which Gomwa did not know at all. Musang placed his palm on top of the girl. Gomwa was confused by the touch, but the guy ordered her to concentrate. The girl felt something like a current that passed through her hand. Gomwa realized that it was internal channels number 100 that were showing the way. The guys heard that the guards had found them. The distance to the enemy was 5.5 jang. Musang put his hand on his sword, preparing to draw it. 4 jangs. 3, 2, 1. The guards who noticed the guys did not understand what they were doing. Musang said that everything is ready. They managed to pass just as the swords rushed towards the opponents. The blades broke before reaching the target. The guards were shocked that they went through the walls. Gomwa was delighted with what they had done. They got out. The girl noted that she knew that Musang had changed, but did not understand how much. As if nothing had happened, he carried out the advanced mastery of absolute penetration through the internal channels. Musang himself was shocked that everything worked. Gomwa decided that it didn't matter. The main thing was that they got out safely. She decided that now it was time to return. Suddenly, Musang ordered the girl to be quiet and, grabbing her by the waist, pulled her towards him. Yuzi was very surprised when he realized that he had lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed or what had happened. The man was surprised that the two got out. Yuzi heard screams. The commander reported that they had gone outside and ordered them to return to the waterway and track them down. Yuzi immediately fell to the ground, pretending to be dead. A horde of soldiers ran past without paying any attention to the man. The man breathed a sigh of relief when she left. Yuzi understood that if the infernal fortress caught those two and found out that he had brought them here, he would definitely be killed. Yuzi understood that he needed to get out. It was too dangerous here. He must hide. He understood that now the legendary newcomer Yan Yuji had come to an end. The man did not understand how he could make a living now. Musang hung on a branch with one hand, while continuing to hold the girl tightly with the other. He did not expect that the border was also guarded outside by external patrols. It was dangerous. The man asked the patrolman if they had seen anyone suspicious here. He reported that 2 guys started a fire at the limit herb plantation and escaped. The patrolman did not understand why he should come right here to look for them. Water canals have guards. The man reported that they escaped through a ventilation duct. They passed through the cave wall and disappeared. The guards had never heard of such a thing being possible before. They decided that then part of the unfair blame would fall on them too. The man admitted that the head of the dark blood group was already beside himself with rage. The man was afraid that the head was ready to send a black arrow. He noted that if nothing is done, killers will flood the entire central region. It would be better if they got rid of them here. Gomwa decided that what mattered most right now was that they were so close to each other. Musang couldn't help but feel embarrassed at how close their faces were. Musang assured that it was all because they were hiding. He ordered the girl to stop thinking about inappropriate things. Gomwa noted that she didn't say anything like that, just about intimacy. The guy assured that he would let her go soon. Hugging the guy around the waist, Gomwa admitted that she doesn't mind staying the way she is now. This is how she remembers the old days. Musang didn't know how to behave. One of the guards frowned and looked up at the treetops. He thought he heard something. His partner ordered him not to act alone and to come here. The man admitted that he heard something. He ordered him to stop pretending to be a ridiculous master and go with them. Musang breathed a sigh of relief. They barely passed by again. Grabbing Gomwa by the scruff of the neck, the guy concluded that it was time for them to move out. The man sank to the ground, noting that the warmth had lingered. Apparently they were staying here temporarily. His partner said that he found footprints nearby. They lead to the northwest. They left about half an hour ago. The Special Tracking and Reconnaissance Force of the Dark Blood Group, Black Arrow, decided that they could not get far away and gave the order to continue pursuing them. Musang noticed that they had already reduced their head start by 15 minutes. Gomwa noted that the speed of the chase was faster than expected. The guy said that considering the pace, they are not inferior to the highest ranks of the demon-slaying order. Black Arrow noted that now they are unable to hide their tracks. Considering the temperature of the ground and the depth of the dent, the criminals are already less than 15 minutes away. Black Arrow reported that they were almost at the target and ordered to reduce the distance, encircling them. They couldn't let them slip through. The Black Arrow never misses its target. Musang and Gomwa hurried as fast as they could, trying to escape pursuit. Noticing a house in the distance, the guy decided that this place would be suitable. The man said that there was a message from the third group for the leader. Target detected ahead. They say they entered an abandoned estate 30 jungs from here. They have already surrounded him. Black Arrow ordered all troops to completely block the perimeter around that estate and attack those who entered suddenly. The man asked what the purpose was. He was informed that they were continuing to conduct surveillance, but no one came out. They suggested that perhaps the criminals wanted to hide inside and wait for them to pass by. Black Arrow warned them to be careful. They were both strong martial artists. A violent counterattack was possible. He ordered the four to spread out around the estate and seal off any escape routes. Black Mask decided that it was very naive to hope that they could escape them. Their Millennium Assassin Palace is the best organization of assassins in the entire world. You can't throw them off your tail with meager skills. Black Arrow could already imagine their disbelieving faces. What a surprise he was when he was informed that they were nowhere to be found. The man did not understand where they had gone. They surrounded them perfectly. They must be hiding, or there is a secret passage. The man ordered to search every corner. Too quiet. No messages. The man decided that it was impossible that he could not sense their presence from such a distance. He understood that something was wrong here. Ono reported to the others that he had complete silence here and asked if anyone had anything unusual. The second replied that it was nothing. The third said that it was the same. The man suddenly remembered that there were supposed to be 4 of them. He immediately became wary. He didn't like it. Taking off from his seat, he decided that he needed to check no matter what. Having landed near one of the warriors, he asked what was going on and why he wasn't responding. As soon as he touched someone else's shoulder, the warrior fell to the ground. A thin stream of blood flowed from his temple. The man realized in fright that he was dead. The man immediately called a general alarm, reporting that the man who was guarding the northern direction had been killed. He ordered to urgently inform the leader about this. The man asked if he could hear him, but the answer was only pitch silence. He didn't understand why no one was answering him again. He was frightened by the thought that he was left alone. Taking out a dagger, he said that it was enough to hide and ordered these bastards to show themselves immediately. He kept asking where they were. The man didn't even hear a rustle when his body was cut in half. Blood gushed in all directions. Musang reported that he showed up. Landing nearby, Gomwa reported that she had dealt with the others. Musang looked at the girl with a worried look. Gomwa didn't understand what was going on. Musang remembered how close their faces were when they were hiding. Confused, the guy replied that it was nothing and he had to go inside. He ordered the girl to stay here. Gomwa asked if he would go on his own and noted that she could easily fend for herself. Musang noted that it was possible that some would try to escape and ordered the girl to receive them outside. Gomwa still thought it was too dangerous to go it alone. Musang noted that it was dangerous not for him, but for those guys. The man noted that the surroundings were impeccable. It's not easy to jump out of something like this. If they are not here, then there is a secret passage somewhere. He ordered not to miss the slightest trace, to search every millimeter of the floor, ceiling, and walls. The man asked the leader if those guys could have used the deception. He replied that they were being followed by the third group of black arrows. It is impossible to get out of here by deceiving their feelings and using brute force either. And even if they managed to escape, there should have been at least some trace left. The man noted that there weren't many people from the Soul Exchange group with them. With the onset of dawn, the mission will become impossible. The leader noted that until this moment, those escaping were right under their noses. If they are not ghosts, then they will definitely find them. Musang realized that they seemed to be limited by something. If they kill everyone here, they won't be able to pursue them for a while. The man asked the other warrior what he was doing. He told this idiot that he had already examined everything there before him. The man replied that he didn't know. The partner noted that he seemed to know something. He asked him to stop messing around and finally do some useful work, damn him. He asked why he was looking at him. The man noted that these bastards on the surface don't even have a base. Another replied that they were sick bastards of the limit, that they could not go outside without their drugs. The man asked what he was saying there. Silence served as his answer. Raising his hand to strike, he once again asked this scum what he was saying. The man was very surprised that he blew the guy's head off without even putting internal energy into the blow. Yes, such a blow would not have been able to cut the neck of even a weakling from the surface. He decided that he was an absolute master with hidden potential. He decided that his method of killing had reached the point where he was capable of tearing off a head with just a hand gesture. But he understood that it was dangerous to kill his partner in this way. He would get in trouble for it. Having pierced the man's head, Musang apologized for the fact that he fought so well, but he took it and climbed in. He suggested that he continue to fight in the afterlife. There was nothing around, not a single trace of them, let alone a secret passage. The man did not understand how this was possible, given that they burst in here from all sides at once, unless they knew how to walk through walls. A guy who suddenly appeared grabbed the man by the head, immediately breaking his neck. The others didn't even have time to realize when an electric discharge ran through their bodies. All that was left of the warriors were lifeless corpses on the ground. Musang noted that they were well trained, as they noticed him very quickly. The man reported to the leader that they had lost contact with the surveillance group. Another said that not only with them, communication was also severed with a dozen people inside. A dead body was found at the entrance to the annex. A surprise attack was reported. The leader realized that it was a trap. The man ordered everyone to gather in the center of the abandoned estate. He announced that they were now hunting them. If they move away from the others, they will become their prey. From now on, all unnecessary actions were prohibited. They haven't left here yet. Their opponents were not so simple, so it was necessary to catch them right away. Their level was supposedly the same as the 10 strongest experts. Their combined strength should be enough. Appearing inside the room, Musang asked if they thought it would be enough to catch him. The warriors did not understand where he came from here. Musang noted that the palace of the 1,000-year-old killer sounds too loud. One of the guys asked where he knew this name. The man ordered Xiangbi and Guaking to return to the fortress. The guy's development was beyond imagination. If he really had no trace, it should have been reported immediately. The guys immediately disappeared, promising that everything would be fulfilled. Musang decided that it was enough to leave these two to Gomwa. The man admitted that he was impressed that the guy managed to hide his presence so close to them. He figured those tracks were left as part of a plan. But the man noted that now hide-and-seek was over, because the guy was completely surrounded by their people. With his arrogance, he opened the gates to the underworld. The man gave the order to throw everything. The warriors immediately took out swords and daggers, pointing them at the guy. Imagine their surprise when the weapon simply flew into the air instead of hitting the target. The man did not understand how so many hidden weapons fell under telekinesis. Musang thanked them for making things easier for him. The man ordered everyone to go outside immediately. Musang, pointing his weapon at them, noted that it was already late. In an instant, all the warriors fell dead, bleeding. There was only one left standing. He was scared to death. The man was sure that the guy was definitely without a trace. He noted that Musang had no need to pretend to be a fool, since no one else was capable of killing with that level of spiritual power. Musang noted that he didn't care what he thought, because the questions would need to be answered not by him, but by the man. He assured that he would not humbly tell him anything. Musang offered to look, directing a stream of energy at the man directly into his chest. He immediately curled up in unbearable pain. Musang asked the first question. He asked if they had any illness, something to do with the sun. He recalled how they said that with the dawn their mission would fail. Musang decided that they were kidnapping people from the surface to raise as assassins, all for greater freedom of action outside. The man did not understand how he knew about this. With the second question, Musang ordered the man to lay out everything he knew about the Book of Curses and the Heavenly Demon Clan. Their relationship with them, their purpose, their personality. The man smiled contentedly despite the blood pouring from his eyes and mouth. He realized that it turns out the guy didn't know anything really important. The man decided that maybe the guy was a legendary killer without a trace, but in fact he was no different from him. He was nothing more than an ordinary six. Grabbing Musang, the man reported that the story had already begun. But what else could a guy do alone in the middle of the huge flood of the Central Plains? The man assured that the Great Traceless One could push as much as he wanted, and he would watch it from his hell. Unable to bear it, Musang cut the man's throat, throwing his head somewhere to the side. The guy wondered if the great war between traditional and apostate sects had been completely planned. Moreover, the flame has not yet gone out. The guys were in a hurry as fast as they could. Suddenly, one of them ran into an invisible rope, realizing that it was a trap. Swords and spears immediately flew towards them. Gamwa immediately jumped out of her hiding place, heading towards the fugitives. One of the guys immediately reacted, dodging the blow. The girl was surprised that he managed to fight him off. One of the guys threw a small bag at the girl. He immediately deftly fought it off, realizing that it was a smokescreen. The guys understood that this was no ordinary master and offered to finish her off here.